すバスからの時間となってまいりますので、できるだけスタンドの前の方にですね、お伝えください。バスからですね、3列目、これ、本当にもうこれって言われたそうですので、バスカ、プリンサスバスカですね、バスカを持っている方々もですね、皆さんがですね、手を振っていただくと、そこを目がけてまいりますので、どうぞ皆さん、バスカの前に皆さん、手を振って、自分が小手になってください。よろしいですか？さあ、まもなくバスカが発車されます。さあ、地元の岡町、そして小手橋のメンバー、合同メンバーによります予算行為の踊りです。全国各地でですね、この予算行為踊りが展開されていますが、その中でもよく使われる曲だそうです。よっちょえ、よっちょえという曲に合わせまして、予算行為踊りが展開されます。どうぞ。
FIA World Endurance Championship for 2016. The venue is Fuji Speedway in the Oyama Sunto district of the Shizuoka prefecture here in Japan. The weather is absolutely perfect. Warm, dare I say. The car parks are filling up, as is the grandstand, and already celebrities gathering on the pit straight, the long pit straight. I'm John Hindorf. Graham Goodwin is off to my right. It's been a perfect weekend so far. There was a more than decent crowd yesterday, and today, Graham, it's going to be even bigger. People have been camping here on Friday, Saturday evening. The area behind us is very busy. This is our pole sitter. Excuse me, our best Porsche crew. And the pole sitter was Audi. We'll get to that in a moment. So our Odyssey for 2016 started at Silverstone in April, through Spa, and of course the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June, with July and the Nürburgring being our last European race before we head off on the flyaways. Still to come, China and the season finale at Bahrain. Big news this week, Mark Webber has decided it's time for him to call time on a career. Here's Louise.
Well, it's beautiful here in Fuji and the fans are as enthusiastic as ever here in Japan. But the big news that everyone's talking about is that Mark Webber has announced his retirement here for the end of the season. So, Mark, time to hang out the race suit then?
Yeah, I'm racing today. So, yeah, look, it's been a great run. I've worked with some great people and really enjoyed my F1 times, obviously, and now with Porsche with the LMP1 program. 919's been awesome. Really enjoyed driving with Timo and Brendan. We've had some great success, and hopefully we can add to that in the next few months. And then it's time for chapter 2 in my life. You know, the cockpit side is more and more sort of getting a little bit more draining. So looking forward to you know, obviously still very, very heavily involved in motorsport, especially with Porsche and Red Bull and all the people that have been so great to me over the years. But just no cockpit.
Thanks very much, Mark. Well, qualifying was as close as it's ever been, so it's going to be a tough race for Mark here in Japan. So here's qualifying highlights.
Louise is absolutely correct, because at the front of the field, the three manufacturers have never been closer in the current format of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and only once has the gap between the two cars on the outright front row been any closer, and that was at Silverstone in 2014. In GTE Labour competition, in third with the Corvette from the 83AF Corsa Ferrari in second. Paul Dall'Anna having to go out right at the end and do one flying lap on a new set of tyres to hold on to pole position. He did it. In Pro, Ferrari versus Ford, and Ford pulled through. The UK team scoring their first pole in WEC competition. The Le Mans pole sitters, of course, Ford as well, but this is the first time in a 6-hour race for Ollie Pla and for Stefan Mucker. But the prototypes, a new look to one of the two ESMs, a new team for the rest of the season, but hold on to the same team name. They qualified a creditable third. Second for the championship leaders Alpine, and G-Drive Racing, thanks to a stunning run by Roman Rusinov, who was very quick indeed in that car, took pole position again. Back on form for them. A bit of a habit of that this year. In LMP1, it was a battle of the titans at the front. The top 6 separated by just on half a second after the two driver times were averaged out. Toyota looked like they might have had pole position for a moment. They were in third, and they had the fastest lap time as well. Kaz Nakajima was only down in fourth with that. Best of the Porsches, the world champions in second, but the front row, the number 8 Audi, Loic Taval, spoke to Louise after the pole position was set.
To be honest, I would be really happy if we finish the race like the qualifying is, because car number 2 is quite far away for the moment, so that would be great for us and for the championship, you know, to be able to close the points. But at the end, it's a good day, but now we have to work for tomorrow.
Thank you.
0.169 of a second between the best of the three manufacturer cars. Extraordinary qualifying session to yesterday, Graham, that, as I said, saw Kaz Nakajima clock an incredibly quick time, and his car only ended up in 4th position. Just on 2.8 miles around, 4.5 kilometres, 16 corners. First part of the lap, all about aero and getting it stopped for turn 1. Second part of the lap, all about aero and getting it round the big corners. Third part of the lap, all about power deployment for the P1s and getting it up the hill and through turn 16 Panasonic corner.
And we saw that very vividly indeed in Tota's marginal failure, John, to set pole position.
Charazan.
You're quite right. We saw the fastest lap of the session for Tota, but we also saw how they got it slightly wrong and couldn't nail it in struggling to get by an LMP2 car on the start-finish straight by not being able to get the power down just quickly enough. And that 0.169 of a second, that's all it took.
The number 30 car, Giovinazzi, Van der Garde and Sean Gelael in that car. Giovinazzi, twice a winner in the Asian Series, the Asian Le Mans Series, selected as one of 3 rookie drivers who'll take part in an LMP1 test after Bahrain's finale this year. Talked about the other 2 as we come to them. In GTE AM, last year's cars, remember, coming to the last couple of races for these cars. They can be replaced with 2016 variants of the cars for those that have them. That's a problem for Porsche, of course, because they really don't. They sort of have a 15.5 version. And I was impressed with Paul Dall'Anna yesterday that he took that pressure, new set of tyres, and out he went and nailed the pole.
He's just soaking this up, isn't he? We've said this last couple of seasons. He's loving the opportunity to actually test himself, test the team in qualifying. The contribution with the non-professional drivers has been a definite positive in the qualifying sessions for the Pro-Am teams.
Ricky Taylor on the right-hand side of that graphic, the addition to the Labra competition Corvette, and has been an impressive addition as well. Qualified the car yesterday, or was one of the 2 drivers that qualified the car in 3rd position.
And will complete the season with the team. Yutaka Yamagishi, local driver here, of course. The team, though, will be mourning the loss of one of their number, Yatoshi Kaneko. We remember him for his contribution to sports car racing down through the decades with Freising Motorsport, with T2M, latterly with Labra. He's been remembered here this weekend.
Yeah, a lovely remembrance board in the garage. His family and many friends, our condolences and thoughts with you. Second for AF Corsa, the Ferrari, good here, but not quite good enough.
Championship leading car, of course, needs to bounce back from a bit of rough form and some issues in terms of the speed they've been able to get out the car and the reliability out the car for the last couple of races. Need a strong run here at Fuji just to begin to start to nail down that title. Car, though, does look quick here, quicker than we've seen it for the last couple. There, John, is our first opportunity to see the Aston Martin wings in Japanese colours. It's been a wonderful little addition to the championship. This is the 98 car that John was describing a little earlier. It was Pedro Lamy and Paul Dall'Anna, Canadian gentleman driver, who's the backbone of this squad. Pedro Lamy, the quick wheelman, quick shot there of a soon-to-be retiree. He's going to be very much missed on this grid, Mark Webber. It's an excellent run for the 98 Aston Martin yesterday, under pressure from the Ferrari. And kudos, by the way, to Francois Perraudot, who pushed them very, very hard. And Wheel and Nish there. This something fairly extraordinary to Fuji. An amazing sight when we see the pit walk.
This is the second of 2 pit walks. They have to have 2 pit walks here because of the dedication of the fans.
There you go.
The headgear here is somewhat
wears that all the time.
Interesting, yes. But it was so packed at some stages this morning, we weren't sure that the pit lane still actually existed. And when you see the front straight, you'll see the banners and the flags here as well on the front straight, proclaiming the support for various different drivers and teams. It is extraordinary, the enthusiasm of the fans. Endurance is a quality that's much revered in Japan, in Japanese culture, and therefore endurance racing the same. And it really shows when you come here. I had a lovely chat with Kaz Nakajima, which will be coming out as an article soon. on Mobile One, the grid, and it's something that he talked a lot about.
Mutual respect between the factory teams, as always here, the spirit of endurance live and very much kicking, and we're going to see a lot of that today, John. This promises to be an extraordinarily close race. Keep those cars apart to tricky turn one. This could be something very special indeed, and by FIA WEC standards, that is saying something over the last 2 or 3 years.
It is the 50th anniversary year of Fuji Raceway, a track that was planned to be very different from what you see now. That front straight, cars used to come straight towards you.
And underneath us.
And then underneath us and round a Speedway oval type corner. And the second half of the oval never got built. And it looked like it was all not going to happen, I'm afraid, until the Mitsubishi Corporation took it over in the early 1960s and built the rest of the circuit. It's gone through a couple of changes of ownership since then, and in the early 2000s was renovated again to basically what you see now. And now, of course, is part of Toyota's empire. We have a technical college here, as well as research facilities and road safety. Time for the national anthem. It's one of the most haunting moments of the FIA World Endurance Series year, and this year we have the weather to go with it. This is beautiful. Round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship at Fuji, and the Japanese national anthem as the crowd stand around us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Japan, performed by Ayano Nonomura.
Ten. Gets me every year, that.
It's
extraordinary.
Hauntingly appropriate for this place,
I agree completely. In the shot of Mount Fuji just behind us and to our right, and the Golden Eagles playing in the skies above, riding the thermals above the circuit at the moment. Time now for the teams to get themselves into race mode. The concentration levels has been really ramping up this week, Graham, from the first couple of practice sessions on Friday, 2 1.5-hour sessions, then into the final free practice session that you and I sat and watched intently on Saturday morning, where you could almost feel the intensity building towards qualifying.
Exactly the point I was going to make. The intensity scale here goes up to about 10. We're at about 46 at the moment. It is going to be an extraordinary start to this race, John. It promises to actually stick that way. But into the GTE, number 95, Aston Martin.
Very slow on the warm-up lap this morning, almost at problematic pace.
Yes, slightly concerned about that, so quite what that was, whether or not... we have had, though, a couple of issues where one of the cars, I think, went out with the radiator cover still on at one of the races quite recently, so maybe it was something like that. One of the teams running down with some tyres very late here. Now, that might be, John, we heard from one of the LMP1 teams that the cars that waited at the end of pit lane for qualifying were nowhere close to the kind of early pace, the ones that opted to put the tyres on and leave from their pit stall. So the team's leaving it very late to bring the tyres to the cars in many cases.
This circuit is over a dozen years old, getting on for 13 years old now. It's a light coloured grey surface, and it doesn't absorb the heat as much as it used to. It wasn't ever a high grip circuit, and of course as it's got older it's become less so. It is a track where you can wear tyres on both sides of the car because you slide a lot.
And fairly uniquely in motorsport, it's a track that doesn't retain heat in the same way for different parts of the circuit.
Yeah.
Not just because of shadow, but because of the geology of the circuit. We've got volcanic rock under part of the circuit. We've got harder rock under other parts of the circuit. We saw a little bit of that in its ability to drain in the race that never was a few years ago, John.
Yeah, that's very true. And the igneous rock that is underneath parts of this circuit is quite extraordinary at how it holds the heat. Coming out of turn 6 is a problem. Towards turn 7, a lot of people having some issues there getting on the power. It's a tricky part of the circuit as well. 16 corners clockwise, so you'd expect the left-hand side tyres to do most of the work, and there are some very, very long right-handed corners. But as I say, the cars sliding across the circuit and generally away from apeces tend to put quite a bit of work on the right-hand side tyres as well as the left rear. So it does wear fairly evenly across the 4 tyres. 6 sets of tyres for the cars at the front of the field. In the LMP1H category, a little bit of cloud just blowing across Mount Fuji behind us. And the tail of the tape as far as qualifying is concerned, remember, that's when you start your count from for your tyre allocation. Porsche number 2 used 3 sets in qualifying. All the other LMP1 hybrids used 2. 6 stints in terms of the pit stops, in terms of full fuel. Audi getting a lap less out of its 1 lap fewer out of its
2 laps less, 35 laps to 37.
Excuse me, yes, 35 to 37. I thought it was 36 to 37.
Quick moment here. Get well to Nick on the headrest behind the redundant second driver spot, and Nick Leventis not with us this weekend. Did arrive in Japan, fell ill soon after he arrived, has now been flown back to home to the UK. Hope you're watching, Nick. Enjoy this. Hope the boys do you proud. This is the new look car from Tequila Patron ESM, the number 30 car. New look driver lineup as well.
Effectively, this is a brand new team. Think about it as a brand new team. The car is the same and it's been run by the same personnel, but other than that, this, for the rest of the season, is a new machine, or at least a new set of drivers, and will be for the last 3 races.
Indeed it will, and grid now beginning to clear, almost completely clear. Twitter beginning to spark up, John. Viewers, listeners watching us and joining us from around the world. We'll say a few hellos in just a few minutes. You can talk to us here in the booth via Twitter at Specutainment for John, at DSC Editor for myself. The hashtag for this race, most important, hashtag 6H-Fuji.
Yeah, nice and easy one.
Fuji, a nice easy one this time.
Looks like the final preparations have been made. The drivers will be trying to stay cool. It is very warm out there, Graham, as we walked across. The temperature from yesterday noticeably warmer at this relatively still early part of the morning. It's not 11 o'clock yet here at Fuji Speedway.
And crowd still building in the grandstand, and what we're seeing, John, is people are sheltering from what is very bright sunshine indeed.
Yeah, they've all come up to the top.
All come to the top of the grandstands, and that's well filled indeed in this massive start-finish straight grandstand.
I've not seen the car parks any fuller than this in the times that we've been coming here. The big segment-shaped grandstand that comes in through the old main gate, we come in through the west gate, is absolutely full now. I don't think you could squeeze another K car in there at the moment.
Main car parks, and indeed the overflow car parks over to my right,
by the west gate,
beyond Panasonic, the final, challenging final turn, are full as well. And I think we're going to see potentially, John, a record crowd for this one.
Now, what about the classes, Graham? Because it was all pretty close. GTE Pro, well, Aston Martin have the advantage there, but they've got to turn that into a GTE AM. Aston Martin have the advantage there, but they've got to turn that into a win. I think that Ferrari, particularly Francois Perrault, I had a quick chat with him, loves this place.
He does indeed.
Drives very well here.
And driving better and better as this season goes on, Francois Perrault. Aston Martin, the form team there in GT Pro. Aston Martin just need to keep scoring points. They need to keep the rest of the teams at bay and see what they can do about bringing home what seemed at the start of the season like a very unlikely World Championship for them.
But Ford in Pro they must look at this at their very best chance since Le Mans of winning outright in the World Championship. The Ford GT was built for Le Mans. This and probably Shanghai, the two circuits that are closest to the characteristics of the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Absolutely right, that big long back straight at Shanghai, the enormous straight that goes right by our commentary position here, John, at Fuji, where we get that fantastic opportunity to see these cars getting up to speed, at speed, and how they scrub off that speed towards the end of the straight. Fantastic view from
All about getting on the brakes and getting the car stopped and turned into the right-hander, which drops away. It's a much more technical circuit than it looks here, and you have to keep your concentration. It's also a relatively high-speed circuit, apart from down into the heavy braking area at 1 and also at the Dunlop chicane at 10. In LMP2, well, the 30 car is certainly a bit of a joker in the pack here, but clearly G-Drive Racing back on form, taking a pole position. We've been expecting, or we've seen them do that in the past, and you don't count out the Alpine of the 36 Championship leading squad. Watch out for the two Manners here as well. Two Manners, yes, 45 and the 44 car, with Todd Graves, Alex Lynn and Shinji Nakano in the 45 car. The 44, Matt Rao, Richard Bradley and Roberto Meri. Meri went round yesterday a couple of times, didn't he?
We had a fair number of spinners yesterday. The grip levels of the track not very high, and people I think caught out.
There's the call to start your engines, 2 formation laps here. The point I was going to make about Manham, you and I both spoke to Graham Loudon, who's
He fired up, Graham.
Oh, and that's exactly what I was going to say, Graham, because he's like, right, that's it, now we can go racing.
Now we can race, yes.
Now, I feel like I've spent all the season up until now trying to firefight and sort problems out. Now I feel as though I've got a car that we can trust, that we can just think about the racing.
30 seconds to start the formation laps. 30 seconds to start the formation laps.
That was Eduardo Freitas.
It will be, of course,
15 seconds to start the formation laps.
You'll hear that laps plural, 2 formation laps here.
At the front of the field, we didn't get to the front of the field, and I honestly don't know. I look at Audi and think they've got another good chance.
We can start the formation lap for the 6 hours of Fuji. Green flag to start the first of the formation laps for the 6 hours of Fuji.
This is, I think, John, the most open 6-hour race in WEC history.
Audi since Le Mans have led a third of racing laps, but they haven't won a race.
Yep.
So, you know, Audi could drive away here. If it finished the way they qualified, the championship would be wide open, because the leading car in the Drivers' Championship, the Porsche number 2, would finish 6th.
Correct.
And the car chasing them, the number 8 Audi, would take the win.
And remember, that was the car that took the extra set of tyres as well.
The number 2?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. It's an extraordinarily finely balanced race here before we've got underway. Of course, the race isn't won or lost on paper. It will depend what happens, but I think small mistakes here will be costly.
The other thing that's going to be key here is strategy. Watch for what happens at the pit stops early in this race.
First pit stop's key.
First pit stop is absolutely key, and watch in particular for whether or not Toyota throw a bit of a googly and perhaps double stint from the start those tyres.
I think they might do to get track position.
Yes.
And I think that'll be that here will be key. It is quite difficult to pass. Well, before the cars rolled off, Louise Beckett spoke to one or two of the drivers. There is the Drivers' Championship leading car. Romain Dumas will start the race, and this is what he said to Louise a couple of moments ago.
Romain, just prepping for the last minutes before the race. It was a tough, close qualifying, so what can you do from here?
That's a great question. I think, first hour the target will be to take no risk, try to follow, and we will see at the first pit stop what we can do.
Yeah, you see, he's been listening to us. I know Mrs. DSC editor doesn't let you gamble. Not since that nasty incident in Las Vegas.
I'm all over that. I can give it any time I like.
where would your money be then? At the front of the field? Or is it that close to call?
I think it is that close. I think it's going to come down to who gets a clean race. That's one thing we've learned this year. This year, more than any other, it is about having a clean race. It's somewhere Audi have stumbled a number of times. Porsche have had one car that's tended to be lucky, one car that's tended not to be lucky, and it's not the same car every time.
Well,
I'd like to see Toyota do it.
What of Toyota, Graham, on home ground? Kaz Nakajima, an absolute superstar here. This is what he said to Louise just before the cars rolled out.
Kazuki just taking some last liquids in, home race. Can you take that flag at the end of it?
Yeah, I'm really excited and looking forward to have a good race. We are confident in the race pace, so let's see what we can do.
Toyota, I think, would be disappointed with the two cars on the second row, and that seems unusual to say that. I think they thought they had a shot at pole. They did throw two sets of tyres at each of the cars, which they've generally speaking not done in qualifying.
But despite that, big smiles on their faces. Twitter's going bonkers, by the way, despite the time it must be for somebody from around the world.
Yeah.
We've got all sorts of people tuning in from the United States, from Australia, from all over Europe, Stockholm, the UK, Prague. Good morning, all of you. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever it is in the world. This is a World Championship, a global event, and we're not a million miles away now, John, from this one getting very serious indeed.
The drivers then coming round the front row. Ollie Jarvis versus Mark Webber, Audi versus Porsche. 5 and 6 Toyota, Kaz Nakajima and Kamui Kobayashi will take the start for the home team. Very much the home team here. 7 and 2 on row 3, Ben Trellier and Romain Dumas, the battle of the Frenchmen. Then it's the Rebellion and CLM, the two privateer cars. In LMP2, Will Stevens takes the start for G-Drive with Nico Lapierre alongside him in the 36 Championship leading car. Giovinazzi and Kane, 30 and 42 in positions 11 and 12 for the Ligier and Gibson respectively. Then it's Albuquerque, Mary, Lynn. Those are single-seater drivers that are coming over now in more and more numbers to the FIA World Endurance Championship. Ryan DL in 16th, Vitaly Petrov in 17th for the 37 BR01, and his teammate Michaela Leschen behind him with Ho Pin Tung on the back row of the Prototype 2 grid. Then the pro teams, the pro GTs led by the two Fords, Ollie Pla and Harry Tinknell, Sam Bird and Bruni in the two Ferraris with Nicky Thiem and Stanaway in the two Astons and Michael Christensen in the Porsche. Pedro Lamy and Emmanuel Collard are the front row of the AMS, and this is a very slow run. This is calculated by Audi. They must fancy their chances in the sprint. 6 hours on the clock. All of the red lights are on. This is torture. This is ramping up the pressure right from the start, and it looks like Mark Webber is right there with Ollie Jarvis. Ollie Jarvis looking to his left as he went past us. He's holding them all up, and we now go green, and we release the power and the hybrid energy down towards the first corner. Here comes the second Audi straight down the inside, trying to make up moves on the inside straight away, as there's a touch there, I think, between third and second, the Toyota and the Porsche, but a great start from Jarvis. He pulls away. One or two people having to take a wide exit out of turn 2, but a brilliant start from the 8. Ollie Jarvis controlled it. He knew exactly what the plan was, and he executed it.
Don't think he got out of first gear. They're in all the way down the front straight. Brilliant stuff from Ollie Jarvis. Knew exactly the capabilities of the number 8 car. Behind, though, it got very busy indeed between the second-placed Mark Webber-driven Porsche and one of the Toyotas. It's all sorted itself out now, but the second Porsche has made progress there. I think we've got a couple of places, John.
And the battle for the privateers is going to be very tight as well, as Toyota and Porsche change places back again. The
number 5 car.
That must have had a horrible start, the number 5 car, as he dropped down behind Romain Dumas. And Ben Trellier making the best start out of the top 6. He's up in the 3rd position, got by both of the Toyotas.
It was Alex Lynn, by the way, that had must have gone wide, because Alex Lynn, the number 45 car, which started about 4th or 5th on the grid, right the way to the back of the LMP2 pack, running wide out of turn 1, tricky turn 1. Here we come for the first time down this drag strip and remain straight. Way ahead is Ollie Jarvis. He's got a big gap from the number 1 Porsche, then the 7 Audi, 6 and 5 Toyotas close together, the number 2 Porsche close behind. We're aboard the 2 now, John.
Yeah, Alex Lane actually was closer to the back than the front, but he has lost position. You're absolutely right. The 2 Toyotas shuffled down behind Ben Trellier, Now, early doors, I know, first lap, but this is the nightmare scenario for Drivers' Championship leading Porsche number 2. Their closest competitors, albeit at a 37-point deficit, is the 8 car, and there's 5 cars between them at the moment. The start is under investigation.
We'll keep a look at that. One car that did make big progress, Vitaly Petrov, in the number 37 SMP racing car, 13th on the road now, was 17th on the grid. So in that melee in turn 1, Petrov seemed to take a great deal of advantage.
Just take a breath for a moment. The medical car peels off into the pit lane, not required on the first lap, thank goodness. The bright red Audi RS6 then will take its station at pit exit as the field stream through the 13th and 14th corners. The GT battle still has the 2 Fords in the hands of Harry Tinknell and Ollie Pla, 67 from 66, and that is a change around from how they started. So Tinknell's gone through as we've got a slow prototype.
That was one of the Alpines. It was 35 on 36. It's cars 4 and 13 under investigation, causing a collision. So that's the two. That is the 2 privateer LMP1s, the only 2 privateer LMP1s. It's Hope in Tongue that's had a bit of a moment. The number 35 car dropping back down through the GT field.
So not the championship leader.
No, may well not have actually progressed any further. We'll keep an eye on that car coming through. Also having made progress, Pedro Lamy is in amongst the GT pros, having got by the 77 Porsche from the start. Hope in Tongue has made it through to complete that lap, but he is almost at the back of the GT Pro field.
That record has gone on the first flying lap, 25.5. Ollie Jarvis breaks the record that has stood here since 2013, held by his teammate Andre Lotterer in LMP2, 32.3. Hasn't been broken yet, interestingly. So keep an eye on that one. That's Bertrand Bourget in the Morgan Nissan. In GTE, it's 38.6. Aston Martin is the record, and that as yet has not been broken. But 25.5, that record then has disappeared straight away, and I suspect that will go a little bit further down. We did get to the 23s in qualifying. Don't expect that in the race trim. Toyota in particular, and Audi very aggressive in race trim.
Already 2.2 seconds to the good. Ollie Jarvis, another lap record, 25.073 now. Jarvis is striding away, 2.5 seconds ahead now of Mark Webber, who's got Ben Treluet right in his wheel tracks.
1.2 seconds under the lap record for the leader.
And as I said, mark of the kind of pace. We're not 5 minutes into this race yet, John, and the gap already to the leading car in the LMP1 privateers is 18 seconds.
What's interesting to me is the LMP2 battle heads down towards the first corner, is that Ollie Jarvis is cleared off. This suggests to me that there is a definite strategy once again by the Audis. They were quick in the heat of the day at Kota, let's not forget, and the Porsches were not. And this is the hottest weather that we've had.
Remember, we're expecting that the temperature will dip, and probably quite dramatically towards the end of this race.
Last 2 hours perhaps of the race, it could come back to Porsche again. So Audi literally need to make hay while the sun is shining here. And Mark Webber at the moment holding up Ben Treluet. I say that in the nicest possible way. He's not exactly fighting a rearguard action at the moment. Aussie Grit holds on to second position, but they are losing touch with Ollie Jarvis, who at every single checkpoint is pulling away. And Jarvis comes through now, a 24.8 from Jarvis. And no one else in the 24s. He's 0.6 of a second quicker than anyone else on that lap, who are all doing their best lap. Is down the inside. Treluet locks it up into turn 1.
This
trying
is
to get through into second place.
This is drawing Kobayashi back into this battle, because whilst these guys are going very quickly, Kobayashi is catching them. Nakajima sets the fastest first sector of the race. That's where the Toyota does seem to be very strong indeed.
Nakajima is quick round here.
Absolutely epically quick round here. Kobayashi very quick too. But that's now become a 3-car battle for second place, John.
And in LMP2, We've still got Will Stevens leading by a second from Nico Lapierre, 26 from 36, Roberto Mary in the best of the manners. Watch that car. Mary's been good here. I've been impressed with him. Tinknell from Pla by 8/10 of a second in Pro, and in Am, Lamy from Ricky Taylor up into second place in the Corvette. Now action down the field as the number 31 ESM gets very close indeed. Was there a touch? There was not.
So that's
13 into 14 there.
That's the man who's been on a mission, Petrov, and onto the...
Yeah, and Ryan Diel and Johnny Kim both got past him at the end of that last lap, so they've both moved up. That's the 31 and the 42 car.
And Johnny Kane, therefore, must have lost some ground at the start.
Yeah, I think he was involved in that schmozzle.
Well, this is the end of lap 5, and on this lap, they are going to be in traffic.
And Ollie Jarvis does not set another lap record, a mere 24.9.
Crushing disappointment for Rally Sport.
Treluer now just about 8/10 of a second behind Webber as he crossed the line. Kaz Nakajima in 5th position, and then almost 2 seconds back to the number 2 car, and there's a change of position. That's Nakajima going through.
From Treluer.
So that's a new 3rd position. You see some, in the shots of the pitch, you'll see some artwork behind some of the pits. That was all done by local children that were here as part of their school curriculum on Friday. A number of local junior and high schools, some very young children as well from primary schools here, not as a jolly, in school time, using motor racing and the World Endurance Championship to illustrate parts of their school curriculum with art projects, arithmetic and science as well. Very close call under heavy braking at the Dunlop chicane there for Ben Treluer, with Kaz Nakajima in close attendance. He is the Audi meat and the Toyota bread at the moment in that sandwich, as Ollie Jarvis is on for another quick lap here, Graham.
He is indeed.
Comes through
traffic for him now
past us, and it's 26.1. He was held up in the final sector. Mark Webber is 2.8 seconds back in second place, then Kobayashi in 3rd. He's another 2.3 seconds further back, but half a second behind him is Ben Treluer, and 7/10 further back is the 5th place car, and that is the number 5 of Kaz Nakajima. Top 6 cars in 6 seconds, top 5 cars in 6 seconds, top 6 in 8.
It's been a very sensible start, as we said. I thought we might get to go 5 wide into that first corner, but that wasn't the case. But that was great race management and great start management from Oliver Jarvis there.
The next sound you hear, dear viewer, is me hitting Graham Goodwin with a katsu pork sandwich again.
We've got some trouble out the circuit. It's a yellow flag out to turns 10 and 12 briefly.
It's been taken in straight away, and this was the battle coming down to it, and this is the GTE Am battle with Pedro Lamy and Ricky Taylor duking it out. Aston Martin versus Chevrolet. Emmanuel Collard not too far behind for Ferrari. There is the Ferrari, in fact, with the traffic coming through. Do you see the Ferrari there has, yes, just about held on to it. Ben Barker in the Porsche in 4th position in GT from Joel Mathias and Pat Long.
Yeah, Kobayashi doing well in the traffic there, but doing very well in the traffic is Romain Dumas. He's now back with Nakajima.
Yes. Ollie Jarvis holds his gap. 127.30 to 127.38 at the head of the field, 8 from 1. And now the leaders coming through the GTE Pro battle, where Ollie Pla's just put the 66 Ford's fastest lap in. Absolutely put to the sword. The Ferrari by Kobayashi there, as he's carving his way past Sam Bird and Jimmy Brody. So next up will be the 2 Fords for that number 6 car. Turn 11, collision, 35 and 45. That's Alex Ling and Hope Bing Tung. Well, they've been adversaries for a while.
Yeah, it's Hope Bing Tung coming back. Kobayashi being very aggressive in traffic, but being successful in doing it. He is closing the gap on Mark Webber.
Here's our 4th place, number 7 Audi in behind the 2nd place GTE Pro car, that of Ollie Pla, who did a fine job of not getting embroiled in that. And now Harry Tinknell needs to keep his eyes on him. Look how the right-hand side of the Ford is loaded up, and then the left, and he goes onto the curb to allow the leaders through.
That turn 10, 11 complex, really tricky for traffic. That's where you can't see the car coming, John. There's not just, you've got the one line, if you like, for the LMP1 through that section. Not the same for the GT cars. They need to move about to actually get to their racing line, and we have seen trouble in previous years there before.
Well, the problem is there are so many lines through there, Graham, that if you're racing, you could slide out wide, a faster car can get down the inside, and you're both in each other's blind spot at that point. And really, at that moment, you're overtaken by smell. As the RGR 43 and the 44 go at it, and that is for 4th position, and Albuquerque goes through on Mary. And that was pretty decisive as well in the heavy braking area to turn number 10, the Dunlop chicane. Have another look at that. Just ahead of them there is the 30 of Giovinazzi. This is what it looks like from on board, comes out late. That used to go, well, there's still a straight on track there, used to sweep around to the right and then start to climb the hill.
So it's Will Stephens from Nico Lapierre, Antonio Giovinazzi, Felipe Albuquerque, Roberto Meri, Randiel and Johnny Kane in LMP2 is your running order.
And the start incident between the Rebellion and the CLM is NFA'd, no further action.
Ollie Jarvis now is 3.5 seconds to the good at the end of the last lap.
He's worked the traffic really nicely.
Now,
he has done a very good
pulled
job.
That gap out a bit more this time.
Passes us now. This is the end of lap number 9. 1:25.5. That's the fastest lap for a wee while. The flags wave as the Audi goes through. They'll be doing that for the next 5 hours and 47 minutes. It's 3.2 seconds with Kobayashi 2.7 further back from Webber in 3rd. 8, 1 and 6 are your leading 3. 6 seconds between them, and they're being stretched by the pace of Ollie Jarvis.
Absolutely. Very common sense approach to what we expect to be a close race. We've seen this before, John. Gaps build up.
Yeah.
And as they get deeper into the stints, the cars somehow just morph back in together into battling groups and battling pairs. We've already got a battling trio. That's for 4th position, is it? Ben Treluway is being tracked by Kaz Nakajima and Romain Dumas getting involved in that now.
Webber in 2nd position. What now is happening, Graham, is down in the pit boxes, everybody's running their numbers.
Absolutely.
Because they will have been hoping against hope that it all went well at that first corner, which it did. Nobody's had an issue early on. We're coming on to the completion of the first 10 laps. The data will be coming in. The fuel burn will be coming in. The temperature data from the circuit and from the air will all be being fed into the spreadsheets. And at this point, they'll know whether they are on target or woefully inadequate, because this is really the first time that we've seen these cars competing against each other this week. Yes, there's been qualifying, but people have different agendas in qualifying. Now this is about the race from now on. It's an obvious thing to say, really, but it is the way it works.
Kaz Nakajima looking to get on right on the rear end here of Ben Treluway, who has been struggling a little for, I think, the ultimate pace over the last couple of laps. Nakajima within a second of the rear of the number 7 Audi. Both know this place extremely well. There's another man on the left there in particular that knows this place well. Andre Lotra lives in Gatemba, just down the road, where most of the WC family are staying for this race weekend.
Yeah, in its environs at least. It is a tourist area, a couple of lovely lakes and resort areas around here.
Mount Fuji itself, of course, and the hot springs that go along with the volcanic region.
So Will Stephens now has pulled out 3.5 seconds at the head of LMP2. Here's the battle in GTE Pro. This is for 4th, and it's the AF Corsa, number 71. Sam Bird with Nicky Team in the 95 Aston Martin.
Going to get up the inside, can't do it there. There's been a balance performance change for the Pro Astons this time around. Slightly smaller restrictor, and a bit of a gurney on the back, rear wing of the Astons.
Love this track. Coming through.
Beautiful day.
Turn 7, this is turn 8 and 9 over the top of the brow, diving into the heavy braking area. He's there, but he can't get up the inside. Didn't look like he tried there. He's got the Dom Graheimer driven 13 Rebellion coming behind. I wonder if he's going to try and use the confusion that will be caused by Dom coming through. Now he needs to get right on the back of that car ahead of him, and he's done that. Almost ran into him, actually. And try and use that as some way of getting by. At the head of LMP2, the Nico Lapierre-Giovinazzi Albuquerque battle continues as the leaders are going through. There is Nico Lapierre in second, third is the yellow and red car, and fourth RGR with Philippe Albuquerque on board. So that is the battle, fourth position, and behind them there's a bit of a gap, 2.7 seconds to Roberto Meri in the first of the Manners.
Quick shot in the garage of the number 30 ESM KFC liveried car. Guido van der Garde making his 6-hour WEC racing debut, the ex-Formula 1 man.
Well, as is Giovinazzi, of course.
Indeed. And Sean Hill.
Yes, all of these guys are debutants in the series. Really good performance by them. Clearly gelled together. Normally used to fighting against each other.
Sean and Antonio both have competed in and won races in the Asia Le Mans Series and competed in the opening round of the European Le Mans Series too. Guido van der Garde, a full season entrant with the G-Drive squad in their ELMS campaign this year. Will go to the final round next weekend in Estoril, the chance of the title.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. Haven't been able to see ELMS race live this year.
It's a change. It's a change for second position for the GTM class.
Yes, Emmanuel Collard coming through on Ricky Taylor. Pedro Lamy some 4.5 seconds up the road from that battle for second now, so he's made his bid for freedom as well. Lamy driving as well as he ever has. I know we've said this year, but it is true, Graham. He's enjoying it. He's right on the pace, and he just seems to have found that rich vein of form.
Absolutely. That
we know he had a few years ago. I'm not saying he dropped off. I'm not saying he got to be a bad driver. You don't all of a sudden become a bad driver, but he seems to be enjoying it, and he's locked in to the car, to the team, and it seems, and I know it's not, but it seems effortless to him.
He just is in the form of his life, isn't he? Back down the main straight again on the end of lap 13. Ollie Jarvis, he has pulled out that gap, did a great job in traffic last time around, over 5 seconds last time through over Mark Webber. Now Webber comes by, 5.1 seconds, drops another 10th or so to Ollie Jarvis.
Kobayashi just closing in by 4/10 that time around. Here's the battle for fourth in GT Pro again, with Sam Bird and Nicky Thiem in close contention through the middle part of the circuit, through that lovely long right-handed 100R. The circuit corners that don't have names, like 8 and 9. 9 is 300R. That's the radius of the corner.
Absolutely right. So the opening laps of this race, John, saw the lap record, the overall lap record, LMP1, drop kicked out of the stadium.
Yes.
Several times by Oliver Jarvis as he made good his escape.
Yes, it was, let me remind you, in the 26s. It was 26.2. It's come down to 24.8.
Expecting something like about 35 laps on a full green stint for the Audis, and there's 37 laps for the Porsches and the Toyotas, but it won't necessarily be that for the first stint, of course, because we've had the
maybe take one off. You might take one off, possibly two. They won't push the envelope. Everybody's got to do a partial stint at the end of the race, and depending on who you are, that is something in the region of the mid to late 20s in terms of laps for Porsche, Toyota and Audi. Audi having the most to do and Porsche the least, is that right? Or Toyota the least?
I'll double check that. I was watching timing screens rather than listening to what you were saying.
Thank you. Roberto Meri and Ryan Dial having at it as they go across the start line.
So Pipo Derani, close to us, one of 3 drivers who will be driving an LMP1 car in the end of season test at Bahrain.
Talking about Giovinazzi, Pipo Derani is the second, and the third
is Gustavo Menezes
from the 36 Alpine.
It's, I think, going to be the Porsche leading 22 laps for the Splash, 24 for the Toyota, 29 for the Audi.
Yeah. So, as I said, mid to late 20s, with Audi being the worst off and Porsche being the best off. Oh, and in the background of that battle, there was a prototype going off Now, who was that? It was a minor off, coming out of the chicane complex at the bottom of the hill, the Dunlop chicane. This is the... Actually, no, it wasn't. That was 14 and 15, wasn't it? It was one of the Audis, wasn't it? Yes, it was. It was one of the Audis.
7 car.
It was the 7 car, and Kaz Nakajima will have closed up then as he goes through. Or did Treluer... What happened here? Right across the curb, and then
couldn't hold it to the
spears
outside.
off. Couldn't get the car straightened up. Treluer had gone through, hadn't he? And Nakajima, does Nakajima get him back here? No, not quite.
Right with him as he crossed the line.
Yes, massively, within a second.
It cost 3 seconds to the... Now it's happened.
It has happened. And there's a problem. There's a problem. There's a problem for the 7 car. Now, as running across that curb gave it an issue. This is terrible news for the Audi number 7.
Is it a slow puncture? Is it something more dramatic than that?
Slow puncture's a good call.
Has already lost another position to Romain Dumas. Ben Treluer down to 6th position for the number 7 car. It's squirming around, John.
Yeah, there's something not right with the Ben Treluer car. He hit the exit curb from the Dunlop chicane. Let's have a listen in, see what Treluer is saying to his team.
0-0. Okay, stand by.
Well, some kind of settings issue there. Let's have a listen to the car. They don't appear to be expecting him in, although they're putting the gloves on.
They're suiting up. Through goes Ollie Jarvis to complete his lap 16.
In terms of the Drivers' Championship, that's the right Audi to have a problem.
Correct.
In terms of the Manufacturers' Championship, Audi want both cars at the sharp end of the field.
They certainly do. The worst news for them is the number 2 car profited from that.
Yes, which doesn't help them in either chase. Well, hang on a second. Is it back to full health?
It's gone through to complete the lap.
No. Yeah, oh, nice, you're right.
He's gone through to complete the lap, but it was a much slower lap. 10 seconds off. 1:38.3. So are they just preparing for what is going to be required for that car?
Giovinazzi and Albuquerque having a fight down to turn 1 into the braking area. Albuquerque in the red car on the inside, the red and orange car on the outside cannot hold, and that was Nico Lapierre just ahead of them in the blue Alpine. This is shaping up to be a good battle. Giovinazzi having a look again into the Coca-Cola corner. More from Audi.
There's a strange noise, end of braking, spinning in the pedal. Okay, copy man. Strange noise, end of braking in the pedal.
Strange noise under braking. This is where it all went wrong. Well, that was earlier in the lap.
There was smoke from the rear of the Audi at that point.
That was where they lost the position. It went wrong at the end of the previous lap. Here's that battle we've been watching for 3rd position in LMP2. Louise Beckett is down at Audi. Louise, is there a state of readiness there?
Absolutely, the whole team are ready for Ben to come in.
Thanks, Lou. Looks like the dolly jacks are out as well down there. All right, this was a moment or two ago in that continuing battle. In fact, that is where the 43 went back through.
Pass, isn't it?
That's Albuquerque and Giovinazzi, so that's where Giovinazzi originally got through, and they've been battling ever since. And into the pit lane comes Ben Treluer. Very much not a standard stop. We'll keep an eye on this. Louise is down there. As he comes in, pulls in past Louise. Now they've got the hybrid kit out. Notice the protective gauntlets from the driver, from the mechanic there. They're not sure that that car's discharged, are they? And they're putting in the plug to discharge the car before they do anything. Driver is getting out of the car on the pit lane. This is very unusual, and he's got out of effectively the wrong side of the car there, hasn't he?
There's no driver ready to get into that car. Where are the dollies?
Before they're doing anything else, they're discharging it.
And there's the dollies ready to go. So that car is going into the garage.
It's going to drop a lap. Going to drop a lap. And now the battle for second is beginning to hot up. as the Mark Webber #1 has been gradually closed in on by Kamui Kobayashi. Now in third place ahead of Kaz Nakajima, so the two Toyotas have turned round.
Remember, a strange noise under braking. Could be braking, could be hybrid.
Well, could be regen, yes, absolutely. This is second, third and fourth in the LMP2 class, not the Ferrari, of course, the three prototypes. The blue car is second, the red car is third, and the yellow and red car is in fourth position as they go down towards the first corner.
Felipe Albuquerque doing an extraordinary job at the moment, has already gone by the 30 car, not giving that one up, of course.
No, that wasn't easy.
Up again, and but both of them in close contention now with Nico Lapierre, but ahead of this battling trio, Will Stevens is romping away at the moment, 5 seconds to the good. Remember, of course, what variation in chassis, these two cars, we can see there, the 43 and the 30, both Ligier chassis, an Orica chassis ahead, but another Orica chassis, all with an SMV8, of course, in this field. The 26 car, which has not won so far this year. Will Stevens standing in for Audi factory driver Rennie Rast in that car. Was on DTM duty this weekend.
Matt Gee pointing out, as we often gawk at the acceleration of the hybrids, but the braking is just as impressive. You're absolutely right, Matt. And trackside, it's even more remarkable, quite frankly. Well, this is something that we aren't used to seeing. Work going on apace on the pit lane.
Still,
and he's talking. The hand round the back there is operating the radio.
Correct.
And he's talking to the rest of the team. Louise is down there, but not interfering at the moment. That's quite correct. Battle for second place in LMP2, meanwhile, out on the track with Philippe Albuquerque looking for the draft. They're right over on the far right-hand side. That's fine. But now the blue car's got to stay there. He can't move when that happens. And Albuquerque goes to the outside. He's got his nose ahead for a moment. There was nothing between them as they went across the line. Now the cutback underneath and down the inside into two. He's got the position. Brilliant and absolutely superb and fair racing. But it looks like the Alpine hasn't given it up going into turn 3 and it's going to go off the track. They're both off the track. And here comes
Giovinazzi.
It's going to make it a three-way battle round the outside there. Is very brave indeed.
He's done it.
He has done it indeed. And he'll try for another one, but that is not the place to do. But watch the red car, now back in fourth position. He'll get a better run off 6, through 7, 8, 9. This is going to be the last of the lid break. Is down into Dunlop, which is the heavy braking area, already out from underneath the back of the KFC car, under braking. That's extraordinary battling. And it's as you were at the start of the lap. So they'll come across the line in exactly the same order as they did at the last lap. So you might look at the lap chart and think nothing happened. Far from it.
Great stuff. This has been what we've been used to from LMP1 for most this season. LMP2 guys decided on a crack. Imagine this lot next year with another 100 horsepower.
Well, if this is what single-seater drivers are going to bring to LMP2 from once their careers have stalled in GP2 and GP3, then bring it on, I say. Tell you what,
Mary's coming into
Mary's not that far back, yeah.
So Mary's coming back into this as well.
And there's a change. Kobayashi's got through into second.
Yes, absolutely.
Mark Webber has had to give up second to Kobayashi, and Nakajima is now 9 seconds further back. Maybe used his tyres a little hard in the early part of the race.
So now what can Kobayashi do about the leader?
Right, the gap now is 5.7 seconds. As Ollie Jarvis, I think, has been pacing himself in this middle part. His pace has dropped to a 26.5 last time around. Toyota flags waving as the crowd in front of us realise that Kamui Kobayashi, one of their great heroes, has gone through into second place ahead of Mark Webber, one of their great heroes.
Absolutely. 7 car, I should say, by the way, is at the garage now.
I think we should pop down to Louise, because although she hasn't been able to ask anybody, and it was down at the Dunlop chicane, by the way, that the second place changed. Lou, you're down at Audi number 7. The car's now in the pit garage, in the box itself. What can you tell us?
Yeah, you can really smell the brakes on it, more so than usual. And also there's liquid on the floor where the car's been in the box. It's not brake fluid or anything, it is water, but at the moment, obviously, I don't know if you can see the pictures, the whole team is scratching their head.
Oh dear. think the first thing they had to do was discharge the hybrid. That's what the guy with the black box was doing before they wanted to go to it.
That's gearbox at the front of that car.
Well, it's been an Achilles heel of a number of the LMP1 cars.
The number 2 Porsche had trouble earlier in the weekend, but that does not look like anything close to being. And his helmet's coming off for those guys. Well, okay, sorry, they're back in the garage, so of course they will be.
So now we're down to 1 Audi for the win, because the 7 car is out of it. And there's nothing that 7 car can do to help its teammate in the driver's battle. They've got to get that car back out, though, Graham, to get some points in the Manufacturers' Championship.
Correct. That's now the imperative for them. The race is gone for the 7.
Correct. And the good thing is that if they can get it out, then they can at least stem the tide. They've gone 5 laps down already, but they can still do enough to be categorised at the end of the race to be qualifying for points. They've just got to get that car out and start running some laps. Meantime, Mark Webber in 3rd position, Kai Nakajima 8.5 seconds further back in 4th. The leader is Ollie Jarvis and has pulled out to over 6 seconds the lead now. Audi, Toyota, Porsche, Rebellion, CLM is your top 7. Well, Graham. This has been a year where none of the top manufacturer teams have run completely reliably at any stage.
Absolutely right. But we've not yet had much of a wheel-to-wheel LMP1 battle to relish. But as a number of people on social media are commenting, including Good Morning Chris Whale, saying, is it good to see an elbows-out LMP2 battle? No contact, just great racing there.
Daniil says, weird to see the Audi engineer with the multimeter still in the case with the instruction sheets in the way of him using it. So here's the start. Some half an hour ago, Ollie Jarvis controlling, red lights go off. For a moment, I did think the 7 car was going to get through to join its teammate. Up into 4th place for a moment. Little touch between the 6 and the 1, I think.
Tiny touch. There was a bit of carbon fibre.
That was the 4 and the 13 that was looked at, with wheels on the dirt as well. Bit of a schmozzle at the head of LMP2 with the 26G drive car checking up on the exit of the first corner, and that's what put everyone else behind them off the track.
Johnny Kane struggling there. That's where I think we saw the problem for Alex Lynn at the start.
Oh, I tell you what, the Rebellion and the CLM had a fantastic run, didn't they? Side by side through Dunlop. I'm not sure that's been done before.
Messrs Kryhammer and Kaffer
enjoying themselves.
And that was the early move up the inside from number 6 Toyota on the 7 Audi, the car that's now in the garage, I'm afraid.
And no further action after the investigation on the race start. So everything so far that's been investigated, we believe, has been NFA'd. So Nico Lapierre has Philippe Albuquerque right up his tailpipes, the Alpine and the Nigier, 36 and 43. Giovinazzi's just dropped back a little bit and taking a watching break for a lap or 2. Very late on the brakes though, as the Toyota Gazoo racing car comes through that battle. Interesting decisions to be made by Alpine next year. They can't, of course, run in LMP2 as Alpine because it is a car manufacturer. And so they have to decide what they're doing. Hello to Luke Bell in Bathurst, an absolutely essential member of our team down there. Luke, wish you were here.
I think we know who Luke's going to be supporting this weekend.
Toyota. So 5 hours and 25 minutes still to go at Fuji. It's a very, very interesting first 30 minutes, Graham. 35 minutes now, and this battle still continues. Very respectful as well by everyone concerned. Good racing, good, sensible racing.
Really aggressive defence of his position from Nico Lapierre,
who's dropped 12.5 seconds back from Will Stevens, by the way, who leads for G-Drive.
In that defence, and because he's having to drive defensively, here we go, back on to the main...
side by side early. So now we've got the... Now, are we going to get a bit of side drafting here? Watch the red car. He'll try and squeeze. No, couldn't get it. Now drops back in behind. And now he will get the Aerodynamic advantage of being in the hole in the air made by the car ahead. Sweeps out a little bit earlier this time, but again, can't get it now. Last time he did the over and under and tried to get to the inside. We've got Giovinazzi still having a look at this, and again, the red car gets to the inside. That's Albuquerque, but the 36 holds the inside line for the next corner, Coca-Cola, which is a left-hander. This is brilliant stuff. They stayed on the track this time as well. Look at how they can pick their line, Graham. I'm terribly impressed that at such racing speeds that they can do that, but a little bit of aero push there. The understeer induced through the 100R and down in the braking area for turn 6 by the red car of Albuquerque being right up behind Nico Lapierre. It's cost him and he's had to defend, and the red and white car is the next car on the timing and scoring, and the car behind that is the next car. That's
Ryan
DL.
DL is going to get to this as well. This is going to be a 5-car battle for that position.
Second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Very soon indeed, and that's because Nico Lapierre is losing time in defence of this position.
He's doing a great job.
He's doing a fantastic job of it.
He's the championship leader. He wants to stay out there as much as he can. But what I don't think he'll do is put his championship lead at too much risk. I'm actually impressed at how stoutly he's defended already. Oh, watch this Porsche here.
Boom.
Those are fast cars, and they are dealt with in a trice.
Yep. Dispatched quicker than, well, certainly in our post office. Where Lapierre's going to have a potential issue here is if he does lose one position here, as we've got DL having a real look at Mary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Mary.
So this is a battle between a gaggle of Oreca's and Ligiers, all of which perform differently in different parts of the circuit.
I'm loving this.
The point it's going to make is he's going to leave himself exposed here if this goes on for too much longer, because if he loses one position, loses that rhythm, the others are close enough in contention that he could easily lose several positions. He's not in a position at the moment to challenge Will Stevens, who's romping away almost 13 seconds to the good now. That gap, John, over the last, 10 minutes has gone out by a further 6 or 7 seconds. Still it goes on.
Brilliant.
Albuquerque is the one being the more aggressive in attack at the moment.
Yep.
But he's finding that's a very wide
They've had a great season, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Yes.
I mean, the win at their home race, of course, absolutely fairy tale stuff. And great to see a genuine gentleman driver like Gonzalez with this team. And he's worked so hard. Now a little stumble there coming out of 16, and once again they'll go to the pit wall, and this time the yellow and red car follows them. Oh, much earlier out of the slipstream by Albuquerque. He's not got the ponies, you know, they have perfectly matched those cars. He's going to go back in again, and again he'll go to the outside. Oh, drive-through penalty for 45. Turn 11, lap 2, collision with the 35 car. So that is Alex Lynn on Hoping Tongue. That was the last of the things that was being investigated. And now through goes Albuquerque. He made it this time, got the overlap into turn 3. And finally, the decision goes to Philippe Albuquerque.
Bruno Senna, thumbs up in the garage there. He'll be enjoying that.
Now he should be able to clear off now. Confirmed from race control then about that penalty. So Alex Lynn down in 8th position. Just going to put him back out around about where Hoping is on the track. Drive through here costs you about 35 seconds in to out. It's 29 seconds in the pit lane, but you have to slow down and accelerate, and the speeds on the straight here are so great that you lose proportionately more here than you possibly would on a pit lane of the same size somewhere else.
Get gathering cloud over the mountains far away from us, John. No rain predicted.
No.
In answer to Andrew James on Twitter, but it's certainly thicker cloud cover than we've had actually since we arrived here on Thursday. Meantime, it's in the rear of this shot. Ryan DL is taking a look now.
Good spot, Graham.
It's another Ligier on Oreca battle. Ryan DL looking at the rear end at the moment, but like to see the side and then the front. His rear view mirror.
Well, he's got the right side, but look when he pulled out, he couldn't stay there. Had to go back into the slipstream. That 44 car clearly very slippery in a straight line.
The Orica is a very quick car in a straight line. The Ligier just does not seem to have that straight line speed.
Ryan DL earlier this week was out at an event in near Palm Springs, jumped on a plane on Wednesday morning to get here.
Morning to Fiona Miller back in the UK.
Morning, Faye.
Can't wait to see her back in FIWC action.
Glad to hear you on the mend. Good to see that you were on the mend last weekend.
Yeah, things have gone terribly wrong since she's been away. The mess she's going to get to see when she gets back. It's appalling.
Yeah, much missed in the paddock, Faye.
So I did say I wouldn't say that there, didn't I?
Great, you're in trouble now. We're not going to get lunch, you know that. Yeah, Faye would have been in her element watching this LMP2 battle, but she's tuned in on our international TV feed. Here's the side-by-side action from earlier on. Turn 1, that is. Actually, no, it isn't. My apologies.
That's the 474th time that they were side to side.
Yeah,
on the last 3 laps.
Actually, it was turn 1, and just look how he got a little bit more drive out the corner, exited turn 1 into turn 2, and was able to pull in front. Ollie Jarvis 6.7 seconds to the good, by the way, at the head of the race, as in
that's Alex Lynn.
Comes Alex Lynn to the pit lane. Dom Kreiheimer into the pit lane as well in an early stop. What's that? 29 laps. There or thereabouts. Pierre Caffer, I would expect to follow him in. They both run the same engine, of course.
So, driver change for Rebellion, I can see from our commentary position.
And Alex Lynn, Uppington has gone by.
That's not the drive-through. That is a pit stop for the 45.
All right, okay. And here is the number 4. Pierre Caffer lost a lot of ground there. About half a minute to Dom Kreiheimer, so he must have had an issue out on the circuit when they were having their battles early on. So here's how it stands with 30 laps into this, with Ollie Jarvis leading now by 7 seconds for Audi. Number 8 from Toyota. Number 6, Kamui Kobayashi in second, has 5.5 seconds on Mark Webber in the number 1 Porsche in third. Then it's another 9 seconds further back to Kaz Nakajima for the second of the Toyotas, and Porsche number 2 are championship leaders in the drivers' standings. Another 15 seconds further back. What games are being played here by that number 2 car? They're trying to save tyres, or they're trying to go longer on fuel. In from the lead of LMP2 comes G-Drive and Will Stevens.
Very, very good opening stint from Will Stevens, and it's, well, after a year when we saw this similar Formula Asbo in LMP2, lots of antisocial behaviour going on. It's been very clean and fantastic racing so far in the junior prototype class. Here in Fluis in the pits, it looks like Will Stevens is going to stay in that car. Away goes the number 4 car down at the other end of the pit lane. The number 45 car, meanwhile, is going under the dollies and is going to be going into the garage. So the number 45, the second of the Manor cars, is being wheeled into the garage. So a problem there for the second Manor Orica.
And it, of course, still has to do its drive-through.
It does. So troubles for the 45.
Okay, this is from Audi. Hybrid problems on the 7 car, trying to resolve it. 1 tyre's changed for the G-Drive. Excuse me, Louise is down there. She could probably see better. Louise?
Yeah, left front, I can see down here. I wasn't quite there to see, and they're just pulling one other out the back now, so I can see if that was front or left.
Okay, and that was for the 26 car, wasn't it?
Clean stop for the 26.
It's dropped all the way back to the back of the LMP2 field, though, taking that pit stop early. So it was left sides, we think, only on that car. That's interesting.
In meantime, they're going to come the battling 44 and 31 cars.
That's 4th and 5th there, Graham, coming into the pit lane. And behind them is the 42 of Johnny Kane. Along with Nicola Ventus.
Back into that battle.
2 Fords, by the way, have driven away from the GT Pro field They have 14 seconds on the rest, 2 seconds between them, and then 14 seconds further back Jimmy Bruni, who's 2 seconds ahead of Sam Bird. So 67 from 66. Then the two Ferraris, 51 from 71, and the Astons not able to match their pace. Best of them, Nicky Team, another 2 seconds further back from the battling Ferraris. They're just half a second apart. Nicky Team in the 95 Aston.
Latest stop is the 35, the Baxi DC Alpine that was in that incident with Alex Lynn at the start of the race. North of the 37 ahead, they'll be looking at Vitaly Petrov. They done some good ground at the start of the race, then drop back again. And a bit of a stall there for the 37, gets away now.
There goes Will Stevens, back into the lead of LMP2.
No,
yes.
No, it won't be.
Ah, well, when the others start.
Indeed.
The others stop, yeah.
In comes the first of the GTE Pro cars, meantime, for a routine stop. Jimmy Bruni in the 51 car.
So Albuquerque now leads by 2.1 seconds in LMP2, but owes a pit stop, as does Lapierre, Giovinacci and Aloshin.
Hearing from Lou down the pits, no sign of any damage whatsoever to the 35 car after the clash on lap 1. And look here, well, this is 71 and 50. Oh no, it was a hit at the back. It was a hit to the rear.
Sam Birdsey.
Oh dear.
Jimmy, I'm here. Now, here's the battle for the pit stops, because
and the
into
leader.
the pit lane, and the leader in as well. So the leaders from LMP2 and the leader overall of the race. This is Audi coming in on lap 33, Graham. Now, what are they going to do? Meantime, as Ollie comes to a halt, he's not getting out. Another one of those pressurised water bottles or drinks bottles from Progressive going into that car.
Tyres are critical here. What's going to happen on tyres? This is where
long time to fill.
Tyres are ready. They're taking a good look, and they are going to be tyres.
They were having a good look at the drive shafts at the front end of that car.
Out comes the 51 in the foreground there.
Let's keep an eye on the Audi, as we have already had Mark Webber and Kimi Kobayashi, of course, go through, but they owe us pit stops.
Toyota lead the race.
Yes, they do. Toyota lead at Fuji, and they'll be scored. In fact, they have been scored as a leader. Now, do they stay out, or do they come in and cover Audi off early on? Or will they go the extra couple of laps that we think they might be able to? Right, Louise was down at Audi. Louise, was the tyres there?
Yes, absolutely. They've changed a set of tyres. They look scrubbed or used, actually.
Thank you, Lou.
And through as the number 8 car emerges from the pits, just in the background.
When it comes out beside the Rebellion, and the Rebellion is in 6th position, so... And the Rebellion is... Actually, the Rebellion's a lap off the lead now.
It's already pitted.
Yes, of course he has, sorry.
But also on the pit straight.
Oh, now here's
on the 5 car.
Yeah, so this is straight away Nakajima into the pit lane. Webber's gone through. So split again from Toyota in their tactics.
This gives the team a chance to look at the tyres on the 5 car.
Good point. Now, what are we going to do here? Are they going to change tyres or not?
Driver change.
Well, if you change the driver, you normally change the tyres, so that's a bit...
Davidson getting in.
Nakajima, good first stint. In goes his seat insert. Important that he's nice and comfortable. Belt's going over the top of the shoulders, and make sure that goes onto your hands device, because if it doesn't, A, it's very uncomfortable, and B, it's not doing you any good.
Yeah, and Davidson, the least tall of the drivers in that car. Let's remember this.
Right, here's Webber then. Now, will Webber stay out and be... Or will he be in? I think Webber might be in this time. Kobayashi. Where is Kobayashi? He's on the front straight now. 7 seconds ahead of this car. Kobayashi...
In the lane.
In the lane. And just failing to put the 8 car a lap down. Ollie Jarvis was about 50 metres in front of him. So that's really interesting of how long it takes you to do a pit stop here. You could easily lose a lap with a fumble. Now, does the 6 car take tyres? And where's Webber? Webber's gone through. Porsche lead. So the top 3 manufacturers have all led. And there's a driver change here as well.
It's a marginally quicker pit stop time we would have expected for Toyota, but they've taken tyres, I think, John.
Audi led from Paul. Toyota led on the pit stops, and now Porsche with their fuel allowance and the equalisation of technology with the smaller engine, they go longer. Not necessarily because the car's any more efficient, but the way the balance of performance works out. Mike Conway, that's been strapped in to the number 6 car.
They're taking tyres on the Toyotas.
Right, well, that is something we were watching out for to see if they would try and double stint the tyres early on. I think the heat here might have made it less possible for them to double stint the driver and the tyres. Already wins for the Porsche team throughout the season as the 6 car is running.
Where we go.
Now, where does he come out? Here comes the 8 car. It's going to be close at the end of the pit lane. Look to the right-hand side for the number 8 of Ollie Jarvis. And the Toyota's got out ahead of him, but can he hold on to it? As Jarvis comes round, that is the battle for the lead. So Audi was again hampered by their fill rate in the pit lane as Mark Webber comes in out of the lead.
Straight
and
by.
There is the battle.
That's straight by Ollie Jarvis.
Had to do that, Graham. Had to do that. Had to pounce early. Couldn't allow the Toyota to get track position. I wonder if that was a bit of a short fill from Toyota to try and get the track position. Here comes Webber out of the lead on the pit stop. And Webber is out. It's Brennan. That's Timor, yes.
And in comes the 2 car as well as this is happening.
Oh, 2 Porsches together. 30 seconds back from their teammates, though. Well, that was 7 seconds, that lead from Audi.
Which is a second difference in the pit stop time.
So it must have been an outlap issue.
Here's the pass. Marginally bought by the Ford. But
no, that was a great pass and good driving from both Mike Conway. So Ollie Jarvis leads again when he comes round. Unless, how quick in the turnaround, Webber? Oh, Webber's out now, sorry, Timo. So where is the Porsche? Still sitting in the pit lane is the answer. You keep a look to the right as we're waiting for Jarvis to come around. As one is rolling, Jarvis and Conway have gone through, and Timo Bernard will drop back into 3rd position, maybe 4th position. Here's Anthony Davidson coming down the front straight. The leaders have already gone through. Louise is down in the pit lane, has been watching these pit stops.
There goes Dumas.
It's Jarvis from Conway, from Timo Bernard, then Andy Davidson. Louise, you watched that. Everybody changed tyres. Jarvis stayed in, everyone else changed. What do you reckon?
I'm going to put it out there that the number 8 are using their quali tyres now.
Right. Okay.
But I'll find out.
Right. So getting rid of one of the sets of tyres that was used in qualifying.
Not a lot in the pit stop times that time around. The quickest, actually, John, was number 5 Toyota, 1:21 in the pit lane.
So where did the 8 car lose? It must have been on its in lap or its out lap.
Absolutely.
It must have been the out lap.
Traffic or struggling with
heat in tyres.
Indeed.
But he's straight down to 26 seconds now, Ollie Jarvis.
Or maybe that's the tactic, bringing the tyres in gently. Is this the point at which they try something? Well, so Audi from Toyota and Porsche, 1, 2, 3. It is 6.8 seconds the gap between the 3, 0.6 seconds the 1, 2, and that's the battle for the lead of this race. 55 minutes in, first pit stop's done. Audi back to the front, but all 3 factory teams have led this race in the first hour.
Yeah, that's true, they have.
Meantime, with all the LMP2 stops done, it's the Manor car, number 44 car, Roberto Merri, is up into 2nd position. Now that will be, they've not taken tyres. They've taken a quick stop, under a minute for Roberto Merri in the pit lane. It's brought in within 3.5 seconds of Will Stevens, and it's the Stracker car up into 3rd position. So Stevens from Merri from Kane as we watch this lead battle. Nose to tail, Mike Conway getting a sniff.
Very long stop by the 36 Alpine to get Stefan Rakelmi in.
They were the only crew at the top. No, sorry, apart from the 27, I think, changed drivers, didn't they?
Well, 31 did as well. Chris Cummins is in there as well. That was a 120, so they're probably taking tyres. There is your battle for your lead. Conway in 2nd. And Jarvis not able to shake the number 6 Toyota. And at the moment it's Audi, Toyota, Porsche, but the wrong Porsche as far as the World Championship for drivers is concerned. Then Davidson. And Davidson will come through in a moment. There's 7-8 seconds between the top 3. And then another 11 seconds back to Davidson. Neil Janney now behind the wheel of the number 2, the championship leading car, who've had 0 luck this year. Remember the big news in the first hour. The number 7, Ben Trellier driven Audi, still in the pit lane with hybrid problems on the front end of that car. And
not a lot of work going on the front of that car.
They've got to keep trying to get that car out. They've got to keep trying. If Manufacturers' Championship is anywhere in their grasp, they've got to keep doing it.
Absolutely, and this is where the battle really matters at the moment, though. Lead of the race, still in the hands of Oliver Jarvis, been in the car from the start. It's number 66 Ford pits now.
You watch that, and I'll run down what's happened in LMP2. It is still Will Stevens leading from Roberto Meri in second, 26.44, then Johnny Kane and the 27 of Mikhail Aloshin in 4th position. Let's find out what's going on at Audi. Here's Dr. Ulrich with Louise.
Well, Dr. Ulrich, we can see the 7 in the garage. We've seen you talking to everybody within the team. What is the issue, do you know?
Yeah, there is a problem on the hybrid system. It looks as if the MGU, that means the motor generator unit, is broken. What we try to do now is to put the front axle drive out and try to run just with the propulsion engine so that we can collect some points, because the hybrid system we can't repair anymore.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness,
that's big drama.
That is huge drama.
But that shows, John, that shows why, how important this is to get that car back out. That's a massive, massive change.
We saw the Porsche, didn't we, at Spa, running with practically none or no hybrid drive to try and get some points. That was very interesting, but they're going to have to physically remove part of the front axle to make that work. Second of the Fords comes in, it's the leading car. And Louise, tyre news from Audi, were you right?
Yes, I was. I'm very impressed with myself on that one. The number 8 have gone out on their qualifying tyres now.
Thank you.
It's only what we expect from them, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Utter correctness all the time.
Andy Priaulx about to jump into the 67. It's a 2-driver team for the rest of the year. Marino Franchitti has been co-opted into trying to get the development of the street car back on track. Running a bit late at the moment, that one. Where are we now? October. Must be
due any time.
Yeah.
First of the road cars.
September, I think, was the original date.
October. Yeah. In comes the leader from GTE, and Pedro Lamy, with a near 8-second advantage over Manu Collard, but the number 98 Aston Martin is in the lane. Ollie Jarvis beginning to just edge out away from his fellow Englishman. Englishman, first, second, and third at the moment. Fourth, rather. It's the famous Irishman Tim O'Bernard in the 3rd place.
Yeah, Timo. Porsche have got an issue, haven't they, with Mark Webber deciding to hang up the race boots at the end of the year, because they have got a lot of very worthy drivers that they could call on internally. Do they take the opportunity to shake up the 2 cars completely? Do they mix up the current squads and bring someone in from the GT programme, which has worked so well with them before? They've got Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy and various other people. Le Mans winners in prototype, exactly. Not exactly without a bit of pedigree. Do they go for another big name driver? There are people out there from Formula 1 and other areas of the sport who
other areas of the sport are available.
Yeah, who would be seduced by the Porsche name, let's be honest.
Let's wait and see. I think for me, you stick with what you know, and you've got drivers of quality within the family as we're into the second hour of the race now, John, and we're beginning to get GT stops in multiple.
Aston Martin's just gone through, and I think that was Paul Dalla Lana, and there's damage to the left rear corner of the diffuser on the 98 car. It was hanging low.
At the moment, of course, Aston Martin leading GTE Pro with the 2 Fords having made those stops. Nicky Team has gone through into the lead. It's actually an Aston Martin 1-2 just now, because the second of the Ferraris has come in as well.
Do you know, for a moment I thought that was another Ford coming in there. That number 63 Ferrari in the red, white and blue. Just the way the sun was shining on it there, I thought it was a stop, but it wasn't.
Well, Mano Carlo, the 83, stops from the lead of GTM with the stop for the 98 just a lap ago. Meantime, this is fourth, fifth. So a real shake-up, wasn't it? With
massive shake-up.
Various.
Oh, look at that down the inside, Raquelme. Now, see, that was so hard for Albuquerque to pull that off. He spent lap after lap, and now Gonzalez is passed first time down the front straight, indicator flashing from the 36 car.
Carlos Gonzalez driving very well indeed this season.
Gonzalez has been one of my drivers of the year this year. Be surprised if he doesn't win the Gentleman Driver of the Year this year.
I think that's a good call.
Absolutely stunning. Proper silver driver. And not only has he had the stresses and strains of being a silver driver in a very competitive Pro-Am category, as the 95 comes
from the lead.
No, that's fine in the back. But he's also done the race as well, hasn't he? Promoted the race in Mexico.
Absolutely.
Very easy for Raquelme.
Addition to
the car is super quick in a straight line.
Keep an eye out for the 98 when it comes by, see what we can see. Still bright sunshine here, by the way, across the whole of the circuit.
And just a note, by the way, that the 78 Porsche with Joel Camathias behind the wheel is now leading but owes us a stop. And Ollie Jarvis has broken the resolve of Mike Conway for a moment and has edged out the 1 3/4 seconds of a lead, just enough to keep him away from the back of his car. So at the head of the field, Audi, Toyota, Porsche, 8, 6 and 1 are separated by 10 seconds. Then there's 13 seconds back to Andy Davidson and another 21 seconds back to the Drivers' Championship leading number 2. 44 seconds off the leader now, that number 2 car. And that's getting, I mean, that's more than a drive through the pit lane at the moment. Are they trying? They cannot save a pit stop, they can't.
No. Last of the routine stoppers is on pit road now. That's the number 78 KCMG car.
Out of first position, as we were mentioning. Mike Conway battling through traffic and is having to go around the Simon Trevor-driven CLM. Ooh. Well, there is the 98 car. No, that looks fine. I'll take that back then in that case. It is so different at the back from the Pro cars because the diffuser sticks up quite a lot. Let's have a listen to what Mike Conway is being told or is talking about in Toyota Gazoo number 6.
Mike, we expect the Audi to have a bit more drag in the next lap, so they should come back to us. It's the same on the first team.
Okay, I've got this here as well.
Yeah. Well, they've obviously worked out down at Toyota Gazoo Racing that the Audi, as Louis spotted, went onto a set of used tyres that had some use during the qualifying session, and they expect them to come back to them towards the end of this stint. But it seems, it does seem that they can, that they've got to a little bit of an understeer as well. Graham, you are quizzing about what might happen with the, questioning about what might happen with the number 7.
Yeah, well, I think we get a number of questions on Twitter about removal or running without the MGU. I think when he said running without it, he meant running without the power from it, not removing it from the car.
Well, no, you can't because of the weight.
Yes.
Yeah, unless you ballast it to do. I think what they might do is they might try and disconnect the drive shafts, and you might lose the drive shafts. But the problem there is going to be, how do you stop the thing when it's...
Well, the other issue is the braking.
Well, that's what I mean. How do you stop
it?
How do you stop it? Because there's such a huge amount of the braking efficiency comes from the regen, the electric motors turning into electric brakes. Right, let's hear more from Mike. He's struggling with understeer.
Yeah, Mike, we could try Alpha 79 to reduce a bit understeer. on motor priority. He's doing a good job, Mike. He's doing a good job. Continue like this.
Now he's just punched past those two LMP2 cars, which is Stefan Rakelmi and Mikhail Aloshin in 5th and 6th position, and through goes the Audi, through goes Mike Conway.
What it was going to make of that braking efficiency, John, is to spool back the experience that the Nissan team had with a package that clearly relied very heavily on hybrid drive, that then couldn't run with that, and then found themselves in all sorts of braking troubles because the braking system on that car was designed around hybrid system it didn't have. And it's exactly the kind of problem that you might well find with the Audi now. It's designed to run as a package.
Correct. And so you're actually now going to need bigger front discs,
which you can't do.
You know, basically, the lap time's going to be massively compromised by the fact that you've lost 500 or 600 horsepower, and your lap time's going to be massively compromised by the fact that you've lost probably somewhere near a third of your braking efficiency.
At least a third of your braking efficiency. And beyond that, you could start to find yourself in braking trouble in terms of the kind of heat dissipation from the system you've got.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's going to be... I'll be impressed if they get that to run.
I'll be impressed if they get it to the end. Very impressed.
I'll be impressed if they get it to run, Graham. And if they get it to run, will they be able to get it at anywhere near a competitive pace that is safe out on the circuit?
Well, we'll see. We'll soon see.
If anybody can do it, it's the Yost Audi team. So the 45 of Alex Lynn's been in the pits for a little while, and Louise Beckett has been down to speak to Graham Loudon and the guys. What's the news, Lou?
Yeah, just spoke to Graham, and he said it's an electrical problem, but they're still trying to work it out, and he used the phrase a bit frustrating.
Being a lad from Newcastle, there might have been a couple of other choice words in there as well. And remember, that car hasn't been out for a wee while. That is the car, that is the chassis that wasn't taking part in all of the races, but now will be in the championship till the end of the year.
The championship till the year. I believe Alex Lynn will remain aboard that car. Tor Graves, great to see him back. Great to see him back in the car. Can see from here and confirmed by Lou, thank you Lou, that Alex is still in the car. So he's being a very patient lad at the moment. Super young lad, Alex Lynn, by the way. And great to see his dad back in LMP action just a couple of weekends ago in the UK, the new prototype series in LMP3.
His dad raced at Le Mans, didn't he?
His dad did race in Le Mans in a GT Ferrari, but he's in modern LMP so that he can learn better the skill set he needs to race his historic Group C cars, would you believe? That's a change.
Yeah, that's a change of position there. The third is going through now, driven by Guido van der Gaard.
Yeah.
And that was Vitaly Petrov, who was losing his position. They're battling for the last running car in LMP2 at the moment.
Well, van der Gaard has been learning his trade in LMP racing in the LMS this year, in for the last 3 of these WEC races, and he's not one to chicken out of an overtaking position. Showed it there, fighting back up the order. Long pit stop for them though.
Big crowd on hand for the 7th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship at Fuji. Audi on pole position, with all 3 manufacturers represented in the top 3 positions, and the smallest time gap ever between the 3 manufacturers since we've gone to this format of qualifying. So the big crowd were expecting something special early on, and they got it. Ollie Jarvis holding red lights out, and the number 8 Audi jumping away in the lead, with Mark Webber unable to fight back. The 2 Toyotas very quick early on, and also Ben Trellier coming through in the second of the Audis. The number 7 car almost got through into second position at the start of the race. The 2 privateer cars have been locked together all weekend, a little too close at turn 1, no action taken there by the stewards. And the front of the LMP2 field shaken up as well by a little bit of a wide start by one of the front row starters. The LMP2 battle in the first hour has been unbelievably close, as is the privateer battle. Paint has been traded a couple of times, but ultimately the number 4 would fall off the pace and is now nearly a minute behind the 13 Rebellion that holds down 6th position overall. The big news of the first hour, Ben Treluer in the Audi number 7 with issues under braking that have been traced to a MGU, the mechanical generation unit at the front of the car. The Just Audi mechanics still in the pits. They have now lost a huge amount of time, some 30 laps to the leader. And it will be some time before that car comes out. Whilst that car was stationary in the pits, all of the 3 manufacturers took a turn at the front of the field. Audi from pole, then Toyota under pit stops, and then Porsche with their superior fuel allowance going a little bit further into the race. While that was going on, LMP2 lit the blue touch paper. Will Stevens out in front for the 26G Drive Orica team. But the battle for second down to 6th in line astern for most of the first hour. And Philippe Albuquerque battling with the championship leading number 36 Alpine and finally getting the job done and going through. Well, by the end of the first hour and the first pit stops, Roberto Meri for Manor would be up into 2nd position. And in fact, Graham, the Manor guys have had a really split day to day because their 45 car is in the pit lane with those electrical problems. The 44 is up into 2nd now and only 7 seconds away from Will Stevens in the lead. And it's been a big story this afternoon, LMP2, not just because of the fantastic battling you just described, John, but actually what's been happening on the pit road. We're just chasing up what I think might be a bit of a story for one of the cars that was on the lead group just now, but the comparison in pit stop time shows that we've got teams taking tyres, team going fuel only, teams with difficulties. The gaps between the pit stop times first time around go from 59 seconds, which was the 35 car that had that problem early on with the clash with the 45, and also for Roberto Meri's 44 car, but 1 minute and 47 seconds for the number 30 car. That's the KFC sponsored Tequila Patron ESM car. They must have had a problem on pit road with something. So driver changes for some, tyre changes for some, fuel only for some others. Massive mix-up in the LMP2 field with the pit stops. Number 1, Timo Bernhard in 3rd position at the moment. In the AM category of GT, Paul Dall'Anna leads by nearly 10 seconds from Francois Perrodo in 2nd in the Ferrari, 98 from 83. And it's Yamagishi in 3rd position for Chevy Corvette, but he's nearly 40 seconds further back. In Pro, the 2 Porsches have driven a... 2 Porsches? Why do I call them the Porsches this weekend? I don't know why. 67 and 66 Fords, with now Andy Priou and Stefan Muka at the wheel, have pulled away. There's 2 seconds between them, and then 13.5 seconds back to the best of the Ferraris, which is James Collado in the 51 car. Davide Rigon now 8 seconds behind. They were very close together before. And then it's Marco Sorensen at the wheel of the 95 car from Darren Turner in 97. Louise has found out some news on that long pit stop for the number 30. Guido van der Garde working his way back through the field. 147 doesn't sound like everything went okay for them in the pit stop.
No, absolutely not. And the team are all talking at the moment. They had a starter issue with it and the car power cycle as well, which they are still looking into and chatting about.
Oh dear, don't like the sound of that. That sounds like that might happen every time they come into the pit lane.
Which it's cost them a minute, almost a minute, John. Certainly a good almost 30 seconds to other cars that would have taken a full service and dropped them from effectively the battle for 2nd position to the battle for the last of the runners at pace out on track. Guido van der Garde lapping very quickly indeed at the moment. In fact, amongst the quickest of all in LMP2 just now, but not in ultimate contention for the overall positions just now, so that'll be frustrating for that team. Meantime though, Will Stevens, what a cracking start to the race he's actually had.
And he stayed in, of course. Ollie Jarvis and Will Stevens stayed in, both leading their respective categories, LMP2 and LMP1. And pretty much everyone else, I think, has had a driver change. Did Mary start for the 44 car? And don't think he did. Oh yes he did. Roberto Meri stayed in, so there you go. And Johnny Kane stayed in. Yeah. So people who've stayed in generally have done better. I mean, in the LMP2 case, I think that they're probably still on their first set of tyres, but
well, certainly Roberto Meri definitely is, because they did a 59-second pit stop. Will Stevens, it was 1 minute and 10. Johnny Kane, 1 minute and 7.
Will Stevens, we think, only took 2 tyres, remember, the left-hand side.
That's exactly as Lou described it. Completely forgot that, so apologies, Lou. She got that one absolutely nailed. So it is around strategy, tyre wear. It's going to depend as well on what compound they actually started on as well, I'm sure.
Here are the 2 cars from the same garage, but effectively 2 different concerns this weekend. Certainly 2 very different colour schemes. ESM running both of these cars, the 2 Ligiers. Chris Cumming, one of the usual drivers. Guido van der Garde, one of the new drivers to the end of the season in that Ligier.
Canadian plays Dutchman, and gentleman driver plays very professional driver. And Guido van der Garde, great addition to the sports car racing community this year. He's loving it.
Oh, not round the outside, surely, yes. Well, that required a little bit of playing fair by Chris there.
I think he'll have got the message. That's effectively the team car, albeit a very different structure, and be welcome news, I'm sure, for the ESM team.
Yes, they don't want those 2 trading paints, do they?
Most certainly don't, because it will look messy.
Good drive early on by
Red,
Ryan.
yellow, green and black, yeah.
Good drive early on by Ryan DL in the 30 car. Was right in the mix there when we had second down to, well, 6th position, all battling together. Let's go a little bit further up the LMP2 field, where Gila Lushan is having a scrap again with the 43 car, and it's Ricardo Gonzalez who refuses to let that 27 car get away from him. There is Bruno Senna yet to get in that 43 car.
He does like put his thumbs up, doesn't he?
He does like his thumbs up. Oh, he's done thumbs down as well, of course,
did he?
a couple of times, hasn't he? When there's been a bit of argy and, if you will, bargy.
Training to be a Roman emperor there. We have seen a P2 car on pit lane, by the way.
37 cars been in twice.
Yeah, and that, I think, was a driver change as well as a full tyre change for that car. So whether or not they tried to double stint those tyres and had a problem, but Victor Scheitar now aboard the 37 car. Doesn't change position because it was
that
back
was Vitaly
in
Petrov who started that
so
car.
definitely, so Petrov got out of the car. It was an early second stop for that car.
So we're at the 7th round of the 2016 season of the World Endurance Championship. Graham Goodwin, Louise Beckett and me, John Hindhoff, watching the action at Specutainment, at DSC Editor. For those of you who want to get in touch with us here at the booth trackside, we are right on the finish line, which has been moved back towards the final corner by 16, 17 inches maybe. Not sure why that is, but it has been.
Questions, by the way, about how is it that with petrol engines and an 8 megajoule hybrid system that the Porsches and the Toyotas pit on different laps? The answer is fuel efficiency. It's as simple as that. It's about overall efficiency, apologies. It's the mix between how they deploy their petrol engine power and their hybrid power. But that's just the way that is. It's obviously different for the Audi with a
There
diesel
is a sliding scale of engine size and fuel allowance, and therefore fuel fill time.
Equivalency of technology.
And fuel, how much you're allowed to put in the tank. And it's not all the same for all the cars. The Audi has the biggest capacity engine, so it has the least amount of fuel going into it, and it takes the longest amount of time.
Indeed. In the classes, by the
they're
way,
using less energy recovery. It's a very complicated set, which you don't need to know about. The 86 cars going around, and that is Mike Wainwright, but that was at the exit of one of the slow corners. I think that was turn 6, Graham. So just a quick flash of it there. Across the line, Mike Conway. I'm reminded, as and it's a fair point actually, that there's only half a point between the 6 car and the 8 car in the championship standings, and therefore that point between first and second is very, very important indeed for those drivers. And I still think we might get a situation where Toyota get a good result here. Their drivers are still in with a chance in that 6 car of the Drivers' Championship. And with the 2 other manufacturers still battling over the Manufacturer Championship, there are scenarios in the last races that could hand the Drivers' Championship to Toyota.
Absolutely, it's been a talking point for the last couple of races, hasn't it, as things have actually eked out, because as we said, John, fortune levels across the factory teams have varied dramatically. This, though, is, well, let's call it a battle, because they're very close together. It's the 2 Fords, almost a formation race at the moment from 4 GTs here. We haven't seen this before. It's the 67 Ford. It's Andy Priaulx leading Stefan Mucker. Been like this from the very start. Let's go down and have a word with Luis has a word with Harry Tincknell, Andy Priaulx's co-driver in the leading
Harry, we
67.
expected quite a lot of action at the start of the race. Not too bad, it was fairly clean and it worked out for you.
Yeah, it was all got a bit jumbled up at the start. The P2 cars and P1 cars went, then stopped, and then went again. So it was all a bit mixed up, but my row was slightly ahead, so I just took the advantage into turn 1. After the first lap, once it all settled down with the P2s, we were just able to just settle into it and pull away. We knew at the start we had to play it safe. This is a great opportunity for us this weekend. The first time we've been truly competitive, I think, since Le Mans. And once we could get our heads down, we started to pull away and pull the gap to the Ferraris.
So how are the Fords going to play this one out?
Yeah, I think it's a good track for us. The long straight and the high-speed corners definitely suit our car. It's kind of similar to Mons, certainly the first 2 sectors. And the boys have been working super hard on the pit stops as an all-round team. I think we've upped our game this weekend. And it's super close out there. Still only 1-2 seconds between us, but we're just going to keep pushing, and hopefully at the end of the race we can battle it out between us.
Thank you, Harry.
There's a mark of the level of dominance. That's a happy Harry Tincknell. Level of dominance. The 2 Fords, as you can see there, half a second or so apart, but they are what now, 18 seconds up the road?
They've gone.
From the 2 Ferraris, 51 at the moment ahead of the 71. Those 2, 9 seconds apart, then a further 9 seconds back before we get the first of the 2 Aston Martins. So it does go to show that actually, unusually, John, we've got them lapping in team formation at the moment.
Yes. Confirmed, by the way, that it was lapped traffic on the outlap for Ollie that caused the problem, as we've got side-by-side LMP2 action.
That's
SMP again in 5th position, and Gonzalez again in the RGR Sport car. Now he's got a flick in behind now, which he does. Listen, the revs go up, and now down the inside. That's a brilliant manoeuvre, and he's pulled it off. Can he get it stopped? He might not be able to. Drags it across to the right-hand side. Here comes Aloshin, the side-by-side, but the red car is in the better position. Oh, a little bit of rubbing there. It coming into turn 3, and Gonzalez backs out of it, and I think that's smart.
In fact, Aleshin, who, by the way, back in this car, or back with the team, I believe now for the end to the end of the season, almost gone to the back of the Aston Martin, trying to keep his track position to make that happen. So it was all very close to a close-run stuff indeed for the first part of that lap. But it's the Russian driver in the Russian car that comes out ahead of the Mexican in the Mexican back car.
Yeah, true enough. True enough.
There is Mikhail Aleshin, rejoins S&P Racing, and with Nick Manasian and Maurizio Mediani in the 27. It's just given Carlos Gonzalez a moment or 2 to think about where things stand in this battle.
Goes to number 6 in 2nd place. Ollie Jarvis now 3.5 seconds up the road. There goes the number 1 of Timo Bernhard. That's another 10 seconds. One thing that we haven't asked the question, and I'm not sure that Louise will want to, and I'll understand if she doesn't, is what's going on with the number 2 car? Because it's... Louise, I can see you're hanging around outside the number 2 garage. Have you plucked up the courage to find out what's going on there?
You must have your eyes on me, because I was just making my way over tentatively, so I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you very much, Miss
Edging
B.
away sideways down the pit lane towards them slowly, so you didn't notice.
Yeah, very much so. check the leader as well when he comes
Yes,
round next time.
I've just seen that message. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll see whether or not something's been pointed out to us on Twitter. Thank you, Carl Hall.
Eyes
we can have a look and see if you're right.
More battling between Gonzalez. And in fact, that was the replay of turn 1. What happened here? So Gonzalez comes out into the middle of the road. That's fine.
That was Gonzalez moving.
Yeah, it was. Right, where's the leader? Coming through any second now. And need to look at that from the opposite side of the car.
Out comes, by the way, the 45
Oh,
car.
right, this is Alex Lynn's car that's been in there for quite some time and has now dropped some 32 laps to the overall leader. So there is the leader, Ollie Jarvis. As he turns in here, you'll see one red light on the side of the car.
No, there isn't on the other side. There is on that side. There is on the right-hand side of the car. There is not.
I'm not sure about that. See it again as he comes in. There is.
Yes, it is.
So his
I can see why you'd have thought that. I can see exactly why you'd have thought that. There is there's an oddity about the colour contrast as it turns through. It looks as if it's off. It's not. There is a leader light on both sides of that car.
Sides of that car. That's completely
there you go.
fine.
Thank you very much.
And that is our leader. 3.4 seconds is the lead at the moment. It's been a good run for Ollie. He's been in the car since the beginning of the race. Was terribly disappointed at Mexico to have the hub failure, the bearing failure on the left front of the car, just as he got into it. They were absolutely on the right strategy, on the right tyres, the Michelin treadless intermediates. And effectively he has led since the start, only having given up the lead, Graham, when he was in the pit lane getting service.
Very impressive double stints at the moment from Oliver Jarvis, and I think driving better than we've ever seen Oliver drive, certainly in the LMP1 days of his career.
LMP2 lap record was a 32.3, and what I can't do is check that quite easily from here, but I'm sure somebody on the collective will have a quick look through the timing for me. 32.3 is the LMP2 lap record, for those who are asking.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll try to get back to you on that as soon as we possibly can.
Hello to Kyle Hall in Daytona.
It was Kyle who had the spot on potential issue with the leader light.
Yeah,
very much appreciate the thought.
No, we can't watch everything at the same time. That's why we put ourselves in the hands of what we call a collective wisdom. And they are everywhere. 45 on his out lap is off and back on again.
And he's in the back in the pits.
By the way, who took the car out and has come straight back in again.
And he's going. He's taking
the drive-through, of course, that they had for contact early on with Hope in Tongue, wasn't it? So 90 minutes have elapsed of the 6 hours, and it is a 6-hour race. Expecting, if we stay green, let's have a quick listen to what's being said to Timo Bernhard at the moment.
Okay, Timo, we're sharp on 36.8 laps. We're trying to look for the 0.2. So if you can, in the last sector, do a bit of save when you hit traffic. But we can't lose any time. We can't lose any time.
That's Carl.
That's how Carl Wilson Clark there was the voice of reason and calm in Timo Bernhard and our ears there. That's how close they are monitoring, and that's how much information's going backwards and forwards. So whilst the driver is pushing buttons, working hybrid, working out how it's going, and by the way, at speeds of over 180, 190 miles an hour, passing cars, making sure he's in the right place on the track, he's now being told another spin. Oh, 2 cars involved here.
It's Porsche.
It's the 80, I think it's the 88 and the,
it is the 88.
86. That's Khaled El Khabaisi.
That was
coming out of the pits.
Position. No, it wasn't for
coming into turn 1.
It wasn't for position. It was actually into turn 1.
Coming into turn 1, and Khabaisi coming down the inside of Wainwright. Look just at the. Oh, he's locked it up completely.
That was Khaled.
Oh dear, Khaled.
There was looking to see if he could do it on the braking. Was no way was that on, I'm afraid, Khaled.
And there was a lot of very, very well placed cars in there. All 4 wheels locked up. Mike Wainwright, the innocent party, turns around there.
And lucky not to collect on the Fords there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Khaled is in the pit lane exit. Has he got damage or is he okay? Oh, actually did very well to get out the way there. I think that car might be all right. It was a brush contact. That is the Timo Bernhard. Let's finish off what we were talking about. Timo Bernhard as he screams past. Can't afford to lose time. We've heard that before from a Porsche number one to a Porsche number one driver, and it ended up actually with Brendan Hartley tripping over the other car involved in that accident, the 86 at Silverstone.
So basically, keep up your speed.
Yeah, but save fuel. Save 0.2
of a lap of fuel.
A lap of fuel before you come in next time.
Because they'd like to make that extra lap. They're looking for whatever margin they can find. That is, it's exactly as you said, John, that the margins that we're looking for here to get a strategic advantage at some point in this race.
Tenths of seconds and tenths of laps. Victor Scheitar had problems earlier on. We've got someone going slow.
It's the 88 car's in trouble again.
Yeah, he's
been
gone
off
wide.
the track. Now he went well wide and has, I think
he's got a puncture. He's got a left front puncture on that car from the contact, and that's why he understeered off coming out of the 100R. Meantime, Johnny Kane has got Stefan Rakelmi up his tailpipes. It was Rakelmi, by the way, not the Ford, Graham, that was right in that incident.
There was a Ford to his immediate left-hand side.
So we had the leader of the second place car in GT Pro, the leader of the championship in LMP2, all coming on that accident at the same time.
Screams of anguish all the way down the pit lane, I'm sure, during that.
Yes, where they saw the onboards. Because they all watch their own onboards, of course, as you can on the FIA WEC app. Section of onboards there. And into the pit lane comes the 44 car. This is out of second place. Roberto Meri starts the second round of pit stops for the LMP2. Meri will get out this time, and does. So Johnny Kane. So this battle then that we were watching, Johnny Kane and Rakelmi, as Rakelmi's gone through past Kane and in down to second position.
Wow.
So the
great
Stracker Gibson only just missing being scored a second position there.
Well, great stint from Stefan Rakelmi. He's driven effectively through the field as the Manor car for a good double stint on those tyres.
New set going on there. It was down into turn one where Rakelmi was able to drive around the outside of the Gibson. Into the pit lane comes the stricken 88 car. Do you know what? I don't think it was a puncture. I think it may have been suspension damage on the left front there. It looks like those tyres have still got air in them. 86 and 88 under investigation, causing a collision in turn one.
Well, if anybody's at fault there, I'm afraid it was number 88.
There's no malice there. That was
no.
That was just a little bit over-ambitious.
He was looking to see whether or not the move could have been made. The leader in LMP2, by the way, now running down pit lane. So
I think that left front wheel that Luis is standing near to on that Porsche is going to be sort of wobbling all over the place. Luis?
Yeah, I can confirm that. Exactly that.
And the car being wheeled back into the garage. So, unfortunately, Khaled Al-Kabaiti's try for a positional change has ended with the car in the garage. Mike Wainwright, by the way, seems to have been able to carry on regardless. Leader in the LMP2 class is Will Stevens after that double stint, and an excellent double stint from Will Stevens. Now on pit road, I would guess, is now getting out of that car. So Stefan Rakelmi now takes the lead of LMP2 for a while.
Yeah, but only 1.5 seconds away from Johnny Kane. And so that's very important that they're getting these extra laps in, Graham.
Yep, and a 2016 champion already getting aboard the 26 car with Alex Brundle climbing aboard the 26. And he won the LMP3 championship in the European Le Mans Series just a couple of weeks ago.
With United Autosport. That might be Roman Rusinov that's got in. Let's wait till he gets out. It is Roman Rusinov. Just saw the helmet from the straight ahead camera there and confirmed as he went through the timing now. So saving Alex Brundle then for the middle stint. Our leader, by the way, has pulled out almost 4 seconds now on the Toyota in second place. Timo Bernhard now 14 seconds back. Neil Jarney 49 seconds away from the leader, so he's lost 5 seconds since the last time that we mentioned that. And still, I mean, look, he's not doing anything wrong out there, but he's not been able to do anything about any of the cars ahead. Johnny Koenig from second position. That'll make Nick Leventis feel a lot better.
Absolutely.
Luca Di Grassi is the next driver into the number 8 car after Ollie Jarvis completes his double stint. LMP2, tremendous battle.
Has been from the start, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
And what's going to add spice to this, John, is the fact that some of these teams are employing completely different tactics.
Yeah,
in terms of
tyres.
Tyres, particularly drivers as well. We're getting into something of the battle of the ranks than professional drivers, which should bring that back towards the 36 car. The ace in their hole very often has been Gustavo Menezes as a silver rank driver. Another of the 3 drivers in this race that will be getting a chance in a factory LMP1 at the rookie tests post-season finale in Bahrain next month.
Just to say to Ozfreak, the lap record from the media guide that you have there of a 1:25.6 was not in the race, so that's oh sorry, it was in 50. Yeah, that's gone anyway, so that's a 25.8 now. I don't think some of those are race lap records, if I'm honest. Side-by-side action in LMP2. And again, it's the 30 car, been at the head of a lot of action.
It's a battle for second place this now. It's the battle for second place in Class OK. We've got some
pit stop due.
And Gonzalez actually...
Oh, there's going to be a tangle here if they've got to keep their eyes open. Very, very close. For a moment, we almost had 4 abreast going across the start-finish line as through went Timo Bernhard. And down the inside, Van der Gaard's got the position in turn 1.
Oh, and checks up in front of the Ford. Almost collects the Ford behind as he goes for his line through the corner.
I think that was Andy Priol, wasn't it?
That's the second car, I think. I think that's the second car through. Mucker, I think.
There is the 43, Gonzalez.
So the LMP2 pit stop round is well underway.
Big shake after the first one, Graham. Let's see what happens here. Chris Cummins coming in the 31 ESM. That's in its normal colours. The 30 Guido van der Gaard in the new colours this weekend. As in comes the 35 as well. That's Hopin Tung in the Alpine.
Van der Gaard well away now. That's them going past the 67. It was the 66 that almost got tied up in this battle. It's providing great entertainment. LMP2 at the moment, isn't it? It has been for the last hour and 40 minutes.
All changed next year, of course.
Yeah, new chassis, new engines.
The new engine.
As in comes the leader.
Here's that battle from a moment or two ago, Graham.
Watch the Ford.
I was so worried that Van der Gaard was just going to pull out at the inappropriate time. Now watch the Ford and the red, white and blue car. He has a think about it, but then thinks better of it.
And almost collected by Aston Martin.
Yes, he nearly gets tailgated. Luca Di Grassi with the Brazilian colour helmet on the far side of the car. Stands ready. New drinks bottle going into the pressurised drink system.
Top 3 in LMP2, all on pit road at the moment. Stefan McElmy, Guido van der Gaard and Mikael Elishin, all on pit road behind this car.
So we've got Toyota back at the head of the field this time. Mike Conway. Lou will be watching the tyres for us. I think that might be a new set of Michelins going on for the Brazilian. And Mike Conway's got to push now. He's got 2 more laps. And he's got to try and make some time in the traffic if he can. Andy Davidson has also gone through into second place. So close to dropping a lap here, you know.
Here comes the 8.
Grassi 122, that's a tyre stop. Guys at the head of the field are metronomic in their pit stops, aren't
Absolutely. We saw changes this season to equalise the fuel fill time. That seems to have done very effectively indeed. Still time to go, as we can see the number 7 car to the right of the picture. We went to that shot, still there as the team. They're very pleased indeed with that stop.
Yes, as well they should be.
Replay of this. Now what are we looking at? Oh, that's because it almost... Now...
Unsafe release?
That's a question mark. Let's see. Mike Conway, for the moment, leads the race. Timo Bernhard, who's being asked to stretch the fuel envelope just a little. Second place, 11 seconds
we'll
back.
Find out next
Toyota.
time around if Timo comes in or doesn't come in.
Yeah, we're a lap apart before, so it should be 2, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Here comes the 8.
How about Mike Conway with a 26.3 last time? And in fact, before that, he did a sub-26 on the in-lap for Audi. So he's up the ante a little bit. So this is... He might as well be side by side with the Audi at the moment because he's pushing that hard. What he's trying to do is get out, and they were very close in getting out of the pit lane in front of the Audi last time. In fact, they did get out in front. It wasn't enough on the tyres that weren't warm. Now, is this where Toyota double stints the tyres and leaves on the hot tyres?
Well, let's wait and see. This could be one of the defining factors in this race. They're close enough. Yes, we've got margins here. As down the pit lane comes number 5. That's exactly as it went last time.
Correct.
With the number 5 coming in just ahead of the 6. Of course, one of the things here is...
Where's Bernhard?
If you've got lolly laps plus 0.2, it doesn't matter. You've actually just got that margin of fuel to use. If you've got 0.8, you've got to go into fuel-saving mode.
Yes, but without losing time, as you heard. And Davison out. So
stinting drivers
for the 5.
They are. And get Sebastian Buemi.
Now they're looking at those tyres. There's a set of new Michelin. Well, there's a set of Michelins there. I can't see whether they're new or not. I think they might send that car.
They've been used. They're not shiny.
They haven't got the silver sheen. No, they're going to change. They're going to change both sides. So that's a 4 tyre stop.
Now, you'd have thought if they were going to risk it, they'd have risked it on this car and not the car that's in most contention, wouldn't you?
Well, he is the Luca Di Grassi Audi, which has to push now as well.
Or do you do it to get the track position?
Well, there's your question. And that's why I'd never be a team manager. Timo Bernhard should be in next time around. Let's find out from Ollie Jarvis what it was like out there. Excellent double stint, held on to the lead from pole position.
Ollie Jarvis coming in from a great stint for the first 2 rounds. How is it out there, and is it all down to what you can get out of those tyres?
Yeah, I mean, car felt really good, so really pleased with that double stint. I think, as we can see, it's already really close. I mean, the Toyota jumped us in the pits. I managed to get them back into turn 3, but I think what we're going to see is the race maybe come to them a little bit more as the race progresses and the temperature drops. So we've got to give it everything if we want to win this race. That's what we're doing at the moment. But I think you're going to see the 3 manufacturers by the end of the race, the 6 hours, it's going to be a second rather than, it's going to come down to every 10th of a second.
Thanks, Ollie.
I think we agree with him. It's going to be very close call indeed between the 3 factory teams. And this is where those margins, we're talking about this a little earlier with the fuel saving. 7, it's being pushed back out on the pit road as the 6 comes in from the lead with Mike Conway. Now, a critical moment here is this the point at which they throw the dice and try something on tyre call. Here's a 7.
Yeah, now this is a car that's going to be running without any front MGU. So this is a voyage of discovery in all of the things that they have tried or not tried. I'll guarantee you they've not done this. As they go out now, here's the 6. Conway stays in the car. Tyres ready. They look new, but they have to wait. Timo Bernhard's gone through and leads the race on the extra fuel. And does he get one more or two more? That's the question. Still waiting. Where's the Audi? Oh, spinning the wheels almost as it went away.
Fuel low, copy. Acknowledge, and stay out one more.
That was a moment or two ago, so that was one more. This is the one that he's on. Look to the right-hand side. Where is the Audi? It's going to be close again. And the Audi's just gone through the picture and going through turn 1. There he is, coming through turn 2 now. And Luca Di Grassi is back in the lead of the motor race when Timo Bernhard pits. So far, it's working for Audi, but my goodness, it's tight. And into the pit lane comes Timo. So it was one more than the Toyota. Only one more than the Toyota.
And 2 seconds lost by Audi in that pit stop to both the Toyotas, in fact. 1 minute 20 for both of the Toyota TS050s, 1:22 for the sole remaining Audi running at pace.
Well, at pace, yeah. Marcel Fessler is out of the pit lane. 43.9 in the middle sector. He's not even as quick as a GT car in the middle sector on his outlap. And in fact, here comes the number 2, Neil Jani. Briefly, Porsche had a 1-2. And still, this number 2 car, that was an extra, no, that was the same lap for Jani, but still 33 seconds behind their team car. So a tank of fuel, Phil, behind their team car, that grip.
Yeah, and time was lost, wasn't it, early on in the race by the number 2 car.
They're just gradually falling away. They've never made any of it back. They haven't lost another chunk, but they haven't made any of it back.
Lead gap is down to 4.5 seconds. Di Grassi to Conway. Conway stayed aboard the car.
That's gone out, hasn't it, since the fuel stop? So that must have been a good couple of opening laps out of the pits. It was just on 3 seconds. And Audi lost a couple of seconds in the pits. So that is down to Di Grassi. Absolutely flying.
So that's a reversal of fortunes from the first time around.
Right now, they are used Michelins that's going on the number 2 car. And Louise saying they look to be scrubbed on both of those, so possibly the quali tyres being used or reused there. Remember, the number 2 car used 3 sets of tyres in qualifying. All of the other manufacturers at the front of the field only used 2. If you run down of what's happening in LMP2 in a moment, I just want to see what's going on at the head of the field, and we'll give you a little bit of an update with just on 10 minutes or so to go to the end of the second hour and the first third of the race completed in super quick time. In GTE, Paul Dall'Anna leads by 22 seconds to Francois Perraudot. The Aston Martin chugging along nicely there at the behest of the affable Canadian. Yamagishi in 3rd position in the Corvette, so 98, 83 and 50 in GTE AM. In Pro, 67, 66 Fords have now nearly 30 seconds of a gap on the rest of the field, led by the 51 Ferrari, which is 6 seconds away from its teammate, and then the 2 Astons are running in team formation there, 95 and 97, another 10 and 23 seconds back, respectively. LMP2, Roman Rusinov, 35-1 last time around for him. He has got 5 seconds in hand over Stefan McKelvey, who stayed in the 36 Alpine. 34-6 for Stefan. Richard Bradley has climbed aboard the 44 Manor. He's another 6.5 seconds further back, so 26, 36, 44. And Ricardo Gonzalez stays in the number 43 Ligier. That's the dark red RGR sports car. And he is another 9 seconds further back with Lewis Williamson in the Gibson of Straka, the 42 car, right on his tail and going through Coca-Cola Corner at the moment. That is the battle for 5th position. Check that, 4th and 5th position. 1, 2, 3. 4th and 5th position, yes, in LMP2.
But watching Richard Bradley in the number 44 car, he's catching both of the lead cars in LMP2 at the moment. The 44 car will be, I believe, double stinting tyres throughout the race. So Richard Bradley pushing on into the 33s last time against the 34s for Riquelme, and the 35s for Rusinov last time around. The gap first to third is around 11 seconds at the moment, but coming down sector by sector with Bradley pushing hard.
And a mental note here, actually write it down if you're at home, I'll ask this later. Marcel Vesler, 32.1 last time around, and that is still faster than the LMP1 of Matteo Tuccia.
Yes.
32.2 last time around, and a 33.8 for Simon Trummer in the 4. Oh, now this is nice and close as well, with another car coming through again.
It's the 7. That is the 7 car going by the LMP2 cars. So that's how quick a hobbled factory
That was a 32.1 that time around. So what you'll see is Vesler will get down to a time and then he'll just stick to it. That's an extraordinary thing for those guys to do, to get that car out there. There's a change of position.
Oh, big switch
slide
up from Magida van der Garde. This is again Gonzalez fending off van der Garde. Had actually taken the position at the end of that lap.
Yeah, and then has lost it again. 36 Alpine leading the Drivers' Championship. Second in the race so far. Here's Nico Lapierre with Louise.
Well, Nick Lapierre has just been saying it's a good race out there, but you didn't look happy when that pit stop came, when Riquelme came in. What were you shaking your head at?
Yeah, we had a bit of a misunderstanding in the team and we lost a bit of time because the car 35 was stopped just in front of us. So we lost the lead because we were potentially leading the race, but that's part of the race. I mean, the car is looking okay now. The first stint was a bit difficult. We had a nice battle with RGR. And we will see. It's a very tight race, to be honest. It will be very close between the first 4 or 5 LMP2 cars, so very exciting right now.
As you just said, we've got additions to the LMP2 category this race, so it's close out there.
Yeah, the level is going up and up in the LMP2 championship, so it's nice, but we have to fight for every 10, so we have to be really focused.
Thank you.
Dominant leaders in the championship in LMP2 for the number 36 car is absolutely right. I think it's one of the best LMP2 races we've seen in the WEC since its inauguration back in 2012. Great field, 11 cars, and barely a weak one amongst them. As wide goes the 36 car. It was looking to get track position on, and where's the 44 car behind? Right with him. That's allowed Richard Bradley to get onto terms. That's the red and white car. Looking to get back around the Ford, but gets caught behind the 2 GT cars. Just got away with that, Stefan Riquelme. It's not a very nice moment at all. Up front, though, it's Roman Rusinov. He's 10 seconds ahead now of Stefan Riquelme. It's lost time, the 36 car, on this particular lap. The blue and white car we just caught a glimpse of in the background there is the other car, the 35 car, which is rather further down the field. But this gaggle of cars, this is the second place battle for LMP2, just going out a shot there, and that's Bradley going up the inside and looking to get that position. They come through Panasonic, he does it. Richard Bradley in the number 44 Manor car, up into second position, 9th overall, with the sister 45 there in the background. That's the car that suffered electrical problems in the early part of the race. It's also had that drive-through penalty, contact with the 35 on lap 1. Of course, the Fords both involved there, and is that going to change again? Riquelme goes up the inside. Is it the over and under though? Has Bradley got the better position for the exit of the corner? He does.
Well, we're going to have to be very careful here. This is very fast, and the 36 car with 2 wheels on the grass there, Graham. And I think does the right thing there, because you've got the championship to think about here.
That's exactly the point I was going to make, John, which is they are, at this stage, they need to stay in contention, they need to be keeping scoring points, not losing huge numbers of points. They can, at this stage of the championship, though, afford to be fairly conservative, whereas the likes of Manor, who have not had a great season with those braking issues they suffered throughout the season to this point, or the last race when there was a change of braking supplier for the Orica cars, can't afford that luxury. In fact, the 45 car takes back one of the laps lost as Shinji Nakano goes by the 36 car. Through again, though, comes the Audi. Number 7 car, meanwhile, Marcel Fesler into the 130.5s now. That's pretty good stuff.
He's learning how to drive it.
Absolutely.
We saw this from the Porsche at Spa, was lapping quicker than the P1 privateer cars. The issue is going to be managing the brakes for the next 3 hours, 4 hours,
like
excuse me.
We said, I think, when we heard from Dr. Ulrich what the plan was, that's the issue. That is going to be the issue. It's braking, cooling, it's all of those things.
There's nothing to stop them changing the brake discs.
No, absolutely nothing to stop that as long as they get that car home. What we don't know is how easy it is to change the brake discs on that car.
You don't tend to plan for that now on P1.
Certainly not in a 6-hour race. In fact, in any race,
you'd still have quick change brakes.
You would hope so.
And you know, it's so far back now. It's about just getting to the end. It is. Let me see. 55 laps down.
Change there, by the way, for third position in GTM, and that's Christian Ried in the blue and white 78 KCMG Porsche, getting ahead of Yamagishi in the very yellow and black Labra Corvette. Great to have that variety. There you go. That is the tribute board to Hitoshi Kaneko-san, part of the Labra competition family, who sadly we lost in the immediate aftermath of the Kota race. Sudden death for Kaneko-san at the funeral last week in France.
Andrew H has done some quick sums, and the 7 can afford to do 136s to qualify for points.
Okay. That's very quick sums.
240 laps is what we're predicting.
For an old green race.
Yeah.
Which it has been, of course, so far.
Oh.
I did say that loud, didn't I?
Right, go and run up Mount Fuji.
Sorry, yeah. 3 laps round it, isn't it, for this one?
I think so. Coming down to the first third of the race gone, and Audi are having what can only be described as a split race. Not in tactics, but in fortunes. Luca Di Grassi has just been slowed down that last lap and lost a couple of seconds to Mike Conway. Pulled out over 5.5 seconds. But hitting traffic there, Sean Galil is ready to get into that number 30.
It's the man who's brought this effort together.
So Di Grassi leads, Audi from Toyota, Mike Conway on the second of 2 stints, one would expect. Brendan Hartley fresh into the number 1 Porsche in 3rd position. Seb Buemi fresh into the 5 Toyota, another 14.5 seconds back in 5th position. And Neil Jarney in that number 2 Porsche, now 51 seconds away from the lead.
Absolutely.
They are falling gently away from the lead in that championship leading car. It's not a disaster, this, Graham.
Is at the end of this season, John, is an issue like they've had for the 7 Audi going to be the factor, or a major factor, in the championship win for Porsche?
Well, Mark Webber brought a car home in Bahrain.
In his rucksack, basically.
That should have stopped 90 minutes before the end. And somehow, between Mark and the engineers, he got that car home. It virtually wouldn't drive to Parc Fermé. They just about got it into Parc Fermé. The car was so crooked by the end of it. And that won those drivers the World Championship. Mark would never have got into that if it had been that bad in his former employ. And he did a double stint in the end. It's awesome stuff. But we might yet see that again in Bahrain, which is notoriously hard on cars.
Absolutely. And again, we don't know yet. Yes, it's going to be warm, but we don't know how warm. We've seen, haven't we, all sorts of dramas befalling these really complicated cars.
Well, that's Marcel Fesler is out there to gain points for 6th position for Audi's championship.
Absolutely.
In terms of the manufacturers. That's what he's doing now, and that's what the number 7 car will be doing for the rest of the race. Extremely extraordinary, isn't it? We are going to go down. I think we are going to go down, not just to the last 12 hours of racing after this, not just to the last 6 hours of racing in Bahrain. I think we could literally, as we did last year, go down to the last hour and a half or hour of racing.
Yeah, after the extraordinary stuff we've seen throughout this season, John, who bet against it? Who would bet against that? LMP2 for me, though, so far is extraordinary, this race. It's been great. And a really, really good stint from Ricardo Gonzalez here, fending off Guido van der Garde. That's 5th place at the moment, 5th and 6th. Identical mechanical packages, both Ligier JSP2s, both Nissan engines. This is the overall classification as we go into the 3rd hour of the race. Audi, the number 8, 82 laps, 3.5 seconds ahead of the number 6 Toyota Gazoo racing car. Mike Conway ahead of the wheel of that car. It's Lucas de Grassi aboard the
in the
Audi.
In LMP, it's Rusinov from Bradley from Raquelmi, 26.44 from 36. 2 Fords in Pro, and it's the Aston Martin of Paul Dalla the 98. Now 26 seconds ahead of Francois Perotto in the 83 Ferrari. And Stefan Mucker starts the next round of GTE Pro pit stops. Oh, big grab of the brakes into turn 1.
Oh, and off
by the
Gonzalez.
number 43 of Ricardo Gonzalez. Oh, was that a downshift? It might have been a back brake lock under down, or back wheels lock under downshift there. That's cost him the hard-earned position. And some. He's dropped in the order of 5 or 6 seconds there. Already back on it though, and gaining back a second or so with traffic slowing down the bright yellow and red Guido van der Garde's 30 car, and he's pulled that back to a couple of seconds, and it might be less than that by the time they come across the line. Yeah, 1.9. So get that downshift right, wait. Just at the end of the curve. Slightly concerned look and a raise of the eyebrows from Bruno Senna, yet to get in that car. Your turn next, Bruno. Luca Di Grassi freed of traffic, straight back down to the 27 4s, but Mike Conway in a very, very good outing for Toyota, 27.4. 27.428 for the leader, 27.432 for second. There is Andy Priaulx, second of the Fords coming in. That's a single stint for him as the taller figure of Harry Tinknell somehow finds his way into the driving seat of the 67 Ford. Just a quick note that Brendan Hartley is just dragging himself back a little bit to the leaders at the moment. As, trouble for the AER by Collars team. Trummer at the wheel. It's coming out of turn 3. Yep. And has he got it going? He just needs to get it to that off-road on the left-hand side. Looks like something maybe has locked up behind him. There's a big...
Recycled, he's gone through a power cycle.
Graham, there's a big skid mark behind him there. Looks like something may have locked up on one side. Double yellows, he's got it fired. Come on, keep it green, keep it green. He's nearly there. Get it on the starter motor, roll it forward and then bump it, come on. Lights are out, he's still recycling. This is a smart move here by the 30 team, if they've just seen that. And the 31, excuse me. Because they might get in and out if we're about to go yellow. It's that car's seen. Oh, great stuff. He's got it running. He has got it running. I think that engine died on him and locked up the rear wheels, Graham. I really do. And I hope he can get that round.
It looked like one rear wheel, though.
Yes, that's a bit of a worry. Oh, somebody's clobbered the
that was very early in the race. I think that might have been where the 88 car had its problem.
Yes, you're right. Absolutely right. More side-by-side action there as Lewis Williamson's getting involved.
GTM leader in the pit road, Paul Dell'Arna.
Super stint. Held a 30-second lead for pretty much all of that. Lewis Williamson, by the way, has just gone by Stefan Riquelme. That's a pretty decent scalp for him.
Absolutely.
But I think Riquelme playing that longer game, Graham, is doing exactly the right thing.
It's all about retaining a decent point score here against their nearest title rivals. And we'll see how that one pans out when we get to the latter stages of the race. I think Paul Dell'Arna stayed aboard that car, didn't he?
I think that might have just been... No, new set times going on. There is the Christian Reed-driven Porsche, which is now in second position. That's because Rui Aguas is now in the 83 and Pierre Rags is now in the 50. So that Porsche of Christian Reed owes us a pit stop there, Graham.
Indeed. We're into those GT pit stops now. 77 Porsche is latest in.
That's Christian Reed. He might not be scored as the leader, you know. Here he comes now on the start-finish lane. I don't think he's going to be, because the 98 car is gone. He's going to stay out.
That's a mark of the progress, isn't it, over the last stint?
Matthias Lauda did get into the 98 car, Graham. And there is Ricardo Gonzalez finally getting out of the 43, the RGR Sport Ligier. 10 and a half seconds between Rusinov and Bradley at the head of the field, 26 from 44. No love lost between those two. If that gets down closer, that could be very interesting indeed.
Latest pit stopper in GT Pro from the lead, in fact, is number 71 Ferrari, Davide Rigon. Brings the car in. Obviously, we've seen the Fords pit a little earlier.
So Marcus Sorensen will go through and lead for Aston Martin, and in fact that was the noise you heard in the background going through there now. But that car again required to do a pit stop shortly or risk being stranded on the circuit without fuel. There is the 95, the Dane Trip.
Actually an Aston Martin 1-2 just at present on pit stop.
Now as Darren Turner goes past us, yeah.
Seeing Harry Tinknell fold himself into that car. It's kind of Harry Garmy, isn't it? Trying to get him in there.
If somebody had to lift him out, it would be Harry Carey. De Grassi leads by 3 seconds. Honestly, I can go lower than you on the punnage. You do not want to start this.
Yeah, there's certainly that one.
3 seconds now, the gap, and a 25.7 last time around. De Grassi picks up the pace again. It's been so frustrating for Mike Conway. He's driving the wheels off that Toyota Gazoo Racing 6 car in second position. Now there was a few cars have been assessed for pit lane speeding. Here's the first. It is Rui Aguas in the 83 Ferrari that is running in second place effectively in AM at the moment, and it's a 35-second stop and go.
That's a big penalty.
They must have been well over it.
It's a 20-second stop go for the 30 car.
And that is Guido van der Garde. There was one more car in that. We'll see that come up in a moment, I'm sure, because this is, by the way, this is all on a sliding scale of how far over the limit you are.
To which the answer was lots by the look of it. So the 35-second stop go for 83 will likely see that car certainly risk losing its third place at the moment in the running to the Marlboro Corvette.
The question is, do they have to do that now, or can they do it on the end of the next pit stop?
No, it's a 35-second stop go. They've got to preserve the stop and the run down the pit lane,
which is going to lose them another 35 seconds.
Correct.
So that's more than half. That's a lap. They're going to lose a lap.
They're going to lose about a minute.
70 seconds.
In terms of clear running, they're going to lose about a minute because they don't lose that whole time because, of course, they're still moving down pit lane.
Okay.
But certainly that's a risk. In terms of what that's going to do to the 30 car, let's have a quick look as we look at the second place. In fact, both the Aston Martins, Pro Aston Martins on pit road. It's a drive-through for the 44 as well as the third car. That's the second place car in LMP2.
That's a big mistake for those guys. Just when Richard Bradley's starting to close in on Roman Rusinov.
It will also, by the way, lose a place for the number 30 car on pace. Back into the lead, therefore, of GT Pro comes the Fords. Harry Tinknell now 7 seconds to the good from Olivier Pla. That came courtesy of a longer pit stop for the 66 car.
And a run across the grass there for the 67 of Harry Tingle, just taking a slightly unconventional line. Di Grassi 293.5 through the trap last time around. And his teammate
264, 30 kilometres an hour difference.
Yeah, but that depends what happens to Fessler coming out of the corner, because I've seen him do a 280 since he's been out there.
Well, the 83 is in to take its stop and hold. The 30 is in to take its stop and hold. The 44, therefore, pretty soon will come and take that drive through. And we should see.
And the stop and hold will be in its own box.
Yes.
There's no.
And that's exactly what's happening with
area.
the two cars.
The 30.
No attention can be given to that car.
Correct. This is awful.
That's going to feel like an awfully long 20 seconds, isn't it?
By the way, the CLM by Connors did come back into the pit lane, and there it remains for the moment after that cough, splutter, and then restart.
We watch for is the Corvette coming. The Corvette has not come through.
Goes through.
So looks to me like the 83 has not lost its position. Here comes the Corvette now as the 83 exits pit lane. It's going to lose that position.
Could be tight.
Very tight.
I'm looking. I just can't quite see the.
I can see it, and see who gets the apex
yes,
first.
See who goes
it's the Ferrari,
but just.
It's
got about 3 cars lengths.
So it's Rui Aguas against Pierre Rag for
that's interesting.
Nose to tail for 3rd position.
Lead's getting interesting, Graham. It's down to 2.6 seconds, courtesy of Mike Conway putting in a rash of mid-26s. Here comes the Christian Reid Porsche. That has got a very, very long time on its fuel.
It's been stretching the envelope throughout, hasn't it?
I'm wondering how close they're going to be at the end if they keep running like that. They may have a strategy here, but they will want it maybe to go green. There is that battle for 3rd position. So just out of the pits, having done its stop and hold, Pierre Rags thinks about it in the yellow, black and red Corvette number 50.
Yeah, screaming V8 in the back of the Ferrari, rumbling V8 in the front of the Corvette. And
last year, of course, for that screaming.
Not necessarily now. Not necessarily, because we do know that 2016 cars are going to be allowed, but there may be advantages to keeping an older car. The theory is they should be balanced. And the Porsche getting involved in that battle just for a moment.
If that's the case, why would you bother with a new one then?
Other than the fact that I'm told the newer cars are allegedly easier to drive, which in an endurance race for a gentleman driver is a major factor.
Right, somebody needs to let me have a go both back to back then. See which one I do less damage.
I did say gentleman, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. So, look how quick that Corvette is, by the way. That's a P2 car, barely able to drag past it fast, can't really drag past, does it all under braking, where the aero is helping out the number 31 of Ryan DL, who's back in that car.
44 car, meanwhile, is doing its drive-through in front of us as we speak. The advantage there for the Corvette was the Corvette could pick its line through the corner. The Ferrari couldn't because it had the P2 car to the inside. So that's why we've got Pierre Rag all over the back again of Rui Aguas as they go around and start their next lap.
Di Grassi has responded 26.025 last time around. Conway's 26.051 and a 26.071 from Brendan Hartley, and now a 25.873 from Hartley. Now he's still 20 seconds back from the 2 leaders, but this is starting to get interesting again in this middle portion of the race, Graham.
Indeed it is. The run down pit road, by the way, for Richard Bradley did indeed lose him 3rd position to Stefan McElney. I think he's going to emerge some little way behind. It's going to be around 20 seconds, I think, once that's all worked its way through on this lap. 11-second gap on live timing and scoring at the moment will extend, because of course the 36 car was at full speed. The 44 car, the length of the pit road,
29 seconds down pit road is absolutely spot on. Oh, in comes the 7 car. So this is after about 10 laps, a little bit more for Marcel Fessler.
Let's see what happens, because if that car goes into the garage at this point, then they're in trouble. Side
by side again, GT cars. Corvette and Ferrari.
It's not the same Ferrari though. That's the GT Pro car.
That's a Pro car, and not that much quicker in a straight line.
Actually, sorry, but that is a different battle now because Aguas has gone up to second position because that's Hensler in the KCMG car now ahead of the Corvettes. The red Ferrari there, that's the 83. That's
the first of the red Ferraris.
Then the second red Ferrari is GT Pro car.
That is the 71 car of Sam Bird.
There's the race leader going through overall, very quickly indeed, around the outside of all of them. Wow. So 83 from the Sam Bird car, which at this moment is running fourth in GT Pro. And this is Pierre Rag going up the inside of Wolf Hensler and taking... Oh, is he? No, not there.
Not there. And he's on the wrong side coming down the hill. But he's not. Well, Hensler's going to make it hard for him down into Dunlop into the chicane.
This is the battle for third.
Yeah, nice job by Hensler. Chopped across the nose of the Corvette. Exactly what you should do. Not pulling out the corners, that Porsche. Oh, now it picks up. That's interesting. Also in there is the 45 of Shinji Nakano.
And Rag's line through the turn there was rather stymied. The chosen line stymied by the presence of the Manor car. So he's lost a little bit of ground at the moment to Hensler.
Fantastic run by Ricardo Gonzalez. I think he's done his time in the car now. Let's find out. Louise Beckett is down in the RGR Sport Pit.
Well, Ricardo, that was some stint out there for you.
Yeah, I think it's the nature of the track. It's a tight track, a lot of cars, so everybody's being a little bit more aggressive. But I think it was clean driving, just a little more aggressive than normal.
How are those tyres holding out?
Sorry?
How are those tyres holding out?
Good. It was new tires except for one tire, the right front. It took a little bit at the beginning to get the balance of the car, but at the end I think the car was quite well.
Thanks, Ricardo.
Thank you.
He's grown so much this year, hasn't he, into a different driver, and his confidence level's massive. I think once we got to and through Mexico, of course, it has to have been impacting what he was doing in the car, because he was juggling many balls, spinning many plates.
Well, I think he said to us, didn't he, in pit lane the day we arrived, that it was nice once he's now there and the job is done to promote that race, he can leave it to the operational team on site and get on with his job of being a driver. Meantime, by the way, whilst Lou was talking to Ricardo, that move has happened. Pierre Rag is now ahead of Wolf Hensler. So I think that battle will continue for a little while yet, both on relatively fresh tyres, of course. In the GTM class, it's Aston Martin number 98 leads from Rear Aguas in the 83 AF Corsa car that served that lengthy stop-go penalty, ahead of Pierre Rag in the Labra Corvette, and then Wolf Hensler in the number 78 KCMG Porsche.
Luca Di Grassi's responded again. It stretches up to almost 4 seconds. The lead seems remarkable to me. But in a race that still has over 3.5 hours to go. Nicky Taylor there with Emily, his girlfriend, in the pit lane. We are talking about tenths of seconds at the front of the field, and 3.5, 4 second lead that is ebbing and flowing in traffic. The number 7, by the way, back in the garage again, and I'm not sure what the guys at Audi Yost Racing can do to get that car back out again and running. They are desperate to pick up 6th place points on that car. But Di Grassi and Conway, with Brendan Hartley 20.5 seconds further back, just not able to close that gap. And Neil Johnny, by the way, now all over a minute and 2 seconds. And that is just dropping away quite a remarkable race here for Porsche. So that, remember, when we started looking at that, was about 40 seconds, and now it's well over a minute and 2 in terms of the gap to the leader. And given that the pit stop is about 1 minute and 20, and add about another 20 seconds onto that, in terms of your lap time, almost getting to be a whole pit stop behind the leaders. Graham.
Well, you know, we're here, don't we, in modern motorsport. It's terribly difficult to overtake. We've seen in the kind of traffic that you get in this four-class race just how much of that is going on. And just to show that we do have passion up and down, not just pit lane, but the officers above. A quick message through from none other than Gerard Neveu to say that the first 2 hours of this race, Oliver Jarvis, 88 overtakes he's had to execute.
I'm impressed that the man at the head of the championship is sitting ticking those off as it goes along. Over 1,000 individual overtaking manoeuvres. Now, some of that is cars that are not in the same track class. Some of them are not for position, but none of them are assisted by any means other than the different paces of the car.
Absolutely. What it means is each one of those overtakes, and we've seen one or two of them execute exactly what I'm about to describe, is a potential for, you know, an incident of some description.
Correct.
It's certainly given us exciting racing in LMP2. It's been epic so far, John.
I'm still not concerned, but I'm still scratching my head about the number 2 Porsche. Are they just running at a pace that they know they can get to the end and pick up some points? And they're expecting issues ahead of them. I mean, they've had one Audi drop out. By the way, Marcel Fessler got down to within about 4 seconds.
Yeah.
In fact, less than 4 seconds of the pace of the leading cars when he was running. Now, that car isn't running at the moment and is dropping more time. It was 55 laps off the pace when it came back out, and it is now around 60 off the pace, as in comes the 44 Manor, fourth. Richard Bradley at the wheel. No sign of him getting out of that car. No sign of any tyres either, Graham.
No, there were good double stints, I believe, throughout the race, the number 44. And we'll keep an eye on how neat and tidy this is from the Manor boys. Marshall's taking a good look at one side of the car here for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of close call.
Bagel at Marshall's looking at that side of the car, in fact. And attention too, there's damage to that side of the car. That's why they're being, I think, requested to make a repair to the left-hand side of the 44 Manor. Meanwhile, though, keep an eye on Toyotas running second and fourth. 6.4 seconds back from Lucas Di Grassi's Mike Conway. Car has been released. That was a delay for the 44.
The point about the number 7 car is that not only is it running without a hybrid, but it still has the weight of the hybrid.
Indeed.
And it's not running under fully optimised conditions. If you were going to run that car without the hybrid, it wouldn't be in the specification it is now.
Indeed.
So you've got to wonder, haven't you, how much more pace there'd be in that car if it was stopping properly, and if the weight of the hybrid was put somewhere more useful than right over the front axle, which just effectively promotes understeer, push. Mark Lieb, maybe we can find some answers from him about the pace of the number 2 car. Here's Louise.
Mark Lieb yet to go into the car. We can see the 2 is further down than we have expected you throughout this season. What's going on?
Yeah, we had an issue yesterday in qualifying, so we weren't qualifying up front, and it looks like we still have the same issue in the race, so the balance isn't very good of the car. We improved it a little bit with Neil, but we're still not there where we want to be, so we're really struggling today.
Are you feeling that you're going to sit back a bit, also from the performance, but also for championship points-wise?
Well, championship we're not talking about yet. It's still races, still 3 races to go, still 3.5 hours to go. We need every point, and that's what we're doing at the moment. We're just driving around and trying to get maximum points, what we can do.
So is the issue a pace thing, or could it see you not getting to the end of the race?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Is the issue a pace thing, or could it see you not getting to the end of the 6 hours?
No, I think we have just balance issues, and it's just nothing major on the car. It's just balance issues. That's why we are a few tenths off the pace. So it is what it is at the moment. Not so easy, but yeah, we're trying to improve this.
Thank you, Mark.
I'll come to that point in a moment. So LMP2 leader is on pit road at the moment. Roman Rusinov, followed down by the striker car from second position.
Another good run from Rusinov.
Yeah, and a great run from Lewis Williamson as well.
Dragged that car up to second place, yeah.
I'll beg to differ, by the way, with one point that Mark Lieb said. There's not 3 races left, there's 2.5 races left, and that's the concern here. Yes, they are managing a points gap. He's explained there's a balance issue. It's having a reasonably dramatic effect on pace.
And we're not at half distance yet, and they're over a minute behind the leader.
Yep.
That will be more than a lap at the end.
Correct.
If they carry on the way they are. Now, they're going to get position 5 points unless something goes horribly wrong. So they are not going to, they're not going to come away empty-handed from this race, provided they can get the car to the end. But at the moment, the number 8 car, the only possible thing that could have gone more wrong was if the number 7 was still ahead of them, frankly. 3 hours and 33 minutes still to go. Roman Rusinov has resumed. And Lewis Williamson similarly pulls back out. So the 26 and the 42, having done their pit stops, have the same drivers taking it out as they had bringing it in.
Roman Rusinov has the number 1 Audi, Porsche rather, just behind him. That goes past with no further ado. Stefan McCalmy takes the lead of the race in LMP2. That car up into 7th position overall now. That's courtesy, of course, of the problems earlier for the number 7 Audi and the number 4 CLM. Will Stevens there. Great first double stint from the Englishman.
Just the 44, Matt McCormack, the third, spotted that the 44 side number plate on the left of the 44 was flapping a bit earlier on. And I like this from Jamie O'Leary. He says the LMP2 teams are doing a great job of handing the Signatech the title. Any more penalties and Chris Waddle will appear. A soccer joke there for those who don't follow. Very good. He's right though, in fairness.
Absolutely, got to run clean. You've got to run clean.
Raquelme now running at the head of the field, but Oars is a pit stop. Rusinov is only 27 seconds behind. Mediani a further 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds actually behind there. And it does look as though the 36 car, the problem is, Graham, you've got to be so careful because things happen fast here. Bad things happen fast.
Really fast. And 44 car there. Yes, let's hope that was it. Looking at the wear on the car, we couldn't see exactly what was going on in the car, but looking at where the car was getting attention, the loose number panel is certainly a very viable explanation. It would have taken the basic toolkit, the hammer, and indeed the racer tape.
5-pound lump hammer, tyre wraps and gaffer tape.
That's all you need to run a race car.
Nick Damon will tell you that's all you need.
Audi may not think so at the moment.
Well, no. Let's go down to the pit lane. And I don't think this is going to be good news from the number 7 pit. Marcel Fesler's car went back in a moment. They've got a leading car though with the number 8 Luca Di Grassi by over 5 seconds. Here's Lou.
Well, we've seen the shutters down on the number 7 garage. Dr. Ulrich, it's not good news.
Yeah, there is no good news. We brought the car number 7 back on the track, but we had to dismount the drive shafts on the front axle. Then we got an information from the FIA and the ACO that the car is no more conform with the homologation. So it makes no sense to race. It's a pity for the guys that put a lot of effort to bring the car back on the track. But we can follow that formally this is correct. I think it's not a little bit it hurts in the idea of endurance.
All hands on the number 8. All hands on the number 8 now.
Sorry?
All focus on the number 8.
Yeah, there is only one car we have in the race now. It's car number 8. At present it's in the lead and I hope it's going to continue to run without any problems.
Had you not had those issues with the number 7, could it have got to the end of the race in terms of being disqualified?
Yeah, I mean, we knew that we cannot run with the car with connected hybrid if the hybrid is broken. And so we just put the drive shafts out, put the weight of the drive shafts additionally into the car, that we don't create any advantage. But at the end, then there came the decision that the car is not following the homologation book, which is understandable. And so we had to retire, because it makes no sense to run, because you will not be in the result.
Okay, I can see they're getting ready for a pit stop behind you, so I'll leave you there. Thank you.
I'm more than perplexed there, John. I'm more than perplexed as to how that can be an explanation as to why the car's been pulled. There's no weight penalty, or no weight advantage.
Hybrid's not connected.
Well, neither was the Nissan at Le Mans.
That's a very good point, actually.
The Nissan
didn't even have a hybrid unit.
You know, I have to say, I find that extraordinary. I find that an extraordinary explanation for...
Well, Dr. Ulrich said that he doesn't find that in the spirit of endurance, and I think there'll be a lot of people scratching their heads. That car wasn't holding anybody up. It was running faster than P1 privateers, and...
Well, I think there may be a bit of an inquiry about that one. I think that might be the correct decision. Say nothing more about it. We've got a race on.
There'll be a regulation that, you know, that car's not running under the homologation. I think that was a bit of very clever lateral thinking by the Yoast guys. They can't run it with the hybrid not working, so they disconnected the drive shaft, which is exactly what I said they would do.
Yeah.
And then ballasted it back up again. He's the leader in.
Indeed. Another quick talking point about that in a moment or two.
How many points do you get for 6th position in the championship?
8.
Manufacturers' championship is decided by 8 points or less. It's going to be a big talking point. Write that one down and keep it till the end of Bahrain.
Well, as we watch the cars
I've
going
got a
on
feeling
that
only left tyres changed on the number 8 there.
Aggressive call from
very aggressive indeed.
P2's pit stops underway as well. The point about the spirit of endurance may seem to some people watching and listening to be a strange one, but again, you've got to look at Porsche won their World Championship last year with a car that, frankly, some could have deemed to be in a dangerous condition. It was losing power, it was going very slowly at times.
It had no throttle control.
And it was dark.
Yeah.
Now, that car was not a risk to anybody out on circuit.
It was being driven on the kill switch at times, that car.
Now, you know, it was a magnificent effort to get it home, don't get me wrong.
Absolutely, I agree.
But that's what I mean by the spirit of endurance. It was allowed to race, a championship was up for grabs.
Okay, I'll play devil's advocate. The car's not in homologated condition. But is it in homologated condition if somebody's knocked a front dive plane off the car and it comes home? Or it's got a big hole in the side? Or you've got to jerry-rig the throttle, as they did with the Porsche. They had to jerry-rig the throttle with a tie wrap because the potentiometer wasn't working.
My final point on this one, I think you and I agree that car was not risking anybody else out on track. Therefore, the most sensible decision should have been taken. If you believe that that is the regulatory argument, disqualify the car after the race. How many times have we seen cars disqualified in post-race tech for exactly that kind of issue? That, to me, does not make sense.
Well, yes. I agree with... I understand Dr. Ulrich saying, what's the point of trying to get the car to finish if you've been told now that it's not going to be classified?
I completely understand that. But the issue here, I think, is that the point at which that decision should have been taken to communicate that, in my view, would be in the post-race scrutineering bay.
No. Yes and no. I would hate for people to get that car at the end and put all their effort in and then find out 10 minutes after the race that it was all for naught. I think if you are going to... Effectively, the car's been disqualified. The car has been disqualified from the race. You can cut it any way you want, but Audi have been told that that car is not going to be in the points as it finishes. So the car's been disqualified as of now. So there's no point in it running round and potentially you know, being an issue, or those guys having to work and spend money and parts, etc. on it. So I kind of understand why it's done now. I'm not sure I agree with the decision, but if it's out of homologation, it's out of homologation.
Now here's an oddity, John. Well, I'm sure we're absolutely right. There was only left-hand tyres for the Audi. If that's the case, it was a slightly slow pit stop.
Yeah.
It was 1 minute and 23 seconds, which is about what they've been doing with all 4 tyres changed. Unless they had a problem with the gum.
Yeah, and maybe that's why they just bailed. We're waiting for the other cars to make their pit stops, and then we'll find out. Degrassi's times are down in the 28s.
That's just his first flying lap on, well, will be readjusting to the balance of that car.
Buemi's going very well at the moment. 26.4, 26 flat for Hartley. He's pulled the gap between himself and Conway, by the way, down to 15.5 seconds. It was up as high as 22 not so very long ago.
Well, it's taken 2 seconds out of Conway on that last lap. With the P2 stops done, by the way, it is still Roman Rusinov ahead of Lewis Williamson. 17 seconds is the lead gap. Felipe Albuquerque a further 15 seconds back and catching both of them in ahead of him. So Albuquerque back aboard the 43. And Richard Bradley, after that drive-through, 17 seconds back. So that could prove to be very costly indeed for the 44-manner.
A lot of people not understanding this Audi decision here. Let me run it through for you. The number 7 car had a problem with its the MGU at the front of the car, which is effectively a diff and an electric generation motor, a mechanical generation unit. There's 2 drive shafts that go at the front wheel that make it a quattro, make it 4-wheel drive, and that both deploys the power to the front wheels and also helps harvest the energy under braking. The car couldn't run with it in the situation it was, couldn't run competitively or indeed safely, so Audi disconnected the drive shafts. It sounds to me from what Dr. Ulrich said, and we'll have to get this confirmed, that they ballasted the car up to minimum weight so that there was no weight advantage, and then sent the car back out. Now, there's no performance advantage in that, quite the reverse, obviously. However, the powers that be, the championship, have said that that car is running non-homologated, and therefore it would not be scored, effectively disqualifying the car in the race, so there was no point in that car running any further. The difference between that and Toyota and Porsche running either without an engine, or in Toyota's case, or without any hybrid at Spa, was that they were able to do that presumably without disconnecting any of the mechanical components. Now, I don't know whether that's true or not, because we didn't get that from Porsche. They're not quite as open when it comes to their issues as Audi are.
Effectively, they've fallen foul, if we're right, to the same regulation that was up for debate in GTE Pro at Le Mans, that every system has to be working as designed.
Right.
Or, you know, it has to be functioning.
A couple of years ago, a car went out here without its rear bodywork on,
it did,
albeit behind a safety car.
With, therefore, no air restrictor.
With no air restrictor in it. So that was out of homologation, even though it was behind a safety car. We commented on that at the time. First time that it ever run non-restricted.
That could have been interesting if it went to green on that lap, couldn't it?
Yeah. That's why I never want to have to work in race control or be a team manager. So those are the subtle differences, dear ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world, about the situations. Some of you have very long memories and are bringing up various issues that cars have had and been allowed to get home, but that is the subtle difference. The car has to run with all of its systems running. The Nissan was given a waiver at Le Mans to run without its hybrid system, and therefore without the front drive shafts connected, and therefore desperately under-braked. So that is a moot point here. That's something completely different.
Interesting change, by the way, in this cycle of pit stops here, that we have seen the number 5 Toyota come in first, as we expected it would. But the number 6 is stretching the envelope here. It's going longer. Comes in now, but it's gone a further lap. So whether or not that's marginal inefficiency on the part of the 5 or better efficiency on the part of the 6, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, here's Conway in the pit lane. This is going to be very interesting. Mike Conway has completed his double stint, and it will be Brendan Hartley who takes the lead, has done already in fact, exactly what happened last time around. The question will be, where is Luca Di Grassi and how quickly can he get through? Brendan Hartley does his and the car's fastest first sector. This is exactly what he needs to do before he pits. 27.2 last time around, was a little bit slower than the cars around him. It's a very quick stop indeed in terms of the driver change from Toyota. They are going for tyres both sides. Di Grassi coming out of the final corner now, down the front straight. There is the number 2 Porsche, Neil Jani, still needing to stop. Where's Di Grassi? Answer, there he is. So Di Grassi with Porsche 1 and 2 at the moment, but needing to stop. Here's Di Grassi rolling up to the right-hand side. Where's the Audi? Answer going through at the bottom of the picture exactly as it did last time. So despite that little fumble in the pit lane there, Graham, the Audi still held the advantage. Stefan Sarazan now behind the wheel of the 6. Sebastian Buemi behind the wheel of the 5, and the 2 Porsches yet to pit, and one of them in the lane now.
Hartley's in the lane now from the lead. Come to the point situation and the way that potentially affects it, John, at the moment.
When we get through here, what I'd like to do is go through the points in one of those as if it finished now things.
Yeah.
Okay?
I've got that.
All right, okay. Brendan Hartley out. So have we been all the way around now for the number 1 car? Yes, we have. That's Mark Webber getting back in, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Retirement tour starts here. Here comes the number 2 on pit lane behind number 1. We're watching that underway now. Tyres ready for the number 1. Now they're going to follow suit, and we're just going to see left-hand tyres for that one too. I think the answer is no, we're not. It's tyres all round for the number 1 car. Neil Jani pulls in to the pit garage behind. Mark Lieb will climb aboard the number 2 car. So here comes number 8. One is gone. Mark Lieb battens down the hatches rather. Now, and that car will be ready to go. Di Grassi through into the lead. Sarazan through into 2nd place. Mark Webber, I think, will rejoin in 3rd position.
Toyota and Audi, last time the pit stop's identical in the pit lane, 1:23, and it's 5.1 seconds at sector 2.
Okay.
There's the, actually the 6 car's being held up. Di Grassi there being held. And a new front end going on to the number 2. Is this still trying to get a little balance in that car, Graham? Maybe changing
that's
the
a good
aero.
call, John. That's a very good call. The potential point situation. Now, I'm making one assumption at this stage, and it's a very dangerous assumption. They're all dangerous assumptions.
Yeah.
Maximum points that Audi can now score are 26. They've got a point for pole position plus 25. That would put them in the Manufacturers' Championship on 211 points after this race.
Yeah.
So they would score a maximum of 26 points. Had the 7 Audi been allowed to complete the race, it would have been 33 points.
Right.
We'll come back to that in a moment.
So head down to Mike Conway, cracking double stint from him in the Toyota. He's with Louise Beckett.
Well, it's a strong performance from the 6 and a strong performance from you, but as you say, it's close out there.
Yeah, just a constant fight with the Audi. So I reduced the gap and then had some trouble with traffic, extended again, and it kind of kept going on for the whole double stint. So
the car's quite good. It seems to be getting a bit better every stint. So, but it's really tight. There's nothing between us some laps. So, yeah, we just got to keep at it, keep pressure on them, and try and get in the lead.
As you're saying, as the race goes on, as we get later into the day, is that going to play into your hands?
I mean, the temperature reduces, and it's really tricky with tyres anyway, so who knows. What we've seen in free practice 2 on Friday, we're all very close again, so I'm not sure how it will turn, but we'll see over the next 3 hours.
Thank you.
I'd say that's a marginally frustrated Mike Conway. I think he thought he was pushing as hard as he possibly could, expected, I think, to be able to take something out of the Audi, but wasn't able to do that over the stint.
And he was being caught by Hartley.
There you go.
Before Hartley handed the car back over to Webber. So now just 11.9 seconds between Webber and Sarrazin, who's now in the car. That was 22 seconds at the start of that second stint.
So that's coming down.
halved.
Right, so to come back to the championship position, if they finish, not necessarily where they stand, we'll come back to that point in a moment. Maximum points with the 7 allowed to run would have been 33, so therefore the maximum points now available to Audi is 26 with the point for pole position.
Right.
So the most they can end this race with is 211.
Yeah.
Porsche are already on 238.
Right.
So the maximum they can score is 33 points for second and third position.
Yeah.
So had the number 7 car been allowed to race, they could have matched that points total.
Yeah.
They can't.
Yes. Okay. And that assumes that Audi win and Porsche are second and third.
Correct.
But at the moment, Porsche are third and fifth.
So basically, the best news for Audi at this point is it's owed a very good second part to this race.
Yeah. Absolutely.
A bit of a spin out there on track for Lewis Williamson.
LMP2 battle, Graham. Once again, the Sigmatech Alpine right in the middle of it. And that was Menezes and Mediani having a crack at it again.
Well, Benitez is right with Richard Bradley now.
Excuse me, with Bradley. It wasn't the 27, it was the 44 car that they were battling side by side in turn 1 last time around. Here's the same picture again. Oh, make your mind up, Richard. Goes to the right, stays there. Right, okay.
So a cut back available here. Richard Bradley knows this track well. He's done Super Formula here down through the years. Another single-seater racing in Japan.
Now, got to be careful here that you don't start reacting to what the guy's doing behind you, because that is blocking.
Well, this is happening for fourth position rather, ahead for second position because of that spin for Lewis Williamson. Felipe Albuquerque has got back onto terms with the Stracker Gibson, going by the way for its first podium this season.
Your fuel consumption is okay, Gustavo. Fuel conso okay.
That was pit to Sigmatech Alpine driver Gustavo Menezes. And we can see what the issue is. The issue is he's got the opportunity here to get on terms and past the number 44 Mana Orica. These cars should be, with very minor exceptions, identical. For Sigmatech Alpine, read Orica 05, and it's an Orica 05 ahead. The only advantage should here be in the slipstream. Gustavo Menezes, is he close enough to make that move again? Closing as they go into the braking zone into turn 1. Where is he going to go this time? Goes to the outside again. Still tight. Tucks the car in, looks for the apex into turn 2. This time, might make it stick, can't quite do it.
No. But they're still side by side, Graham. Turn 3, you've got to be very brave here to go through their side by side, and that's sensible.
Richard Bradley tossed it out again.
These two cars very evenly matched.
So good to see Richard's ex-team boss. Of course, he was part of the KCMG efforts last year. Paul Lip in the pit, in the paddock today, I gather.
Is Graham Loudon closer to the camera, and on the other side of the panel.
That's the Alpine Glitterati this time.
Right, now I like Richard a lot, but I think he's got to pick a line and stick to it here. If you're going to go down the inside, Richard, you've got to stay down the inside. You can't keep moving back out to the more optimal braking area. It's borderline. I think he's all right, but I think you've got to be careful here. And he's clearly driving looking in his mirrors, which I understand. And that 36 car is clearly a bit more slippery down the faster parts of the circuit. Now he's on the racing line now. Now let's see if Richard Bradley goes across to the right. As here he comes. Now can't move now. Can't. Oh, I think that's too late. And now he comes back out again.
This time though, nose ahead, and it's the outside.
No, he's pushed him wide there. I think that's getting a bit naughty, and I think the 36 driver, being Menezes, is getting a bit annoyed about this, and I kind of understand why. Richard moved too late there to block him. He was waiting until he pulled out. Richard needs to remember that that's not the Gustavo of old behind him. That's Menezes, not Jackerman, in this battle.
Here we go again.
See,
Let's take another look.
This is the earlier one. No, and look at him, he's coming back out.
This is the one where he runs wide and off the track, and then comes hits the curb and
kind of pushing him off there.
Bang.
He's at the bump coming back on again.
He could have damaged the car there.
Menezes is getting frustrated because he's getting position and getting the run.
Let's watch how violent this feels. Oh yeah, oh, good grief, that didn't look nice, did it? Yeah, Matt Rao likes it. Roberto Meri likes it. I'm not so sure Gustavo Menezes likes it.
Remember, that is the championship leading car.
It is.
This is not over. Here we go again. Wait, can't move, Richard. No, that's two
twice.
or three moves there. You can't react like that into the braking zone. I'm sorry. Let's hear what Menezes is saying. I've got a feeling he's going to be a bit disappointed here.
Take so much risk to overtake him. Don't take so much risk.
Yeah, he said, I'm not going to take so much risk.
Yes.
I think he's absolutely right there.
No, that was the engineer telling Gustavo not so much risk.
Got you.
They are now worried about the way that this might affect their championship run.
Yeah, understand why.
Leader for week time for the...
Roman Rusinov is in the pits from the lead of that class.
He's done a cracking job.
He's very, very tidy driver, is Rusinov. Managed to get himself reclassified as a silver a couple of seasons ago.
It's a 38-point lead at the moment in the championship for the 36 car, not from the 44, but from the 43, the RGR Sport car.
Yeah. Currently in third position.
Realistically, it's the only other title contender now.
Yeah.
So they need to score points. They score points, they're in very good order. That is a change for second position.
And that is the 43 going through. Yes, it is.
Absolutely. So that's
Philippe Albuquerque going through, actually to lead the class, I think, for the moment.
Oh, yes, you're right. You're absolutely right, because of course 26 is down through. So we score that at the moment as a potential second, with the 26 car almost inevitably now getting Alex Brundle installed. 26 is underway. So 18 points it would be if the 43 car finished here. That narrows the margin to 20, plus any that the 36 managed to score. They're currently running effectively fifth.
Right, here we go again. It's the Menezes and Bradley show again. Now he's going to have another look again, I think, going down the hill to where Richard was rather unceremoniously turfed out of the race a couple of seasons ago by Jackerman.
But then penalised for it.
Well, that was rescinded though.
No, penalised for it. Second decision.
Most ridiculous decision I've ever seen.
It's a 44 car here, struggling to stay ahead. But the reason they've been talking about this, John, 38 points the championship gap may be, but the point here is you can't afford to lose a complete score in a race like this.
No, that's correct.
That's the move from up the inside from Philippe Albuquerque. Very clean indeed, Lewis Williamson.
Watch Lewis Williamson. He makes a decisive move one way. He goes onto the racing line. He's trying to get as far across as he can. So if there's any opportunity, he can cut back down the inside. And that's very fair and very sensible driving. Now again, this time perhaps the 36 is not quite close enough. We'll see if he can drag up. Richard at the moment is fine. He's on the racing line. He can do whatever he wants. He's not that close. The issue that I'm talking about is when very late he moves off the racing line down the inside and then cuts back to the optimum braking area, which is where he is now. And Jeremy Shaw and I over in the States have had much discussion over the years about what's blocking and what's defending your position. And I've spoken to many race directors down the years about what's blocking and what's defending your position. And the best I've ever heard is if you are moving in response to what the guy behind you is doing. So basically you've got to make your mind up if you're going to defend, and then defend and stick to that. And if the guy gets alongside you or he's got a run on you, you can't pull out in front of him.
So effectively what Gustavo Menezes has been told here is hold station.
Yeah, wait till the next pit stops. 6 seconds at the head of the field, by the way, De Grassic and Sarrazin, 11 back to Webber, holding that gap, 17.5 seconds between the top three. There is the CLM. God, those guys have worked this. Is that the hardest working set of mechanics this year?
Well, they've certainly been doing plenty of work in the garage. But, I think that one looks done, I have to tell you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Menezes is just sitting back.
Well, they are due a pit stop, aren't they? They are indeed due a pit stop. That was slightly early, I think, for the 26, by the way. I wonder if Roman Rusinov
was feeling it, or the tyres.
The tyres were feeling it a little bit. So risk-free run, or a relatively risk-free run for that team.
Philippe Albuquerque leads LMP2 by 3.5 seconds by Lewis Williamson, who is holding on there rather nicely. Then it's another 25 seconds back to this battle, which is at the moment for third and fourth. And very different lines being taken by the two guys through the 100R. And up towards turn number 6 now. Has the 36 car, and Menezes just cooled his tyres a little bit at the last time. Will he have a go? He's closer this time. Might have a look down the hill into the braking area at 10. He's not close enough to have a go there. But I think he's just starting to get back towards the back and have another think about it down the front straight. There's been no warning flags. Nothing being looked at by the steward so far.
Forceful stuff.
Borderline. I don't think you pull somebody in for that, but I think it's borderline. And unfortunately, we've seen how quickly these things can escalate, and here is the perfect example. And I'm afraid I'm one of the people who think that you can't just judge every single incident on its own merits. You've got to look at what's built up to it.
The pattern. Philippe Albuquerque, by the way, is in pit lane from the lead. That puts the Stracker Gibson for the moment in the hands of Lewis Williamson.
Take a picture of that, Nick Leventis.
There you go. In the lead of LMP2. Neither of these guys have chosen to actually follow Albuquerque down the pit road, which in these circumstances slightly surprises me.
Right, here we go again. This might get nasty any moment, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes on that. 44's on the defensive line and then moves back out again.
No, that's the cornering line, John. Sorry, that is the cornering line there.
He's decided to defend up the inside, Graham. You know,
I think what we're going to get, I would suggest to you in the TV truck that you might want to delay on any post-interview with Gustavo Menezes, because that is going to be one frustrated young man.
Right, here they're close again. He'll have a go down the hill. Right, does he go defensive? Yes, he does. He can't come back at that point. He's come all the way back across the track. You pick the defensive line, you stick to it. You can't then pull in front of the guy and block him. That is the absolute definition of blocking.
This is going to be interesting. We've got two P1 cars. Two P1 cars coming up behind. It's the Rebellion and one of the Porsches, I think I spotted there. It is indeed. It's the 2 car.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look onto the start-finish line again. I think Menezes is making a point here, and I bet he's talking to his team. He's got a good drive again out the final corner. They're side-by-side this time, and...
That's the Porsche.
The Porsche comes through on the Rebellion.
By the way, the Rebellion, the quickest car here in a straight line.
Yeah.
It's been hitting 200 miles an hour here.
Right, he's not close enough to have a go this time.
No. I think he could see the P1 cars coming and thought, this isn't the time to do it.
He lifted early there as well,
Yes.
Menezes. Lifted, coursed. He's saving a bit of fuel. I don't think Menezes is making a point here, though. He's got to run here again. And this time Richard stays on the 44 car. Bradley stays on the racing line. And they take very different lines through the 100R. And they're coming to traffic down at turn 6 here. Both are going to have to be careful. Little lock-up by Richard Bradley there. Which way does Adam Carroll go? Well, he stays exactly where he was on the track. It's good driving by Adam, very well aware of what's going on behind him. Down again. Now Richard will try and pull out the KCMG car.
There might be an opportunity here with traffic for an advantage.
Bit of a fumble, that's all you need. That's all you need.
We are getting to the stage where when is one or other of these cars going to pit? The fact that he's backed out of that, I do wonder whether or not this might be an in-lap for Gustavo Menezes.
It's nice driving around the outside the KCMG car. Very, very fair on the GT driver as well. Look at the very wide line being taken by the 36. He's trying to get a run here. He's got the Audi behind him. Wants to try and drag behind the Audi and may get a little bit of a drag there. Now he'll drop back in behind Richard Bradley again. It's going to be close, but not close enough as they go down to the braking area at turn 1. Now what does Bradley do this time? He's in the middle of the road and he moves across again, late. Now he can't come back, Graham. He can't come back when the guy's up alongside him. He's got to pick that line instead. He was actually over the white line for the pre-exit, side by side. He can't come back now because the car's right alongside him. So is it round the outside from Menezes? It's brave if he does. And Bradley goes off the track. They both go off the track. We've seen this before.
Saw that happen yesterday. And here comes the Toyota. They've got to be wise to this. Here comes the Toyota through. And still he's not been seen.
Well, somebody's got to be telling the Toyota that these two are battling for position, which I'm sure they are.
This is Stefan Sarrazin. 6.8 seconds, by the way, back from the leader. Clears the danger zone now.
This is fascinating. And I know I'll be polarised in opinion. Discuss this at home, by the way.
Quick hello, by the way, to a sports bar I gather in Seattle, where DSC's Irish correspondent, Stephen Erity, is enjoying, I'm sure, the first of several beers.
It'll be lemonade, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's
sweet
a
tea.
very clean living young man,
yeah.
Erity.
I'm impressed he's found a sports bar in Seattle that have got the Fox coverage on.
And my guess is, knowing Stephen, he insisted they change the channel.
Yeah, it's... I can't even work out what time it is there at the moment. OK, this continues. We're under 3 hours to go. We're in the second half of the race. De Grassi leads by 7.5 seconds over Sarrazin, 8, 6 and 1 with Webber. Now just 10 seconds behind the Toyota. In LMP2, Lewis Williamson leads for Stracker. Causes a pit stop ahead of this battle. 25 seconds ahead of this battle between Bradley and Menezes. In Pro, it's Ford from Ferrari because Andy Prior has just started the next set of pit stops.
Harry Tincknell has had a problem out the circuit. There was contact with the 78 car. We didn't see that, John, but there's contact with the 78 car between Tincknell in the leading GT Pro car and the KCMG Porsche. That incident is being investigated.
And the Aston number 98, Matthias Lauda, continues to lead in GT Arm ahead of Rui Aguas, who's got 18 seconds on Pierre Rag in third position in the Chevy Corvette. Second half of the race still to come, and it's a dash to the flag. Plenty of incidents so far. Remember, the number 7 Audi disqualified from the race, being out of homologation.
Well, the official FI statement about the 7, by the way, I gather refers to Audi removed parts. is the specifics
Yep.
of what was actually discussed there.
Yeah, exactly.
Philippe Sino there on the left of your screen is the team principal of Signatech Alpine. 66 forward, by the way, from the lead, Olivier Pla, down pit road. We'll see what we can find out about exactly what happened in the incident involving the 67. Andy Prio has taken over the car from Harry Ticknell. Maybe that's somewhere where we can catch up with Harry in pit road.
Half the race down, still 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. If you're just joining us, this is what you've missed. Big crowd on hand for the 7th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, as the presentation of the drivers on the long front straight here was done in beautiful sunshine. A fabulous rendition of the Japanese national anthem before we put 6 hours on the clock, and Ollie Jarvis led the field down to the first corner when the lights went out. Pretty tidy start in truth, with Ben Trellier getting a good one in the Audi number 7, Mark Webber in the number 1 having close contact with the 6 Toyota, and the 2 privateer cars getting even closer still and trading carbon fibre. Signatech Alpine going wide at the first corner and causing a bit of a backup behind. And then we got into the meat of the race, and in the first couple of hours all 3 of the major manufacturers led. Audi from pole position, and then Toyota and Porsche following through on the pit stops. The big story of the first hour, the number 7 Audi coming back into the pits without a front hybrid power unit and having to be put back in the pit lane and then into the garage itself. Toyota much more competitive than we've seen with this season so far. Still in second place with Stefan Sarrazin now in the number 6. Enthralling battles in LMP2. At one stage, second down to 6th in line astern and sometimes side by side. Stout defence, great attacking manoeuvres, and so far, nothing for the stewards to get involved in. '43 of the RGR Sport team in the thick of the action several times. And that car with Philippe Albuquerque back in behind the wheel in 12th overall. Misjudgment by the number 88 down the inside and just bumping into Mike Wainwright right in front of the number 5 Toyota Gazoo racing car. Been a good day for Straka as well. Nick Leventis, one of the team members, back at home with bacterial bronchitis. That car currently leads LMP2, although it leads us, owes us a pit stop. Magnificent racing from all of the classes, and the LMP2s particularly very closely matched in their final year of competition in the current form. The last 35 minutes or so, it's been the Gustavo Menezes and Richard Bradley show, with time after time in the braking areas, those guys being side by side. Stout defence by Richard Bradley. And the 43 car making up time back through the field. In GTE AM, the 98 is leading for Aston Martin with Matthias Lauda behind the wheel, and in GTE Pro it has been the 2 Fords leading, but as pit stops start now, the Ferraris lead for the moment, and in LMP2 it's still the 42 Gibson of Lewis Williamson and the Straka team that leads. Actually, there's been quite a lot going on, Graham, there, as we just look back through those highlights.
Yes, indeed. It is the 36 car has fallen back a little now from the 44. I think it's just, in fact,
has lost its position to, or has lost, what, how many seconds there? 4 seconds now.
Just 2 seconds.
2 seconds, excuse me.
Alex Brundle is aboard the 26 that has stopped for the 4th time. Shouldn't be confused by Richard Bradley's 4th stop, because that is the drive-through. Bradley, though, is coming in now to take his latest routine stop, and Menezes will go through into second position for the moment.
Yeah, don't forget Alex Brundle's done his 4th stop. And
that's what I mean, yes.
Yeah, and so he's in a good spot at the moment.
Effectively is the leader because the other car's ahead of him.
We didn't get to the bottom of why that car stopped early. And once again, that's the 44 number panel on the side is being questioned by the official there, quite clearly pointing to it. And of course, that needs to be fixed because you can't run without that. That would bring the car in immediately.
Yes.
New set of sticker Dunlops.
With thanks to Nicky Swan and to the Porsche team, the new nose for the number 2 Porsche was pickup. Now, we've been told pre-race that the major issue for pickup is on the main straight.
Yes, it is. And if
not
you've got
elsewhere.
If you've got to go offline and pass people, oh, big moment there for Gustavo Menezes. He's having to hustle that car a bit more than perhaps he might want to, and that car's not doing exactly what he wants it to do at the moment, I'd say.
I wonder if actually that jump over the curb did it any favours, John.
Well, if the floor's been damaged or is rattling around as Lewis Williamson comes in from the lead of LMP2, that means Gustavo Menezes in about 5 seconds' time, when he comes round, a little bit more than that actually, he's the headlights coming down the main straight, he's going to go into the lead of LMP2.
We're still, by the way, not seeing the incident that afflicted what had been the leading Ford, but Ford are saying that they believe that Hensler hit Tinknell. And the second Ford now running in 3rd position, but with the Ferrari still to stop.
Right.
Which also, I guess, would put the 66 car slightly out of sequence.
Correct. But not much.
Few laps. That could be enough at the end of the race.
Well, yeah, Nicky Team in 2nd place at the moment in the 95. I think both of those Fords stopped a bit tad early because they're between the 2 Aston Martins now.
Yeah.
And normally that wouldn't have been the case.
And leader in the pits as well. And as we're watching all of that, a positional change out on track, and a significant position as well it is in LMP2, with Felipe Albuquerque dragging by Maurizio Mediani along the start-finish straight and taking the position, which I think is 3rd position now, under braking. Gustavo Menezes leads the class but owes us a pit stop. And effectively that is their 4th or 2nd slot.
And Matt Rao has taken over from Richard Bradley. Johnny Kane has jumped in, taking over the 42 Stracker. Gibson from Lewis Williamson. A bit of an exciting moment there for Ferrari. In the pit lane now. Sam Bird. So Nicky Team cycles through the lead for Aston Martin.
That's happened before.
Yeah, but we had Aston Martin's 1st and 2nd before, didn't we? With the 97 there before the pit stops. And the 2 Fords have managed to get themselves in between. So they've done a really good job there.
Their pace has basically taken them further ahead of the 97.
Yeah, correct.
And Stanaway still owes us that stop.
And the 95 car goes a very, very long way.
97 still owes us a stop, John.
Yes, absolutely, but so does the 95. But they've only done 2 pit stops. And I'm thinking now, that's an hour 120. 66. Far can he go?
Lucas Di Grassi, meanwhile, puts in the fastest 1st sector of the race, so he's on a tear.
Watch the 24.7, that's what, 24.8 rather, that's the new lap record here. That is Ollie Jarvis in that 8 car on the 4th lap of the race. Seems a very long time ago.
Alex Brundle, meanwhile, is almost on the tail of Gustavo Menezes with a pit stop in hand. This is a fired-up G-Drive squad. Kudos, by the way, to Will Stevens. Very, very, very good double stint to start this race of the 26 car. Stepping into this car, of course, for the 2nd time this season, joining the team for the Le Mans 24 Hours. They didn't have the best of races there, but they're having a good afternoon thus far. So Brundle just 3 seconds back from Menezes, but with a pit stop in hand. Menezes does owe us a stop.
Texas checking in just after midnight there in the great state of Texas. Hello, Sean. Just tweeted in at Spectatorment and asked DSC editor. There is the news that will not play well down at Aston. Another stop required there. And I'm just trying to work that backwards.
The man on the move at the moment, undoubtedly, is Mark Webber. That gap, what was that gap? It was mighty. It's down to 2.5
It was 22 seconds when Brendan got in. He got it down to just over 10, and now it's 2.5.
Just 2.5 seconds back to from Stefan Sarrazin.
But Sarrazin is dropping back from De Grassi.
Correct.
And he's dropped back from 5 seconds back to 10 seconds back.
And meanwhile, 4th position, Sebastian Buemi is catching the 2nd place car as well, albeit he's in 4th.
It's clouded over, Graham, and Porsche's like clouds and cool. And we're seeing now, with monotonous regularity, the fastest lap being put in. Still around about the 26.3, 26.4 of the leaders, but that is now tending to be a Porsche lap rather than an Audi or a Toyota lap.
Yeah. Dark clouds, I don't think rain clouds. Big lock up for the 95 as it comes into pit lane in front of us.
And this
is the race.
Yeah, this is his 3rd stop. I reckon that's 3 laps they've gone longer. Actually, no, 4 laps longer. So 2:44. It's 164 minutes left to go. That will put Andy Prior back in the lead of the race, and Stefan Mucker is still in 2nd, Graham. So whatever happened to those 2 cars, or to the 66 car, it's dropped no time at all. It's still only 3 seconds behind its teammate, and the 2 Fords are still going to have a very comfortable lead, indeed, on the rest of the field. Out goes the 97. Out comes the 95 rather, 97 just coming in. Luca Di Grassi.
Lucas, if the rear is moving too much on exit, you can go up on PC rear. It's just on 10 and 11. 22 left. I think the rear is very yours though. Yeah, copy.
Right, he's got about 10 laps to go on those tyres, and the back end beginning to give up through 10 and 11. That's the slower corners on the track. And he's just going to have to manage that. He was being told he can turn the TC, the traction control, up a wee bit if he needs to.
Managed to edge away Sarrazin last time around a little from Mark Webber. That's just going to be traffic, the ebb and flow of traffic. But 2nd place behind this car is going to be, well, a battle join very soon indeed.
Sarrazin picking up his pace that time. 26.6, 26.4, 26.3 for the top 3, and 27.3 for Buemi. 26.9 for Mark Lieb. Remember, we've been watching how far the number 2 is behind the leader, and it got up to 1 minute and 2 seconds. That's what we were watching it earlier on, just about an hour ago. We'll wait for Mark Lieb to come round this time. He's very nearly losing a lap here, isn't he? Wait for the Porsche to come through. Stefan Sarrazin in 2nd position. He'll be getting told about Di Grassi's problems, I suppose.
Yes, they've tried to go hard on tyres. They've cooled down with the traffic, tried to go hard on the tyres.
Right, they're looking at the tyre temperatures there and telling him to push harder. So where is Mark Lieb? Still to come around and complete his 1:34. 1 minute and 25 seconds. So he's just in front of the leader. So this out on the circuit at the moment, Graham, very important. Luca Di Grassi is about to put a lap on Mark Lieb.
Well, more of the ebb and flow, isn't it here? The gap to Di Grassi now static, and he's holding Mark Webber just for the moment. In fact, just edging out another half a second on Webber last time around. He's obviously got the hurry up call.
But they're not going to get the lap on the number 2 car because the Audi's going to have to pit. And that's going to be early. That's going to be 7 or 8 laps early. Ryan Deal, I think, has just got ahead of
No.
That was the other car. That was Mediani that he was with. He was unlapping himself from Mediani. Here's the number 2 Porsche. This is Mark Lieb. Now look in the background here of the shot, and you'll see the Audi. There it is. Couple of car lights, couple of cars behind them now. But see this. I find this interesting. De Grassi complaining about his tyres, but he's lapping just as quick as everybody else in the field. And last time around, he was half a second quicker than Sarrazin and Webber. In fact, a full second quicker than Webber. I think they tough it out.
Lieb has upped his pace in response.
A bit. 27.3. That's not a happy Porsche, that number 2 car, is it?
Not entirely. No,
there's the 8.
We certainly wouldn't be expecting this kind of level of difference.
Audi have got the longest not full stint to do, 29 laps. This is going to give them about a full stint now, if they come in now. If they can last 2 or 3 more laps.
Loic Duval suited and booted though.
Yeah.
And we saw
Alex
a couple of the mechanics suiting up as well. For how much longer before we see the number 8 car roll down pit lane? Not much longer.
They can't afford to get this wrong, Graham, because this puts them off cycle with everyone else, and what they don't need now is to have a full course yellow. That's part of what killed them at Kota. Into the pit lane comes the 35, Paul-Loup Chatin. Nice to have him back in the championship.
Yes, indeed, replacing Nelson Panciatici for the remainder of this WEC season in the 35 Baxi DC racing car. Here come the 2 P1 cars. That's the number 2 car, running at the moment in 5th position. Mark Lieb at the wheel. And through goes the leader, Lucas de Grassi. He's not pit this time around, onto his 138th lap of this 6 hours of Fuji. Will they get to a stage where we might see a lap go on?
Here's the number 2, Mark Lieb. Coming down to turn 9, we'll go the inside of the Ferrari, now under braking to turn 10 and 11. This is where the grip limitations is for the leader, de Grassi. I think de Grassi's toughing this out. 26.6 last time around for de Grassi. That's not bad. And he's still 10 seconds. Crucially, Sarrazat's not gaining on him. Although Audi are ready, and this is going to be something in the region of 5 or 6 laps early, I reckon. Maybe even a little more.
Clearly concerned then about the grip levels. Remember, they only changed tyres one side, did they not?
Yes, that is true, and he's in the lane. So this is the leader coming in. It's a little early. It's not a game changer. It's not a race changer here. But Audi now have got to get everything else right, because this puts them massively off kilter. This is going to put them 10 laps off kilter with everybody else.
Indeed. Meanwhile in P2, Gustavo Benitez still hasn't pitted.
Look at the pickup on that front straight.
Still hasn't pitted, and I think something's going on here. I think there's no further action, by the way, after the investigation into the incident involving Wolf Hensler's 78 KCMG Porsche and the number 67 Ford of Harry Tinknell. Gustavo Benitez, by the way, pits now from the lead in LMP2. What I was about to say
Alex Brundle goes through into the lead.
Being matched 10th for 10th by Alex Brundle. Yeah. I think Brundle might have seen that as a bit of a message. My guess is, if we were to go and speak to Alex at some point on the way home, he would be a little miffed he wasn't on that list of drivers being asked for a go in a factory LMP1 car.
A full season entrant in ACO Championship, wins the championship, which is a development championship, of course. LMP2 experience.
Well, it's done half a season, or will be doing more than half a season, in fact, in this championship. And another Florian P2 car is going to follow this car down. It's going to be...
Who got into the 8 there, did you see?
Sorry, other things.
Yes, me too. I think it was like Duval. Confirmed from Louise. And it goes out now.
The Signatech Alpine, by the way, was fuel only.
Now, what's just gone by there?
It's Gustavo Menezes stays in the car, fuel only.
Is that a triple then for Menezes?
Pardon?
That's a triple for Menezes, is it?
May well be, but of course he's of course ranked as the non-pro.
Duval confirmed in that car, and he's about 5 or 6 seconds behind Mark Lieb. Stefan Sarazan leads for Toyota by just 3.4 seconds from Mark Webber. Sebastian Buemi 24 seconds further back. So that Audi pit stop, I said they nearly had a full pit stop ahead of the number 2 car, which they have to beat here. They've got to take points out of the 2 car.
That game was not a quick stop from Audi. It was a 1:29 for a full service. That's about 5 seconds off what it should be.
Which tends to suggest they put a lot more fuel in it than I thought, unless they had a problem. Dark clouds, by the way, are above us. It is getting cooler, much cooler here. And that will be helping Audi's competitors. We saw in Texas that they were bossing it when it was hot.
Look at the clouds, John. At this point, this very moment, if I didn't know what the weather forecast was, I'd say I wouldn't be surprised by a shower.
Well, we'll see. Bit of debriefing going on immediately there. Wolfgang Ulrich and Reinhold Jost, the gentleman on the far right of that picture, the man whose name is effectively above the door with Audi, and he's bought Jost Racing.
So with the LMP2 stops for this cycle done, albeit with 1 or 2 on a rather different strategy, Alex Brundle leads the LMP2 race by 31 seconds. With Gustavo Menezes, so 26, 27 seconds behind Albuquerque, with Johnny Kane 10 seconds back from the Signatech Alpine.
What were we told that Audi would do on their tyres?
We were told there were single stint tyres throughout.
Yeah, what were we told they would do in terms of stint lengths?
We were told that they would do, as he flicks back in the pages, 29 laps.
No, that was the extra stint.
35 laps. 35 laps.
They've done 34 on each of the stints on that 8 car.
Good job, Steph. I need to see more laps like this. Keep pushing.
So what they've done there
is equalise the stints.
They've just equalised the stints.
So because we believe they needed 29 laps at the end.
Yeah.
So if you decrease each of the stints by 1, you're going to end up with a final stint of 34 laps.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly right.
Laps.
Exactly right. So.
To part of this race is where we're going to stand with the G-Drive pit cycle. That earlier stop for them, where they attempted to stretch the envelope, I think, for Roman Rusinov, possibly just a little far, means they are way out of cycle with the rest of the P2 pack. Watching the relative pace of what are currently the top 3, the petrol-powered LMP1s still to give us their 4th stop. Sarazan still 3.3 seconds ahead of Webber, with Sebastian Buemi about 26 seconds back from that, but they're all lapping at roughly the same kind of speed.
Well, let's see what Loic Duval does on this next set of tyres. 27.4, he gets down there straight away. Now, his stop was only 2 seconds shorter than the Porsche last time, which changed its nose. So you're right, that was a long...
It was a long stop for some reason.
Something in the region of 6 or 7 seconds too long, really. Nick Manassian, by the way, has got aboard the BR01. There's a car that we won't see next year, sadly. And some question, of course, about what that team will do.
Very open questions about what that team might do, having been very sure indeed what I thought the plan was. I'm not at all sure now.
Really?
And neither are they talking very much about it.
The 2 Alpines going across the line astern there for those wanting a nice photograph. Timo Bernhard was just relaxing, getting ready for his stint. Audi might be able to just drive this a little bit now, because they are potentially back timing this from the end, I reckon. And a safety car would really, really hurt them, but a full course yellow, not necessarily. It just depends where the cars are on the track when the full course yellow comes out.
Interesting point.
How long it lasts, of course.
But made by at least two people, in fact, on Twitter a little earlier, which is having taken off the parts to disconnect the drive shafts at the front. Had they used that as the ballast and secured them in the cockpit, would that have disqualified the car? Because they wouldn't therefore have removed the parts from the car.
Sorry, say that again?
If you'd taken off the parts to disconnect the drive shaft and used that as the required weight ballast by taping it into the car.
Well, somebody said if they'd broken.
Yes. Interesting one, isn't it? That one I think is going to run and run. Unlike the number 7, unfortunately.
Very good. A little off-track moment there for either the Porsche number 77 or the 13. Alex Imperatori driven Rebellion.
Yes, Roman Rusinov is clearly enjoying his afternoon rather more than he has been lately. Will Stevens, some of the cracking time, I'm sure. Back to smile as well. Alex Brundle edging away still from Felipe Albuquerque.
It's been a great return to the cockpit by Alex. Had a little time off forced upon him.
Ill health.
By ill health, and he's worked really hard to come back this year and came back with all of his vim and vigour intact.
He did, very focused young man indeed. Has played a vital role in that European Le Mans Series Championship for United Autosports, which, let's not forget, earns that team an LMP2 entry at Le Mans next year.
Correct.
And may well have changed the plans for that team going into next year in the European Le Mans Series. Well, Richard Dean at United Autosports has just suddenly found out he's got lots of friends he never knew he had.
Yes.
So that results indeed at Spa last time out, secured the first 2 automatic entries for the Le Mans 24 Hours. We get a quick view from the inside of the 43 car of a blinding white flash. It turns out to be a Toyota flashing by. The first 2 automatic entries out of the Le Mans 24 Hours, which go to United Autosports for the winning LMP3 and go to JMW Motorsport for a likely championship at the moment, but assured at least 2nd place. The top 2 in GT also get an automatic entry in GTE AM. Into the pits, by the way, comes one of the Toyotas.
It's the 5 car coming in the hands of Seb Buemi, and that again is right. It's the 5 before the 6. And again, we haven't seen very much in terms of tricky strategy here.
Indeed.
Just a little as it pulls to a halt.
Kaz Nakajima is going to be next aboard that car again.
Wanders across so coolly, don't they? There's no panic, just gets in. Getting yourself into a racing car is not that easy.
I should tell you, one of the fantastic things in the excellent fan zone here is a Toyota display that has both a TSO 30 and a TSO 50, which the fans can get aboard. And one of them is even equipped with a staircase to help the younger fans to get in it.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic thing.
Here comes Sarrazin, still in the lead. And this will be tactics for them.
Yeah, I just didn't catch OT yet, so I did my best, but I felt when I go in the traffic, I push.
I just to know if you feel good physically, that's the only reason.
I'm okay.
And then keep pushing.
Well, are you feeling good physically? Yes, then keep pushing. Some of the art on the wall there behind, that is the school children's art that we were talking about earlier on.
And the answer to whether or not it's possible to take the parts off and secure them with the cockpit comes with an element of the regulations courtesy of Simon Spooner. Good afternoon, good evening, or well, good night, Simon. Ballast must be secured so that tools are required for its removal, and so as to allow the fixing of seals by the scrutineers.
Now the big bit there is any ballast
fitting the cockpit must be present at the homologation crash test. So the answer is no.
Well, no to the drive shaft.
No to anything you've removed from the car, but that doesn't give the answer to the question about whether or not, if a part is broken, whether or not it's the same thing.
If they could have disconnected them but left them in situ.
Don't know. The tolerances involved in these things are so tiny, who knows?
Tell you what, knowing Audi, they will be designing a quick brake centre something or other in the drive shaft. In comes Sarrazin from the lead, and through goes Mark Webber to lead again. He crosses the line just before the Toyota gets to the line in the pit lane. So he is scored as the leader at the end of the 146th lap. 2.5 hours or just under still to go, Graham.
Yeah, and Loic Duval is 3.5 seconds back from Mark Lieb, who of course had his stop, but slower than the Porsche last time around. So the brake car should cycle back into the lead after this round of stops that we'll see in the next couple of laps are done. Stefan Sarrazin waves away a drink even. The extraordinary career as Stefan Sarrazin continues. A very old-fashioned 21st century racing driver.
A couple of people asking whether Lewis Williamson has to go back out again, or whether he's done his time. He has to go back out again. Strata Racing and Strata Racing responding to that. Thanks to all the teams for watching what's going on. We follow them, they follow us, and see quite a lot of what's going on, and the teams responding. 2:23.5 to go. Mark Webber is in the pit lane as he hits the pit lane speed limiter. The purple lightsabers are illuminated inside the headlamps. And so he will give up the lead to his teammate Mark Lieb.
Unless Lieb pits, but it will be tight. Lieb is about 1 minute and 15 seconds back from Webber, and a bit of a moment there, close.
Well, the key thing here, Graham, is when Loic Duval comes round, and Stefan Sarrazin, because Stefan Sarrazin only just got out ahead of Loic Duval again. And there it is. That is that's effectively the battle for the lead right now. And how quick can they turn Webber's car around? It will be full service. Mark Lieb is pushing hard in the middle sector. Oh, and the Toyota held up, will go wide, offline. Here comes the outside move into 15 as the Audi is being investigated on its pit stop. It was a longer one. And through to the final corner, Audi and Toyota together. They'll punch out of the final corner. Let's see who's got the numbers right. Immediately the Audi goes to the right hand side, and Loic Duval goes through at the first part, and they pass Mark Lieb before the start finish line. So Duval is scored in second place, and Timo Bernhard is rolling and just will drop in behind them. It's first, second and third in the same shot.
So first, second and third after what? 3 hours and
39 minutes
are separated by 1.2 seconds.
Not even that, Graham. They're in the same corner. Now, have Audi conspired again to lose the race here with their pit stop under investigation? What could it possibly have been for? Too many people over the wall. It was long, we know that. There's a very, very slow, steady, considered stop by Romain Dumas getting into the number 2 Porsche.
So Duval, Sarrazin, Bernhard, Nakajima, Lieb is the order overall. Alexander Imperatore, Imperious, in 6th position, and with, it looks like the CLM almost certainly retirement, and certainly will not have covered the required distance. The 13 car will not in any way be challenged in LMP1 privateer. Alex Brundle now has a 35-second gap to Philippe Albuquerque. 30 seconds back is Gustavo Menezes. Johnny Kane is keeping him very honest.
Yes,
10
he
seconds
is.
back.
I think there's still half a chance of a podium for that 42 car. The top 5 are battling for podiums. Now, in fairness, it looks like G-Drive have wrapped up the lead. Philippe Albuquerque and Gustavo Menezes are 30 seconds apart, but there's only 10 seconds between 3rd and 4th. Actually, top 4, should I say? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, are in it with a chance of a podium.
1.75 seconds is the gap first to 3rd. Remember, this race meeting has already broken a record in qualifying with the top 3 cars, all from different factory teams, separated by under 0.2 of a second in qualifying, the closest we've ever seen with the 3 factory teams. And here, with 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining, it's, well, 2 seconds separates the top 3, and they're all 3 different factory teams.
Simon Hawkins, how about the old sliding dog on the output shaft trick for the drive shaft? Exactly to my thought, Simon. Exactly. Let's have a listen to what's being said between Stefan Sarazan and the pits, or the pits and Stefan Sarazan as we hear the Toyota radio.
Okay, Stefan, on turn 4-5, when you lift, try to lift off completely and go back on power 100%. You will save fuel like this instead of partial throttle.
They're trying to save a lap.
Yeah, they're trying to save some fuel. Absolutely. They've crunched the numbers on what Audi have done. I think they're now beginning to realise. Made a spin for Ryan DL coming out of the hairpin at 6.7. It's been a place where a number of people have had upsies this weekend.
Back into the pits for Alex Brundle.
Does that seem early?
It seems a little early to me, but then again, they were out of sequence.
They were well out of sequence. The issue with that, Graham, is
it's a matter of when does he cycle back round. Have they done their numbers correctly, or are they going to be? They're either going to be a big advantage.
I think they need a splash.
You might be right.
I think they need a splash at the end. No sign of Alex getting out of that car. No sign of tyres either. The Dunlops will be asked to do. If they're doing 50 minutes, there's 2:18 to go. That's 100. Let's call it 2:20 because it's easier to do the arithmetic. That's 2:40. 50 minutes. No, they're all right.
Yep.
They're all right. They're just going to have a longer run to the line, is all. They're going to be on older tyres.
Skies are brightening again.
Hey.
Actually, direct sunshine on turn 1.
Yes, very much so.
And actually down at turns 5
and there
6.
you can see it. Like Duval by a second.
Race into near darkness.
There is the 3 lights on the side of the Porsche 919 Hybrid. As in comes a Porsche, but it's a GT Porsche of David and Amaya Hansen. Audi supporters are absolutely delighted that Loic Duval is leading by a second and has Stefan Sarazan with a couple of seconds between him and Timo Bernhard. So Philippe Albuquerque goes through into the lead of LMP2. Let's go down to Louise for an update on this tactical chess match that's going on in LMP2. Lou, what have you found out?
Well, G-Drive are keeping a very close eye on what's happening with this Sigmatech Alpine, and they believe they're fuel saving, so hence why they've taken that stop early to try and knock out that final stop at the end.
So they go for track position as best they possibly can. But impressive so far from number 26. They've come back out, I think, still in second position. Philippe Albuquerque now leads the LMP2 class for the number 43 RGR squad. So Licio from Orica, from the Alpine Orica, from the Gibson. And still, Johnny Kane keeps Gustavo Menezes honest. Maybe Johnny Kane fancies getting that rookie test of the LMP1.
Well, David Amaya Hansen was waiting for the call for sure.
I think he's still waiting.
Yeah.
He's just. I've seen him 3 or 4 times check his phone to make sure he's not missed a vital text message.
Yeah. Agreed. 31 seconds between first and second. Brundle only dropped to second place, taking that pit stop. He's got 4 seconds between himself and Menezes. Well, that's interesting.
That could be very interesting for Johnny Kane, because if Menezes does manage to catch him, there's no way Alex is going to pull over and let him by.
No, absolutely, because he's looking for the race. He is looking for the race. Top 3 now separated by 2.3 seconds, with Kaz Nakajima another 30 seconds further back. It's Audi, Toyota, Porsche. Toyota number 5 in 4th position, and then Romain Dumas. Now, has Romain lost the lap yet? He must have.
And of course, let's not forget that the pit stop times potentially here are going to be absolutely critical when we get down to these last couple of pit stops. And we've seen some variations here. A couple of slower pit stops for Audi here could make a massive difference. They've got to be absolutely on their game.
Well, one fast one will make, considering they've made slower pit stops and they're still leading, if they can do a quick one and pull something out the bag, all of a sudden they're going to have 9 seconds in hand.
And this is where, if anybody is able to double stint a set of tyres, it could make a race-winning difference.
Oh yeah, no, agree, absolutely agree. Looks to me though as though Timo Bernhard is starting to get around to battle Stefan Sarazan, so this is all up for grabs at the moment.
This is going to be about not just the pace, we've seen the pace is pretty consistent across all 3 of these cars. It's potentially going to be about traffic and a little bit of racing luck here.
I reckon Romain Dumas got about 4 seconds between himself and losing a lap to Duval.
Which means losing a lap to these 3.
Well, it wouldn't be the worst thing to have a Porsche in front of that Toyota, would it? It might be able to help his teammate out.
Don't forget to look at his mirrors for a lap or 2. Well, through comes LMP2 leader in front of us as we continue to watch, and why wouldn't you? It's fabulous. There goes the 2 car by our commentary position. About 6 seconds, I think.
25.9 like Duval last time around. 26.5. Romain Dumas 26.8. Dumas is pushing. There's no doubt about it. They're trying to keep that 2 car on the lead lap.
He's got about 7 seconds between him and being lapped.
And that, given the Audi will stop before him, is so crucial if anything happens out on the track.
But I mean, look at the times up and down the lead group. 126.5, 126.7, by the way, 126.7, 126.4 for Nakajima, who's 27 seconds back, by the way, from this group, and 126.8 from Dumas. So he's the slowest of the lead 5, but it's only tenths in it between all of them.
And that means, what that means, Graham, is now that the balance on that car is getting better, because everyone else is slowing down, and that car
back down into this kind of pace.
That car has actually
had consistent pace throughout.
Well, he's actually getting a bit quicker because he was doing 27s. I think that car has got better as the race has gone on, and everyone else has got a wee bit worse. We're talking about the number 2 Audi here, the number 2 Porsche here. Don't leave much room, do they? They're coming through. It's going to be interesting. Here's Sarazan again. There's the leader going through, like Duval. Sarazan, Bernhard, as quick as I can see it, they go past us.
2.4 seconds is the gap first.
Rubbish offline.
This is where was the issue, of course, for the number 2 car with rubber pickup fouling the kind of front aero.
I've heard nothing about that Audi pit stop yet. Decision's not been made. We haven't heard the NFA either. Let's see if we can do a bit of finding out.
So 2 hours 11 minutes remain of the 6 hours of Fuji. It's been a pretty engaging one, and it is battle engaged in LMP1 and the overall lead of the race. 8 from 6 from 1, as John quite rightly says. A pit stop though is still under investigation for the lead car.
Here's the press release from Audi. On lap 18, the motor generator unit MGU of the hybrid system on the number 7 Audi failed. In order to continue, Audi Sport Team Yost had to remove the front drive shaft Thereafter, Marcel Vesler continued the race. Simultaneously, Audi checked the situation regarding the technical regulations with the FIA WEC. The technical stewards informed Audi that the LMP race car no longer complied with the regulations, therefore Audi withdrew the car.
I'm disappointed. You know, if it's rules, it's rules. I get it, but I'm disappointed.
No, I understand. Here goes the chance for the Porsche down the inside, and will go through into turn 1. There's nothing that Sarrazin can do at that point. He'll try the old over and under. Now hit the boost button, Stefan, if you're going to do it, if you've got something left.
He's not got it there.
Big flash of the lights for the Ford.
Going to be into this?
That's the leader in class, the 67, with Andy Priaulx on board, and he's right in the middle of this.
Toyota's got by him again with the Ford.
Brilliant stuff.
Here we go.
Absolutely, by the way, Audi there making no bones about the fact that they asked for a clarification and the FIA told them it was non-compliant. So they were upfront about what they had done, and they told them they didn't want to wait till the end, put all that effort in and then get disqualified. But effectively the car was out of regulations. So once they told them that, there was no point in running it because they would have just stopped scoring.
A 43 car, latest to pits, Philippe Albuquerque. Running down pit road in the RGR Ligier. That puts Gustavo Menezes, championship leader, of course, back into second position. Here's that move again, right to the white line for the number 1 Porsche.
Again, traffic involved there, but you live by traffic, you die by traffic, because Timo got through there. Stefan giving them an opportunity to get back. Oh, that was a bit close, wasn't it?
That expression will have changed moments later.
Here it goes. Down into 1 again. Now, see the 6 car there, Graham? Stefan Sarrazin picked the inside, stayed to the inside. No weaving back out to take his line again.
No, Stefan Sarrazin,
very fair driver.
In fantastic form of late, and I'm sure thoroughly enjoying this.
Oh, right off line there as well. The RGR, that's Bruno Senna. He's on an outlap. Senna's on an outlap right ahead of him on cold tyres.
Adam Carroll in the Golf Porsche.
It's that dark red car. And look at the pickup. Senna will now have seen it, stays out the way. But how much rubbish did Sarrazin in the Toyota? The second of the red and white cars there. The first one is the 45 that has dropped a lot of time.
That's Tor Graves going for the apex, and actually that's held up the Toyota. That's got number 1 car right back on the rear wing.
You can defend here, middle of the road. That's
still
fine.
Not by the Manor car.
No, now he's got to pick his time and his spot because he can't get held up here. That's the problem.
Who's in a straight line the first?
Oh, and it's the Porsche. The Porsche will pull alongside here. Now, watch what happens. The Porsche's going to go ahead and then try and pull in front, and does. The reason he's done that is because he's going to run out of hybrid power about now. And the opportunity would have been, I say, didn't quite get it done. Well, I'm impressed with that. Timo must have got a bit more hybrid boost when he crossed the line, so that will mean he's used a bit more at the start of the lap. And Sarrazin again will have to attack. Brilliant stuff.
Excellent stuff. Another great battle. Oh, while this is happening, by the way, Loic de Valley's pulling away. 6 seconds to the gun over this pair now. And keep an eye on what's going on ahead of these cars, because I think Loic de Valley must be closing on Romain Dumas.
I'll tell you in a second, because Romain Dumas is about to cross the line. That was a lovely, lovely move. Now, coming towards the end of the lap, Romain Dumas, as Dom Kreinheimer, by the way, has taken over the 13. In comes the Corvette, Yamagishi from 4th position now. Leader's not that far ahead, 7 seconds, doesn't seem a lot. There is Romain Dumas, and right behind him now, on the same piece of straight, is the leader of the race.
The gap is 1 minute and 23 seconds on the lap.
So that's less than 3 seconds.
3 seconds, give or take a tenth or two.
That was a lovely move by Timo.
It was a very lovely move, and that was, as we said, John, all about when you get the power down in a straight line, on the start-finish straight.
Andres Seidel, the project manager on the left, Mark Webber on the right.
And whatever might not be motivating Mark Webber, this certainly is.
Let's have a listen to the
Yes, the next time around we will try more boost out of the last corner to try to get position with the car one.
This is about fuel saving. There's no doubt about that now. This is about fuel saving and efficiency, but also maintaining that track position. You can't afford to lose touch with the Porsche. I think certainly the Porsche and the Toyota team are seeing this as very much now being down to who can be in the right place at the right time and get through the pits as quickly as they possibly can. This is about the team effort now. It is about tenths. It's not about laps. It's not about seconds here and there. It's about tenths per second.
Yeah. And it's about the last pit. It's going to come down the last pit stop this, you know, Graham. It's going to come down.
That's exactly what I mean. Exactly what I mean. You know, the difference between someone doing a pit stop in 121 and 123 is going to be
121 and 129.
Well, that's the issue is that we've seen two slower pit stops from the number 8 crew, and albeit one for the number 2.
Oh, slow lap that time by Devala, 28.0. Got caught in traffic, and all of a sudden his lead is back down to just 5 seconds. But of course, the chasing pair have got to hit the same little group of traffic. It's always worse being the leader coming through it first. In LMP2, Alex Brundle leads by 6.7 seconds over Gustavo Menezes. The 44 car, Matt Rowe, sitting in 4th position now because he spun at turn 15, and Johnny Kane's up into 3rd for Straka, and he's only 8.5 seconds away from second, 15 seconds from the lead.
Johnny Kane is gradually catching Gustavo Menezes.
He was so close to a podium at the Nürburgring.
71 thousandths of a
Ryan
second.
DL and him had a cracking last couple of 3 laps with DL. Amazing drive on a set of tyres that were well past their best.
They've had multiple 4th places this year. And with a 2-driver squad, it's Iron Man stuff from both Johnny Kane and Lewis Williamson. They, no doubt, very hoarse Nick Leventis will be croaking them on. Good afternoon, Nick. Tough for a race driver to set any race out, but when your team's having a good afternoon, somehow, I'm sure it feels just a little bit better, or worse.
No, not quite. I was about to say Ramanda has been lapped, but he hasn't, not quite. It must have been close. 26.3 this time for Loic Duval after traffic. So second place, Porsche number 1, Timo Bernhard behind the wheel.
Brake pass -1 click. Brake pass -1 click. Gap to P1 7 seconds, mate. Let's get that down. Yeah, copy. Edit -2. Blocking front.
Brake bias, and it's time to push by the time. So basically, they want to out of this fight into the next one.
He's got fuel to spare as well. The crowd beginning to come back to this race in the last couple of hours. They've been out in the plaza behind us. They've wandered around the back of the pits. They've bought their souvenirs. They have their little fluffy Fuji-san toys, and now they are realising that there's a motor race still. There's nobody left. The car parks are still absolutely chocker here. Rammed. Every Japanese car that you've ever wanted to see in pretty much every colour is in the car parks here. An amazing array of automobiles. This is a very car-driven, car-centric country, and I don't think I've seen a dirty car while I've been here either. That's very interesting.
The car park, it looks like it's been flood damaged.
It's literally everyone is out polishing their cars on a Sunday. So many bike clubs and car clubs that were on their way up here this morning. 5.6 seconds the lead, and then Stefan Sarrazin has that much between himself and second place at the moment, and Timo Bernhard will hit the traffic. Romain Dumas, by the way, doing an extraordinary job. He's back down in the 26s again, 26.8s, and that is impressive. That car has not gone any quicker. Graham?
It's just a corner, the distance between the on the road, the number 8 car in the lead,
yes,
trying to get onto terms to lap.
They go down to turn 10 now, which is just around this corner. Coming down to the last third of the race, it's round 7 of the World Endurance Championship. 6 hours of Fuji And Stefan Sarazan.
Yes, Steph, if you think the boost is good, we have a further step we could try. It's quite a big step, but we could try.
More boost, more hybrid power.
They want this. They want this very badly indeed. They are going to push the envelope. They are willing to take risks here.
And Sarazan is the right man at the right time here, because he has been mighty. He has been awesome in the last couple of races. He was brilliant at Quarter, and he was sliding the car around at Mexico as well, if you remember.
125 is the gap now between Romain Dumas and the leader, which means the gap on the road is a second and a half.
Yeah. Yeah. And Duval will want to get through before his pit stop.
Absolutely.
That's given Duval something to aim at now. Now, I know he's looking at his fuel numbers as well, Graham, but he will want to get through there. That would give them a buffer. Under 2 hours to go. It's the last third of the race. Surely another podium for the one car, but which step? And it could be any of the three so far. Kaz Nakajima, by the way, is holding station around about 22 seconds behind his teammate Stefan Sarazan in third place in the 6, who's 1.2 seconds behind Bernard in the number 1 Porsche, who's 4.5 seconds behind Loic Duval in the 8 Audi. Hang on to your hats, everybody. If you got up early for this one in Europe, it's been worth it, hasn't it?
Well, you're certainly not getting an espresso to wake you up, have you?
7 o'clock in the morning in the UK, 8 in Central Europe. So that's coming on to midnight on the west coast of the States and well into the early hours on the east, 3 o'clock in the morning. Already well through into Monday in Australasia. Oh no, hang on a second, we're on that same time zone, aren't we? So a little bit further on, perhaps. So tremendous last couple of hours of racing still to come.
I think, by the way, what I can say, and subject to confirmation by the FIA World Endurance Championship, is we've got one championship confirmed.
Which is,
I believe, said just after this.
Okay.
Next chance to talk to
Matt Rowe's just taken out the 44 car, and that means Louise can speak to Richard Bradley.
Well, Richard Bradley, that was some battle you had out there with the 30 step.
That was incredible. I mean, it was very, very difficult because we were on the second stint of our tyres, and I knew that Gustavo had just come out on new ones. The team just said hold him back as long as you could, and I never thought it was going to be that fun. Honestly, in the car, I couldn't stop smiling, and I had to say fair play to Gustavo as well, because he was impeccably clean, and he made me work. He made me work very hard, but that was really awesome, and I haven't had that much fun in a long time.
You've got experience here, haven't you? And of course, we've seen it before. So where are the key points you can do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite lucky in that, spending so long in racing in Japan, I know a few tricks about this place, and so I'm not going to say them now because I'm probably going to be racing against people who are watching this. But there were places I was making sure that he couldn't get near me, and it obviously did the trick because I was able to keep him behind. But it was just so much fun, and it's what it's all about, you know. I loved it.
Well, interesting stuff there from him. It's 163 laps down now. There is the gap on the road at the moment, 7.7 seconds. The 8 Audi to the 1 Porsche to the 6 Toyota Gazoo Racing TS050. 28 seconds back from the leader is the second of the Toyotas. The LMP2 battle still well underway with pit stop strategy in play as well. Gustavo Menezes under 7 seconds back from Alex Brundle, 26 from 36. And then Prio from Mucca, Ford still ahead in GT Pro. Delanana from Collard, Aston Martin in the lead of GTM. To go back, John, to that point about which championship, I believe, subject to official confirmation, has been settled. I think with the number 4 CLM in the garage and certainly not now able to complete the required laps, that means the number 13 Rebellion will not be caught, cannot be caught for the remainder of this season. It gives them more than the required 52-point gap, or 50-point gap. There's no point for pole position in LMP1 Privateer. So I believe Rebellion Racing have secured the LMP1L Championship.
And congratulations to them.
Absolutely.
Hope to see them back next year in something.
Well, LMP2 is certainly the choice where they will race. I have zero doubt we will see Rebellion in some way, shape or form in the FIWC in 2017.
Okay, well that is true. Potential of maybe one or two other races as well. There is the 42 of Stracker Racing, Johnny Kane, having made his 5th pit stop, has dropped out of that battle at the sharp end of the field, which is led by Alex Brundle again on the pit stop cycle, now 8.1 seconds ahead of Gustavo Menezes, with Bruno Senna installed in the dark red number 43 Ligier in 3rd. He's about half a minute over Sean Galale in the number 30 Ligier. That car gone very, very well. Oh, now, what was going on there at the back of the Ford?
Which Ford?
The 67 car, that was a Brio car. Now, were they just fastening on a... I looked up in the middle of that, and somebody was messing about with an exhaust pipe or something at the back. Maybe just putting the grounding lead on. Mucker now leads on the rotation of the pit stops. What I'm waiting for here, Graham, is to see if the 95 Aston Martin gets ahead and how long it can stay ahead before it pits, because we're under 2 hours now, so you know what I'm thinking. Where are they going to be at the end of the race?
Absolutely. Would you like another interesting point?
Factoid, yes.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment where we are, with the number 8 Audi leading the race, and the number 2 Porsche in 5th position, 1 hour and 54 minutes remaining. We came to the race courtesy of the pole position points for the number 8 Audis. Number 66 Ford pits in front of us from the lead of GT Pro with Stefan Mucker. 130 points to the number 2 Porsche crew, right. 93.5 to the number 8 Audi crew, and just that for the points that would be awarded if it stays like this, and we get 140 points for the number 2 Audi crew, Porsche crew, but 118.5 for the Audi crew. Now the crucial difference between where we stand today and where we might stand tomorrow is that's less than the points you would receive for first place. So they need to finish races. They have to finish races.
In that 2 car.
The 2 car. They have to finish the race.
Yeah.
Into comes the 51 Ferrari.
James Collado
from 2nd position.
Harry Tinknell has retaken the wheel of the 67.
They, of course, were slightly out of sequence, probably courtesy of that incident with the number 78.
It was. I think there was next to no difference, to be honest, Graham. There was 2.5 seconds between them, and there was 2.5 seconds between them. So
I think the Tinknell Brio car pitted a couple of laps earlier and out of sequence because of that incident.
It hasn't seemed to have hurt them as Ollie Pla takes over takes over the 66 car. So well inside the last 2 hours now, and the sunshine comes back out again. It's good news for Audi.
Yep.
And for Louise, because she does like the sunshine.
She does
She's
like
a happy little soul.
Yep.
6.1 seconds. Louise, is your hair still straight?
Yes, I can give a hair report that it is very straight.
Right, there is a reason for that. That may sound fatuous, but there's a reason for that. Louise's hair is an absolute, pardon the pun, barometer of... In fact, that's not the right term, is it, for what measures humidity? But Louise's hair measures humidity. Yeah. If there's any humidity in the air at all, Louise, your hair curls, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, and the other thing I'd say is, and it's an important part of that debate, is, and it's funny as well.
Yeah. Well, no, it's useful. I find it very useful that we have somebody out there who can give us an absolute...
Yeah, I went to Kota and I can't do a thing with it.
Exactly. So it's not quarter frizzy, it's still straight.
Absolutely.
So that's, you know, that's...
We should maybe develop a scale.
Yeah, I agree with that. Duval by 7.8 seconds as the sun comes out, the Audi gets quicker. 1:26.5 against a 30.4.
Slow lap that time from Timo Bernhard.
That's traffic potentially. Will Stevens on the left there. Roman Rusinov on the right. Stauzan just 1.4 seconds behind the Porsche now. So second and third closing up. And Kaz Nakajima only 20 seconds behind.
That's closing.
Yeah, slightly.
No, it's not more than slightly.
That's 22 seconds.
That's a significant change for Kaz Nakajima. He is certainly drawing back into the battle for second.
Let's have a listen to the second place call.
Wait, was that just the traffic? I didn't see.
So I went wide in turn 5, the guy didn't see me, but all okay.
Okay, do your best to clean the tyres and get back on it.
So it went wide in turn 5, and that was Kaz saying, I didn't see what you did. Must have took his eye off the screen. More significantly, just ahead of this battle, as the sun streams through the clouds around Mount Fuji,
Duval is
now going to have to look behind him, and Dumas is going to have to look behind him, and Duval is going to have to try and make a clean pass. He can't afford. This is crucial for both sets of teams. He's passed him. He's passed going down into turn 6.
Yeah, the duo, and it's changed.
He could not afford to be held up there like Duval. And so Romain Dumas is now off the lead lap in the championship leading. The Drivers' Championship leading car has dropped off the lead lap. Wow.
Well, an hour and 49 minutes to go. Not done yet, not even a little bit. Stefan Sarazan very significantly has not dropped much further back from Timo Bernhard.
No, well, he hasn't dropped at all.
And this will, as he comes through what just looks like all the LMP2 cars in the world, it's actually 2 of them, but doing a lot of movement on track. But Gustavo Menezes, meanwhile, is just dropping back a little from Alex Brundle. 10 seconds is the gap now, with Gustavo on a different pit stop cycle, effectively, to the 26 car. Those gaps, by the way, Duval now 8.6 seconds ahead of Timo Bernhard, 170 laps complete. There's a further 2.4 seconds back to Stefan Sarazan.
I'm now looking at GTE Pro, and Marco Sorensen is just 2 seconds ahead of the Fords, and he's not made his pit stop yet, and Ollie Ply is closing him down. So even if the Aston was ahead, getting towards the end of this race, it's going to be very, very tight indeed to whether they can be ahead at the end. Even if they can stretch their last pit stop, their last stint, excuse me, and the Fords have to splash.
I'm being asked, by the way, if we are using Louise's hair for technical reasons, does she need FIA homologation?
Yes, indeed. And any hair product has to be approved.
It absolutely does, with a label on it, sticker.
And that includes any banding, scrunchies. I'm being told that was apparently a very 1980s comment. This is from somebody who's just bought a 1994 car, Louise. That's, you know, I still live there. The lead for Loic Duval then, a 1:26.6 last time around, is needing 9 seconds, and Timo Bernhard can't shake off that pesky Toyota behind him. Stefan Sarazan in third position is just 2 seconds behind. Very quick in the second sector, that Toyota. Very quick indeed. Something like half a second and more quicker than the Porsche at this time in the race. In GTE Arm, we've started what must be the penultimate set of pit stops. Matthias Lauda has just taken the number 98 Aston back out again from the lead. He's lost the lead for a moment to Emmanuel Collard, but he's only half a minute behind, so when Manu pits, then he'll get that back. In GTE Pro, we're in the middle of the pit stops at the moment. Davide Rigon leads from Harry Tinknell in second place, who's got ahead of Marco Sorensen. The 67 car, Graham, is pointing at the Manor garage.
45 back into the garage. I'm going to have to take serious issue, I'm afraid, with something that's been posted on social media. James Fox, shame on you. I'll have you know the technical term for a humidity instrument is not a hydrometer. It is, of course, a Beckett.
Yeah.
45 minutes of this sort of action.
Yeah, and in comes Collard to pit. 5th time down the pit lane for the number 83, and through goes Matthias Lauda back into the lead. Adam Carroll in 3rd place, still to make his 4th stop. Why did the 83 car make an extra stop? Did they get pinged for something?
They got stop and hold.
That's they did for speeding in the pit lane.
Pit lane speed.
Yes, they did. Well remembered.
This is a battle we're looking at for 3rd position GTE Pro, but a wiggle there from the number 95 Aston Martin as number 66 Ford looks up the inside. He's going to make that pass there, not quite. Bit of a wiggle for the 66 Ford. In extremis. 2 incredibly different looking cars.
Okay. Defensive line being taken there, because that is a battle for position.
Absolutely right.
So Sorensen is within his rights there to hold back this one. Now he's got a pit, but every moment that he can hold this car up is a potential for him to claw back some time after his pit stop. They are 2 very different looking cars indeed, aren't they?
Absolutely. Aston holds the advantage, and, but the Ford is focused on the back. Looking for a way by.
Oh, seem to have lost Graham there for a moment.
Not for last time. That's not what you usually want to see in your rear mirror, is it, really?
Here comes the Matt Rao-driven Manor as well. Now, does the Ford just sneak across and get a bit of a draft? It does. Aston has got the legs on the Ford down the straight, which, considering that Ford is super slippery, prototype shapey, is testament to the balance of performance makers. Tries to go down the inside, gets his nose chopped off.
That's because the Manor car was where he wanted to put the Aston Martin. Compromises line through turn 1 into turn 2. We've seen before now. My guess is that Ford is going to be alongside.
Oh, Menezes out of the 36 car, which is in the pit lane.
Nick Lapierre is the new driver aboard the 36 car, championship leader. Made on 3rd position by the 66 car, but Olivier Pla fresh from an overall win at Petit Le Mans. Fancies another step on the podium here. Flashes the Aston Martin, not to let him know that he wants to get through, which of course he does. I suspect it's a warning that the Toto is coming, and it did remarkably quickly. Nakajima is definitely closing the gap. Is catching teammate Sarrazin quickly. In comes the leader.
You can tell that Aston's on the end of its run. It does not have the grip of the Ford behind it, as in comes Loic Duval with 1 hour and 50 minutes to go. Check that, 1 hour and 43 minutes to go. So that's just over 100 minutes. At 50 minutes per stint, that is going to be close for this car to get to the end. The Aston and the Ford have swapped places for the moment, but the Aston will be able to drag back before the start-finish line and hold the place on the timing and scoring. But now, of course, the Ford on the inside of Pla and Sorensen will have the line in the corner, and Sorensen will have to give that one up. He'll try and squeeze around the inside, but Pla, coming off a win at Petit Le Mans a couple of weeks ago in a prototype. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's close.
He's got the straight line speed, hasn't he? He really does.
He can't corner like the Ford can. The faster corners, the Ford really likes it. It's going to be turn 18. Here he goes. He was just able to easily place the car down the inside on the first part of the final corner. Panasonic turn at 16. Graham, looked like there was again a problem for Audi and Loic Duval.
Yeah, hearing from Louise down in the pits, just talk back, John, that there was a problem with the gun on the rear wheel.
Another 1:29 pit stop. They can't keep giving up 8 seconds.
That effectively will drop them behind.
That's lost them the lead.
Absolutely, right there.
They should have been 20 seconds up the road by now. 20, 30 seconds here. Hello to Chris Suku, trying to listen to us in the airport lounge at Mumbai. Let's go to Toyota.
Yes, sir. And please go to beta 5-3, more fuel flow.
And so they're still trying.
That is the other thing they said they were going to try. Now, that's going to put Stefan Sarazan's number 6 Toyota very much on terms with the Audi as well.
Timo.
Okay, Timo, TCF +1. TCF +1 if you manage to clean the tyre.
Don't forget he was off the track, so he's trying to clean the tyres, and now he's just playing with the traction control. This is all coming from the pit wall, trying to help them out. Help the drivers out, give them a little bit of information about how they get the car set up. Bernard leads, 100 minutes to go, Graham. I think it's advantage Porsche right now.
I absolutely do. And that's a very significant part of the advantage they require for the Manufacturers' Championship. And actually...
Can they clinch the Manufacturers' Championship?
I'll double check that. I don't think they can, but I'll double check that. But the other point is, of course, it's a massive help to the number 2 Drivers' Championship push.
Yes, because effectively the number 1 car is taking points away from the number 8 if it can get ahead of it. The worry for me would be, if I'm Audi, is I've got one more stop to do. Can I do it on one more stop? Or am I going to have to stop 3 laps from the end or 5 laps from the end and splash? Everybody else now has 2 stops to go. So, looking down at the pit lane just to see what's going on down. We still haven't heard, by the way, anything from the investigation of the Audi's pit stop on lap 139 or whatever it was. But they've done another one since then, so we can, I think, assume that there was no further action on that. And keep an eye on what's going on down at Audi.
The answer on the points is going to be quite complex. You can score 44 manufacturers' points for a full race meeting with a perfect race with pole position, first and second position in the race. The gap coming into the race, again taking into account the single point for Audi for pole, is 52 points. So more than a perfect race. We have these points plus 2 others. It's unlikely they can clinch it today. I don't think they can clinch it today if we have an Audi finishing the race. So, hour and 37 minutes. Stefan Sarazan finally gives up the seat. The car now moulded in his image.
Yes.
Of the number 6 after another heroic stint. Kaz Nakajima immediately leapfrogs the car and goes into second position. So at the moment, it is Porsche from Toyota and Toyota, Romain Dumas.
Yeah, is ahead of Loic Duval again.
That comes courtesy of that longer pit stop.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it cost. Here we go. This is number 8, and that is Romain Dumas. Comes out.
And he comes out ahead as well.
Of the 6, but he's going to be behind. He's going to be behind Timo Bernhard.
Well, let's see. 42 and 78. That's Johnny Kane,
who's back up in third position.
Joel Kamathias also in third position in AM. A collision at turn 10 under investigation.
So that was an important run down the pit straight from the number 8 car.
Was it ever?
That got the car back ahead of the 2 Porsche, putting back a lap back on that car, but crucially got the car out ahead of the number 6 Toyota as well.
No, it didn't put a lap back on him yet.
No, you're right, because
Romain Dumas hasn't stopped yet.
But will. 97 Aston Martin is the latest pit stop for GTE Pro with the sister car just leaving the pit lane.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And that Aston was in 3rd position when it pitted. So it's not going to be ahead of the Fords, but it could still be ahead of the Ferraris if they've got their numbers right on the fuel.
Aaron Turner steps out. Richie Stanaway therefore steps aboard. 2 driver squads, of course, for these crews. Stanaway back in the car this weekend. Bernhard, Nakajima, Duval, Dumas, Kobayashi, but with pit stop still to play.
The gap between Timo Bernhard and Loic Duval is 118. A good pit stop is 121. And that's stationary in the pit lane. Oh, that's in the pit lane, rather. G-Drive going back to Will Stevens when the 26 car comes in. Alex Brundle.
Ooh, that was very close indeed with the number 31 ESM car.
Which has Pipo Derani at the moment.
Yep, that was number 6 Toyota taking a dive up the inside.
Kobayashi.
It just was not quite the room there, and it was a very near thing indeed.
Yeah, Louise just talking to me in my ear. Here comes the 26 car, Alex Brundle from the lead of LMP2, a stunning stint.
Brundle from Senna. There's
Brundle from Senna from Kane. Yeah, Brundle from Senna, very good at Fuji. And there is Will Stevens just ready to go. Out jumps that very famous helmet colour, very similar to his father's. And Alex is out, that's his work done, I would think.
Great stint from Alex. It was an excellent stint from Will Stevens, double stint from Will Stevens.
I've got to tell you, G-Drive, all of their drivers have pulled their weight. Rusinov has done the same thing.
Bruno Senna cycles back into the lead for the moment. Johnny Kane, currently 3rd. Will he have time to get through?
Whilst that's going, a little bit of a struggle on the left front there. While that's going on, Graham, I'm just considering what I was watching there in GTE Pro with the Aston, the 95 Aston. I said that we would have to watch where they were when they took their pit stop. I think Aston are on for a podium here, and Louise has just told me that Ferrari are a bit worried as well. I said to you before that I think they'd been playing a tactic from the start of the race because they didn't think they had the outright lap speed.
They've tried this before, it's worked more than once for them. It didn't work at Kota.
No.
It didn't work at Kota because they were caught up by full course yellows.
But this has been
Don't say it.
Yeah, exactly. 93 minutes to go. Romain Dumas.
Car behind you is 4th position. Do not let them by as easily as the previous car. We have 6 laps to go. Do not use X-ray for turn 1.
Oh, do not use X-ray on turn 1. You can use your laser vision, but not your X-ray.
What about the one that
vibration on that car?
What about the one that drops the kind of the spiky things out the back?
Nasty vibration on the onboard there. You normally get a lovely clear picture, but the camera pointing towards Romain Dumas there, nasty vibration. A bit of Michelin rubber being left on the exit of turn 1 into turn 2. Being told that Kobayashi's behind him. You think this is very interesting. But of course, Kobayashi has made his pit stop and Dumas has not.
In comes number 5 from 2nd position, Kaz Nakajima.
On time.
Absolutely.
Going back to the pro thing, I think Nicky Team and Marco Sorensen have half a chance of coming in one more time and then stretching their fuel where everybody else has to pit. And I think they've got half a chance here of a sneaky little podium. They're not going to beat the Fords. The Fords are out of sight. And it will be the 67 from the 66. I don't think they'll change those cars around.
Absolutely.
So Andy Prior and Harry Tinknell will take the Ford's first 6-hour win and the UK's first win. UK version of Chip Ganassi Racing.
So, meantime, as we're here with what, just over 90 minutes to go in the race, Europe's beginning to wake up. Quite aside from the epic fans that have been up all night to watch this, John. And, well, you're joining us with a really intriguing race. Kaz Nakajima on pit road for the latest stop for the number 5 Toyota, but all 3 factory teams have been very much in the mix. Problems though for the number 7 Audi, have taken that car out of the race. LMP2 has just been bonkers, to be honest with you. Everybody's been in the race. It's ebbed and flowed a little. Bruno Senna leads that race for the number 43 RGR sports team, but in terms of advantage on track, once this all weaves out, it's the 26G Drive team with Will Stevens subbing for Rennie Rast, super subbing for Rennie Rast this weekend, who have the advantage. They're slightly out of sequence. Big lock up there for number 86 Porsche, just missing the rear end of the number 8 Audi, as Loic Duval pushes very hard indeed to get back on the terms with Timo Bernhardt. The Audi's pitting earlier than the Porsches, as usual, but a slow pit stop for the Audi last time around should keep Timo Bernhardt in the lead when they come round next to
No, I'm not sure. Kobayashi was a 116.
How did they do that?
Against a 129.
Did they not change all 4 tyres?
Well, you know, Kaz Nakajima.
Can they afford to short fuel it for track position?
123 for Kaz Nakajima. And Romain Dumas is now in 3rd, but has yet to pit. Loic Duval has yet to pit. Timo Bernhardt has yet to pit. Timo can't stay in the lead. He can't stay in the lead. He's only got an hour, and he's only got a minute and 15. Here comes the Porsche from the lead. And pulls into its stop in perfect sunshine with threatening clouds in the distance and ecstatic crowds in the grandstand. And the tall figure of Brendan Hartley fits himself into the cockpit elegantly and is even young and lithe enough to do his old lap belts up, which is quite impressive. Plugs in his radio. Loic Duval not yet through the 2nd sector. Now he is. So waiting. He's got about another 50 seconds, 47 seconds to come through. Here he comes. It's going to be back in the lead for Audi here, excuse me. Under an hour and a half to go, and the number 8 comes across the line. Now, they've stopped the Porsche early to get track position, but they've not stopped him early enough. And he goes back through into the lead. A little bit of a wiggle from the one car. That was the Toyota, excuse me, Kobayashi. And Kobayashi's gone through as well. So Brendan Hartley goes back down to 3rd position. It was the Toyota who stopped early to get track position, exactly as you were saying, Graham.
So slightly short-fueled.
Yeah, that's smart.
Very
smart.
It's worked, yes.
And this is great news for Audi.
The strategists down at Toyota will be high-fiving around the garage right now.
3/10 of a second as they went through.
That's all it needed, and now you can follow me, is what Kobayashi is saying, and be very happy to do so.
One more stop for each of the top cars. Speeding in pit lane for the 45 car, Tor Graves.
That's the delayed Manor car.
Yeah, so that's not going
issue earlier.
Right, under an hour and 30 minutes to go. In AM, Joel Camathias is in 3rd position for the 78 Porsche, and they've been bouncing backwards and forwards with the Chevy Corvette. Pierre Rags at the wheel of that at the moment. There's 14 seconds between them. He's got about a minute, a little over a minute, to Francois Perraudot in 2nd place. Yeah, check that. He's got almost, about a minute, and Perraudot's got about a minute to Lauda, who leads in the Aston number 98 in Pro. Ford by 8 seconds between them, 67 from 66, Tinkoff from Pla. From Jimmy Bruni and Sam Bird, now 17 seconds between the 51 and 71 Ferrari. The joker in the pack, the 95 Aston, that goes very, 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 very long indeed, as out of 4th position,
Romain
Dumas, who must have just sneaked back ahead of Kaz Nakajima before he came into the pit lane. Nakajima goes by now, but that is going to drop that car down by, well, almost a lap. Now where is Loic Duval now, Graham?
Loic Duval is 6 seconds up the road from this pair as they duke it out for second position in fine. Vettel, Kobayashi
and Hartley
is not going to give that position up without one hell of a fight.
Well,
it's the you don't come into my backyard and do things like that, young man.
No.
A combative driving style as always from Kobayashi, and quite right too. This is a World Championship race.
You watch that way for the Audi, and I'll tell you what's happening with Romain Dumas. Is he going to lose another lap?
There comes the Audi crossing the line, and now
I can still see Porsche mechanics, I think, working on that car. Yeah, there's a group of people there.
He's on the way out. He's on the way out.
It's going to be close then, and it's also going to be very close indeed as the number one comes down to the first corner.
Taking the position onto
through
the start-finish straight.
Yeah.
And now Kobayashi's going to try
before the line as well, Graham.
Can't do it there. Tries the inside line here. Is that going to work?
No.
It does.
It does. Round the outside.
He knows where he's got the advantage on power delivery here, John. And worked brilliantly. Well, we thought it'd be close. 8.5 seconds separate the top three, and it is Audi from Toyota, from Porsche, Duval from Kobayashi and Hartley. 3 different factories, 3 different cars within 9 seconds. An hour and 25 minutes remain.
Oh, big slide by Kobayashi, torturing his rear Michelins there. Now, watch to your right again, Graham, because we're going to see this battle between Neil Jani and Loic Duval as they head back towards us, just ahead of this duo. And will there be a lap put on?
Traffic for the battling Toyota and Porsche.
There's the 2 and there's the 8 going through. There's nothing between them. There was about a second across the line. This is fantastic through the track. 1, 2, 3, 4 wide. And a very slow car coming into the pit lane with the
Corvette
26. And Will Stevens, the leader in the category LMP2. Well, no, sorry, he's not, is he? Because Bruno Senna's up the road.
But Bruno Senna owes us the stop.
Will Stevens was right in the middle of that.
So Kobayashi able to hold his line. Brendan Hartley looking for any half chance of taking position. These guys, though, are beginning to drop back from a charging Loic Duval.
Yeah, but he's got to get by the Porsche, and he's almost with him. He's almost with him as they're heading down towards turn 10.
But the gap for the leader from Kobayashi is coming out. 10 seconds now. Going up lap by lap as these two get engaged in their own battle.
Pipo Derani's just done that car's best lap of the race in the number 30, 1:33.3.
Well, he's trying to get on to terms with Matt Rao ahead.
It's only 7 seconds. Drive-through penalty for the 45 car.
And the Corvette, I'm hearing from Louise down the pit lane, is going into the garage after...
Top 3-4 runner all day. And with an hour and 22 minutes to go, it's been pushed back into the garage.
Again in the 26s for Duval, in the 27s for the chasing pair. It's attention to the rear of the car.
Yeah, it was going very, very slowly into the pit lane.
Gearbox, I think, at the rear of that car. It's gone off in the case. Diff?
Yes. And there's a drive belt that runs off the back of there to the alternator as well.
Fantastic shot of the battling second place duo coming by the 95 Aston Martin. And a further delay for the Porsche there behind the 86 for, Porsche of Mike Wainwright. It's given just an edge to Kamui Kobayashi for a moment.
Like Duval held up in sector 2.
Very much held up in sector 2. Lost 3 seconds.
Yeah, but the problem is he's behind Neil Jani, who's also going slowly. And Neil Jani might be trying to back the leader up here. As into the pit lane comes the 31, Pipo Derani.
Kaz Nakajima, meanwhile, is flying.
Yeah.
He's now within 17 seconds back from Hartley, and 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds quicker last time around. So the top 4 are 25 seconds apart. Exactly right, John.
2, 8, Right, Duval, that time a 31.2 for Loic Duval last time, and a 29.8 for Neil Jarney. Let's have a word with Gustavo Menezes. He's down in the pit lane with Louise Beckett.
Rightly so, you should be putting your feet up after that stint.
Yeah, it was a difficult battle, let's say. You know, obviously the tires are degrading quite a lot, and the car was incredible, and fighting with Bradley was a heck of a fight, but he made my life very difficult, let's just say. And I'd say it was a bit much, but at the end of the day, you know, we both stayed clean, there was no contact, and the race is still continuing, so we'll see where we end up, but everything's coming together all right.
That was quite hefty off, so how was the car running after that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he just released the steering wheel halfway through the corner and just let me run wide, so again, there was not much I could do, but the car's running fine, there's no issues, and yeah, it was okay.
Thank you.
Two drivers, two different points of view.
Absolutely.
I'm surprised it's only two.
Class leader in the pits, Bruno Senna.
This is his standard stop. He'll lose the lead.
Absolutely. Gets
Will
it back
Stevens
onto sort of level terms.
Will Stevens and Nico Lapierre, by the way, just 6 seconds apart for first and second now, the 26 and 36, with Johnny Kane just another 1.6. So the top three in LMP2 are within 8 seconds of each other. The top three in LMP1 are within 8 seconds of each other. And Neil Jarney is backing up the leader into the battle.
I'm wondering whether or not the slow lap for Duval, we didn't see it, may be involved and be tempted to get past Jarney.
Well, Jarney was slow as well. Let's have a listen and maybe get some clue from Loic or the pit lane here.
Nothing to do here. Well, stay cool, you'll get him. You'll get him.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Went off trying to get by the two.
Apologies for any language there. And Loic Duval not very happy. It's cost him 5 seconds on one lap and a couple of seconds on another. Oh, and only dust from the Audi underneath
there.
It
was dust. It was running wide.
Okay.
But that's a very pumped up Loic Duval.
Yeah, he's the leader.
And there's, they'll just see there, the first car on the straight as the Audi joins. That is Neil Jarney. He's the 5th place car. This is about a Drivers' Championship run against those two cars, all being separated by almost a lap.
More team radio. Let's have a listen again to Loic, see if he's calmed down a bit.
Look, you did a good job of keeping those clean. I saw the traffic was crazy. You'll get him back, okay? Yeah, man, I have another speaker. Yeah, I can see that.
Another pick up, he's had to go offline.
Neil Jarney, meanwhile, 1:25.664, the fastest lap of the race for that car, as he attempts to defend from this car, lapping him.
Interesting, he was doing 29s for the first 3 or 4 laps to make sure that he got right in front of the Audi then, wasn't he? That just tells you everything you need to know.
Also into the 25s, and now catching the Audi is Kamui Kobayashi. Here we go, 7 seconds dead. To the thousandth is the gap between the top three. Loic Duval, 190 laps completed for the number 8 Audi, 5.036 seconds back to Kamui Kobayashi's number 6 Toyota, with a further 2 seconds back to Brendan Hartley's number 1 Porsche. Into the pits meanwhile for Johnny Kane, from 4th position in LMP2 for the Stracker Gibson. He gets out. Lewis Williamson therefore will get in,
and he'll need one more stop from here.
Absolutely.
Which is going to be, I think, a disadvantage. Pierre Rags, by the way, still in the pits in the 50 Corvette after we saw that car push back into the garage. So the question now is last pit stops, and we get into those in about 25-26 minutes time. It's when we're in the window. 15 minutes, hour and 16 minutes to go, and Loic Duval is clawing his way back now towards the back of Neil Jarney.
125 last time around from Loic Duval against the chasing Duro 126s. That's the view.
No hybrid left on the first part of the straight for the Audi at all. He's got nothing. When he crosses the line, he'll get boost, of course. There it goes. It's very interesting. Now, let's see what Jarney does this time. 42 and 78 had a bit of a coming together at turn 10. You remember us telling you about that. There'll be no further action for the Stracker or the Porsche, which is now back on the third place in ARM. Both third place in class, by the way, when that happened.
Absolutely. Hour and 15 minutes to go. Just edging away a little at the moment, Loic Duval, but it's ebbing and flowing just a touch. Traffic has been a factor throughout because the attrition rate has been pretty low here this afternoon. Will Stevens back to lead, as John said a little earlier, from Nico Lapierre. Under 7 seconds the gap, as Loic Duval, by the way, puts in the fastest second sector of the race so far on his lap, 193. The pace is as quick as it has been at any point in this race.
And Loic Duval has got half a chance of putting in a new lap record here if he stays clean to the end of this lap in his attempt to chase down Neil Jarney. Needs to get down to a 24.8, and he's going to be pretty close to it here. Put the fastest second sector in of the whole race. Will there be traffic here? Here comes, oh, he caught a couple of cars as he goes through. 25.8 last time around. Neil Jarney pressing as well, though. He did a 40.7. 6.5 seconds between first and second. That's the gap between second and third. Audi, Toyota, Porsche, and Kaz Nakajima still keeping those guys honest, you know.
He is.
126.3. There can be no fumbles in the pits.
Nakajima could very well be part of this by the end.
He's back at 21 seconds behind Brendan Hartley.
So he's under 30 seconds off the leader.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got the top four within 30 seconds. That's Absolutely. A fair point to make there, Graham. And how many cars have moved from that car park? None. Not a one.
At some point, they need to go and unlock the gates, in fairness.
Well, there was somebody camping in a Prius last night.
There was somebody camping in a Prius. In fact, people camping trackside all weekend.
It was cold last night here as well. Very cold indeed. They've come well prepared in front of us in the seats right in front of our commentary boxes. They're well wrapped up.
This has been excellent, by the way, from Kamui Kobayashi.
Well, all of the drivers at the head of the field.
Oh, absolutely.
I think this has been outstanding. Toyota using the last of the hybrid power. And we get another boost as it goes across the line, which is there. 300 kilometres an hour, near enough, just under 180 miles an hour for the Toyota. I think it's safe to say that everyone seems to be happy with that Audi stop that was under investigation. It's a very, very long time ago. We've heard nothing more. Anxious faces from Ollie Jarvis, who will already feel that he's had a win snatched from his grasp this year from circumstances beyond his control. Crowds beginning to come back in towards the grandstands. They will move down to the opposite the podium because they do like to give the podium ceremonies their very fullest attention here. Well, I've not sat down yet, Grim. I have not sat down during this race.
It's been great fun thus far.
We get the lovely,
it will be for the next 70 minutes.
We get the lovely evening light here at this time, and the shadows lengthening now. The colours just deepening a little bit. It's all got a bit Kodachrome.
Absolutely. Looking as well at some of the other point situations as we get towards the final hour. GTM has been a battle that, with the problems we've had for the last couple of races for the 83 Ferrari, have begun to kind of come back in. It's a much stronger run this afternoon for the 83, second position overall at the moment. And on the points, as things stand at the moment for the three main title contenders, looks at the moment as if 83 will go into the final two rounds with 155 points ahead of a new second place car, because the 98 Aston Martin should have enough points to take that second position in the championship with 122 points, so a 33-point gap coming into the final two races of the championship with 52 points available, with the 88 car having a relatively poor run today, falling back with 114, but those three will still be in it. In time, back with the number 8 Audi, Loic Duval, 126.5 last time around, 6.2 seconds was the gap.
Against a 26.0 for Neil Jarney, who seems to be just varying his pace enough to keep the Audi behind him, which is all right. That's fine, he's trying to stay on the lead lap, it's important. Really, Audi should have had that done and dusted. You know, if they got the pit stop right. We still haven't found out why
Audi have lost.
Pit stop.
I think Audi have lost
30 seconds.
Well, it's not quite. I think it's about 25 over three pit stops. So whether or not they've got an equipment problem, whether or not they've got whatever problem they've got, it's 30 seconds. That, you know, you have to hope from Audi Sports' point of view they don't lose another race to an issue in the pits.
Agreed. Absolutely agree. Still looking at this GTE Pro battle. Ford have got it tied up. Tinknell and Prior on the way to the victory. 9 seconds behind now, the teammates. Jimmy Bruni 50 seconds further back from Sam Bird's 16 seconds further back from him. It's Nicky Team we've got to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Because how far can Nicky Team go into this race, and where will he come out at the end of the last pit stops?
Well, he is 30 seconds back from third place Jimmy Bruni. That's the gap to watch. It's 30 seconds from the lead of the two Ferraris for a podium for Aston Martin.
Aston Martin will not have to put as much fuel in their last pit stop as anybody else.
Yeah, but the issue is, can they save a stop?
I don't think they can save a stop.
That is the crucial part of it. That's where the big gain is going to be. It's not in 2 or 3 seconds of fuel. It's can they save a splash at the end of this race, which would be, you know, a big advantage and would close that gap right up. Let's wait and see.
Ferrari are worried.
68 minutes. Yeah, absolutely.
Because they're pushing.
68 minutes before we know.
Sam Bird just did a 40.3. That's the first time they've been in the 40s for a while. Nicky Team's doing 40.3, 40.6 last time around for Sam Bird. This is starting to get interesting in GTE Pro. In ARM, it's been a brilliant run by the 98 Aston. As we listen to the number 8 Audi.
Okay, look, how are you doing? Can you stay in for another stint? I'm okay, but it depends if I'm quick or not.
Oh, how cool is that? Can you stay in for another stint? Yes, I can do it, but it depends if I'm quick or not. There's a team player. Team. He wants this win.
Nicky's not the only bloke to have team in his name. There you go.
That is outstanding from Duval. What a team player.
Now back right with Neil Jarney.
Now this is something we'll have to keep an eye on, because Jarney's got to play this cool. Sounded like there was a bit of an altercation between these two cars 5 or 6 laps ago when they were together, more than that.
It certainly took Loic Duval a couple of laps to regain his rhythm, his cool, and get the tyres back to an optimum state.
Yeah, he lost 5 seconds on the lap concerned, and then a couple of slow laps getting his tyres clean. But that Audi is certainly looking very impressive. The two cars not had the balance through the race, but it has gained in terms of it's got closer to the other cars during the race. The track has come to it.
We're dealing with advantages or disadvantages in the tenths at the moment. We'll come back to that point in a minute. Let's have a listen to what's going on aboard the number 8 again.
Look, you are by far our fastest driver. You are playing with my ego now. I'm not playing with you. It's 5 seconds to the Toyota and 8 seconds to the Porsche.
Lovely, I love it.
You're by far our fastest driver.
He's never liked Olivier Jarvis. He's never liked him.
You're playing with my ego.
That's
now.
Wonderful stuff. Banter at 200 miles an hour. Banter.
And with with a very, very important race victory on the line. Graham, you're talking about this. You know, it is literally half a second or a second a lap is all we're talking about here.
Well, with the exception of Brendan Hartley, who had to pull out with traffic in the 28s, just the lap times last time around for the lead other four cars. 1:26.3 for Duval, 1:26.6 for Kobayashi, 1:26.7 for Nakajima, 1:26.5 for Neil Janney. That's ridiculous. You know, it is tiny, tiny margins, despite the fact that you and I have been talking for almost 5 hours, John, about the relative advantages and disadvantages of these cars at various parts of the track. An open rule book delivers again. Fantastic stuff. We will start to lose daylight fairly soon. It's 65 minutes to go. Sunlight, the sun goes down behind Mount Fuji at about 5:15, so 15 minutes after the race finishes. So we'll finish in the gloaming.
This is on board with the Audi from slightly further back.
That's a camera view we've not seen before.
Yeah. Shows you just how much is going on in there, how tight that cockpit is, doesn't it? With Duval with about 6 seconds, we're coming up to complete the 200th lap. We expected around about 240, and yeah, we're going to be spot on that. Full green. Now, again, these two very close competitors. Oh, and the Porsche's held up going into 14. 2 cars ahead, including Giovinazzi in the 30. Now Giovinazzi's got to keep his wits about him here. It's one of the Fords as well. 3 wide. Oh, Giovinazzi goes down the inside of the Ford while they're being passed by the leaders. Now, has the Audi got an advantage here that it can play out? This is as close as we've seen them for about 25 minutes. I think Porsche have got to be a bit careful here and a bit clever.
Catching.
Down the inside and go. Yeah, it's done. It's done. The 2 car will have a little nibble around the back end, maybe deploy a bit of power here, particularly through the traffic. Got to be careful though here, got to be clean here. That's the lead car, Harry Tinknell in the Ford in GT Pro. And the number 2 of Neil Janney has done his job. He's... Oh, and off's got the 66! No way! Second, Ollie Pla. Big spin. That is at the Ford branded corners as well. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? No, it's just coming out of 6 into 7.
What happened there?
Oh, so close to Brendan Hartley. So close to Brendan Hartley. They basically lost it coming out of the... sorry, that's 3 and 4 area. That's coming down the hill. Out of 3 into 4. The Ford branded area. Oh, somebody's going to have a good picture of that for the album.
Lost him 10 seconds there, John, and I'm sure a huge vibration now.
Well, that car doesn't look happy around the back end. Stefan Muck is looking at it. Was there damage to the back of that car? Kobayashi by 3.5 seconds now on Brendan Hartley. Nakajima is still trying to close in, still holding it around about 19-20 seconds. Oh my goodness.
So 62 minutes. And the lead 3, it's, well, just edged over 10 seconds.
We've not talked about LMP2 for a while, Graham, because we've been watching that. Stevens leads by 4.3 seconds,
but
who has 8.2 seconds, Lapierre that is, on Senna. Top 3 within 13 seconds.
But the 26 car has had a further pit stop.
Yes.
Therefore has more fuel aboard.
Yes, but still has to make one more before the end.
Correct.
I think the 26 can go with one more. And very shortly, the 36 and the 43 will be able to go with one more. So they'll all be able to go with one more stop. Audi, if they win this, have been not perfect. They have not been perfect here. They've grafted for this one if they do win it.
We say good morning, I think, don't we, to Nico Hulkenberg, who's watching in.
Hello, Nico. Oh, David Cheng off the circuit.
Wonder who he's supporting.
Who? Nico?
Yeah, no idea.
I think he'll be supporting Porsche, surely, won't he? Well, he might get his job back now that Mark's heading out. There is the number 1 car, Brendan Hartley, in elegant isolation for the moment. 3.5 seconds behind second place and valuable championship points for Porsche in the Manufacturers' Championship. It could have been a lot worse for Porsche today. The number 2 car has not been on song. It's not been a good second half of the season. It was an awful first half of the season for the number 1 car. It's been a bad second half of the season for the number 2 car. What was it? They had 3.5 points going into Le Mans, the number 1 car, didn't they?
It was something ridiculous like that, and then it's been an astonishing run since then.
Well, they have won everything since Le Mans. And
well, it's 5 hours up, John. Guess what?
It's the last hour of racing. 60 minutes to go. Settle back. Get yourself your favourite beverage. The 7th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship is in Japan at Fuji. And if you are just joining us in the early hours of a Sunday morning breakfast time in Europe, good morning, wherever else you are around the world. Hello there, and welcome along to a race that is far from complete, a race that is far from allowing us to make any conclusions about what might happen when it's complete. For the moment, Lloyd Duval leads by 6.7 seconds. The number 8 Audi is ahead of the number 6 Toyota. And then it's 3.7 seconds back to 3rd place, which is Brendan Hartley. The top 3 are separated by 10 seconds, with Kaz Nakajima 20 seconds further back for the number 5 Toyota. So the top 4 separated by half a minute after 5 hours of racing. 2 big stories in this race in LMP1 Hybrid. The number 7 Audi, big issues in the first hour with the motor generator unit at the front of the car, which took that car out of contention after just 17 laps of racing. It did come back out again and did another 18 laps after a fix from the Yost Audi mechanics that included disconnecting and removing the front drive shafts. That car showing astonishing pace in the hands of Marcel Fessler, but a query from Audi to the technical stewards resulted in the stewards informing Audi that that car was not legal, not as homologated, and therefore would not be classified if it continued to race. Audi having no choice then, obviously, but to withdraw the car from the race. The other big story is the number 2 Porsche and the lack of pace of that car. It has not been a contender at all in the battle, and it will pick up 5th place points unless anything befalls the problems ahead of them, and that is the championship leaders, of course, in the Drivers' Championship. In GT Pro, it's been all about Ford. Olivier Pla has just pitted from 2nd position after a spin, leaving Harry Tincknell in the lead, but that will be that car's final stop, so they've got into the window for the final stop as soon as possible to get those tyres off, I would have thought, Graham.
Absolutely.
In LMP2, I really don't know. I really don't know. It should be G-Drive, but the Alpine 36 and Bruno Senna in the 43 have pushed them all the way. Stella Lana in the 98 in AM, by the way. So let's catch you up on what's been going on if you are just joining us. Sunshine throughout the race, a little bit of overcast in the middle. Ollie Jarvis started from pole. Really nice slow start, and then released that energy down towards turn 1. Looked like the 2 Audis might be 1st and 2nd at the end of the first corner, but they weren't. Trelliway backing out of that. Probably a good job as Mark Webber got a little tap from the Toyota on the inside. Behind them, watch the carbon fibre fly as the 2 privateers got together. And further back behind them was the Alpine going wide had stacked up the cars behind it and caused the concertina effect all the way back into the GT ranks. The first hour or so had all of the three manufacturers leading. The Audi from pole, and then on the pit stop rotation, the two other manufacturers. But here's the turning point of the race, when the number 7 wouldn't turn because of an issue at the front end. It went back into the garage, and then the fix brought it back out again, subsequently withdrawn. Audi asking the question of the technical stewards, and they're saying it was not eligible to continue racing. So then the LMP2s took centre stage, and for a good couple of hours in the middle of the race, we had side-by-side racing, with at one stage second, all the way down to 6th in line astern, and sometimes side-by-side, sometimes trading a little bit of paint as well. Seemed like the 43 RGR car was right in the thick of everything. It's a little more cut and dried in GTE Pro. Behind the two Fords who drove away, arm battles going on, and with Khaled El-Khabazi just misjudging his braking, Mike Wainwright, the unlucky bystander. Meantime in LMP2, oh yeah, it's the 43 again. Great run from the Stracker, by the way, running in the lead with Lewis Williamson and Johnny Kane driving as just a duo. Slipstreaming battles aplenty down the long straight here, with very evenly matched LMP2 cars. The drivers slinging them around as if they were arrive and drive carts on a day out with your friends. Not always quite friendly enough. Richard Bradley and Gustavo Menezes went wheel to wheel. Gustavo not overly happy about being eased off onto the dirt, but just about, I think, on the right side of the rule book. The different strengths and weaknesses of the three hybrid teams being exploited and taken advantage of, as really we've had some of the best racing in the first 5 hours of this race that we've seen all year, and that is saying something in this championship. Paul Dalla along with Matthias Lauda and Pedro Lamy, have dominated the GTE AM category. Ford have dominated GTE Pro, and at the moment Will Stevens is holding on to a 3-second lead, the 26G drive over the 36 championship leading 36 Alpine. And that's how we got to Loic Duval being 7.8 seconds ahead of the field, and there he is.
Absolutely, Brendan Hartley beginning to come back at Kamui Kobayashi at the moment, but traffic has been such a factor. We thought it might be here, but such a factor here. Quick times coming in as the GTM cars make their final stops. Wolf Hensler putting in the quickest time of the number 78 car in third.
Let's have a listen to Dr. Ulrich. I'm sure not happy about the 7 car, but must be biting his nails about the number 8.
Well, Ollie Jarvis is potentially going to get back into the car, so we're going to speak to Dr. Ulrich in this final hour. It's bittersweet, really, with the 7 and the 8, but the 8 is performing fantastically.
I mean, it's a pity that the 7 couldn't continue, but we have this take to take. The car number 8 is running until now a very good pace, and we managed more or less all the time to be a little bit ahead, but we always see that it is very, very tight. We've never been more, I think, than 8 seconds in front, which is really, really, really a very small difference. And our main issue is that we know that because of the smaller fuel reservoir that we have at the very last pit stop, we have to refuel longer than the others. So we need an advantage. If not, there is no way to make it, but we fight.
There's been quite long pit stops for the Audi, so is this one going to be shorter?
I mean, we have to refuel now longer than the others, so for sure our last pit stop will be longer than any other one.
Thank you.
Well, was that a misunderstanding, or was that Dr. Ulrich avoiding the obvious points? It has been very clear from where we've been looking the timing and scoring screens that the number 8 Audi crew have not managed to turn around the car as quickly as the other factory teams, pretty consistently. Let's have a listen to what's going on with
I'll come back to that in a minute. I'll come back to that in a minute. This is Kamui Kobayashi, who's driving brilliantly 8 seconds behind the leader.
We just will have to choose between keeping these tires and have the track position ahead, or change the tires with half quali set and half scrub set on the other side.
Half a quali set and half a scrub set. So they remember that car has done one side only. The point that Dr. Ulrich is pointedly making here, I was hoping Tung comes in the pits in the number 35 Baxi DC car in front of us, is it takes them longer because of the balance, the equalisation of technology, to fill their tank with less fuel than the others use.
Correct.
Because diesel is more efficient, they get better mileage, and they're penalised for that because they've got a bigger engine and use less hybrid energy. And part of that penalised equalisation of technology is the fill takes longer.
Correct.
And that is the point that he is making pointedly and deliberately there, because they've always felt that having a more efficient internal combustion engine is being penalised by the regulations.
Well, not going to tell you where I know this from at the moment, but I believe that Audi are targeting a 12-second gap for their last stop. At the moment, it's just edged over 9 seconds, and that's come because there's been, I think, a traffic-enforced reduction in pace from both the chasing pair. But it's 9 seconds to the Toyota. You know what? It's 12 seconds to the Porsche. Now, that could be interesting. What does that tell you? That if they were forced at this point to come in for the stop, and in they come, then that is advantage Toyota, not Porsche.
I don't think they have much choice that they come in now, because they could only go about 50 minutes. So they're trying to get in now. Now, does Ollie Jarvis get in, or does Loic Duval stay in? We heard them saying to the driver, he's the fastest, he's staying in.
He's staying in.
He's staying in. Now, next question, tyres or no tyres? Because it's going to be fuel, and the fuel is going to be long.
Tyres are ready.
Oh, they're new tyres. They've saved a set of new tyres for the end. Well, well, well. Brand spanking new.
Watch the time of this pit stop. That is going to be the critical factor here.
It's going to be all 4 tyres, Graham. It has to be. How long is this fuel taking?
Toyota are watching. I've no doubt Porsche are too. Team Yost go to work.
See, they had to wait there until everybody else was done. Only allowed a certain amount of people over the line at one time. Right, there's nothing wrong with that. So that pit stop was spot on.
Absolutely right.
So let's see what the time is as Loic Duval comes out. That's the last pit stop for Audi, number 8. And he comes out. I should have run a watch on it myself, but we will get it. And comes out of the pit stop. 125.
Much better.
125.
Through to complete the lap comes the number 6 Toyota. So it will not be a lap put on the Audi.
No, and that is significant, Graham, just in case anything should happen with a safety car.
48 minutes remain of what has been a gripping 6-hour race so far, John.
Be unusual to get a safety car here. Still an opportunity for a full course yellow. This could still be snatched away from Audi at this point. And now Toyota have got to decide what they're doing. Sarrazin with Alexander Wirth standing behind him. How are we going to do this, guys, and what we're going to do? Now, they haven't got new tyres, but they have not got new tyres for the Nakajima car.
They've got the sniff of a whiff of a chance of a possibility, and that's what's putting smiles back on Toyota faces.
But they're talking about not putting any tyres on at all.
Absolutely.
Or they're going to put an unmatched set on.
No, I think they were talking about what they were going to change to.
No. He said, do we not change the tyres and take the track position, or do we put a set, half a set from qualifying and half a set of scrubs on?
The issue
They've got your new tyres.
How deep into the remaining 47 minutes can they go? Because that's going to be a critical part of the decision for them.
How much fuel do they need to put in?
Correct, and not just that, John. How far do they need to go on tyres that are already used? That's the point.
Good point. Yeah, in terms of... but now, what Loic Duval's got to do now is get the absolute best out of those tyres while they're new.
Absolutely
and
right.
He's got to start putting in some extraordinarily quick laps.
Kobayashi, meanwhile, of course, back to the lead. 125.6 for Kobayashi, 125.7 for the chasing Brendan Hartley. The gap is 2.4 seconds. Nakajima goes through to 3rd position.
Crucially, Loic Duval is out ahead of Neil Jarni. And that means he doesn't have to try and pass the Porsche again. Now that is something that's important,
and that's because of the pace in the latter part of that last stint from Loic Duval.
Yeah.
In comes the LMP2 leader, Will Stevens.
Yeah.
And in two comes the 51 Ferrari from
the lead,
of course, Jimmy Bruni.
Last stop for that car.
And if there's
Prio's made his last stop, Mucker's made his last stop, Mickey Team has not made his last stop.
Andy Prio, by the way, is just half a second back from Sam Bird, with Sam Bird still owing as a stop.
Correct.
So effectively, Ferraris are a stop behind.
Correct.
Of the length of time of a stop behind.
Correct.
Will Stevens staying aboard that car. Did we see a driver change?
No, negative. Will Stevens has been in for all 6 hours. Feels like it sometimes.
I'm going to say this right here and now. I think this has been Will Stevens' best sports car race yet.
Yep.
By a distance.
Oh.
Go, go, go.
Oh, my goodness. Everybody's hearting them out there. Down at G Drive.
You look in the encyclopedia and the commentator's curse.
Duval's just broke the lap record, 24.6. Exactly what he had to do. Exactly what he had to do. 1:24.6 on lap 212, with a load of rubbish on the track, with the light fading, with the pressure on, with full tanks to go to the end. He's broken the lap record.
289.5 kilometres an hour through the time for the speed trap.
That's extraordinary, exactly.
And he's going again, John.
He's going again. The faith put in him by the engineers, by Dr. Ulrich and Audi Sport, absolutely being repaid now. Duval. Now this will make the others sit up and take notice. What are Toyota going to tell Kobayashi?
And box is left for a speed confirm, box is left for fuel only.
Fuel only. Game on.
They realise they can't leave it any longer if they're only going to do fuel, because Duval is just driving the wheels. Took 2 seconds off everybody that lap. Another 2 seconds this time at 24.6. Like Duval is absolutely flying.
Wow. In comes Kobayashi now.
This is the turning point of the race, particularly for second. It could be for the lead. He'd probably come out in the lead, or at least ahead of the Audi. Brendan Hartley for the moment will lead. Now what are Porsche going to do?
Porsche go through, of course, the lead. Brendan Hartley leads the race. It's fuel only, as we heard.
Now what are they telling Brendan?
7 laps, Brendan.
7 laps.
Wow. Now that's, if they choose to go
25.6 last time around, that's not so bad, but he's got to do them all like that.
It means a short fuel flow for fill for them, but what state are his tyres in?
Well, they're going to have to put tyres on it. I think they can't let him go to the end on this. Well, maybe they can't, maybe they can't. So Nakajima is out. Kobayashi has pitted from behind his teammate, and there will be no Audi in sight here as he comes out. So that, for the next 7 laps, is second. Now Mark Webber talking to Andreas Seidel there, and he's saying Toyota have worked a flanker there, mate. Here comes the number 1 of Brendan Hartley.
60 seconds dead for that pit stop for Toyota.
Right, so they have leapfrogged Duval by something in the region of 14 seconds.
But Duval has got brand new tyres.
Yes. Now, the question is, where does Brendan Hartley come back out in 7 laps' time? And how much do Kobayashi and Duval hold themselves up by battling for the lead? Which it will be shortly. Kobayashi already down and away, by the way. Kobayashi was fuel only as well. Excuse me, Nakajima has gone through and still owes us a pit stop.
Correct.
So there's Brendan Hartley leading with 1 more pit stop to go in now 5 laps time. Toyota. Well, you wouldn't begrudge them the win on home ground, would you?
Oh no. No, they've worked really, really hard through, well, you have to say, adversity after Le Mans, and then finding that they really have had to squeeze everything out of their aero pack that really did not produce the results they expected at the Nürburgring, and they were downhearted after that race, but since then have battled back. Cracking stuff, this.
Go back on board and listen to the team radio. This is Toyota number 6.
And we go to the end, 30 laps, push hard on the tires. How many laps? 30-3-0. 30-3-0. And Duval went on new tires. Audi 8 is on new tires.
Right.
30 laps, they say, to the end.
Yeah.
If that goes to the end unfettered, John, that will be a record distance here.
Yeah, 2:46 by some margin.
By some margin.
Half a minute between Hartley and Nakajima in second, with Nakajima not able to close. Hartley took a second out of him last time. It was about 20 seconds. It's now 27 seconds between the 1 Porsche and the 5 Toyota. The 5 Toyota is, if you like, the backup. That is the car that will clean up if everything else goes wrong.
40 minutes remain.
This is the battle that you were talking about earlier on, with Sam Bird
holding it off,
desperately trying to hold off Andy Priaulx. But this might benefit Nicky Team when all comes to all, who's yet to make his last stop.
Stefan Mucker right with Nicky Team.
Yeah. And that'll be an interesting battle as well.
It's a Porsche being held up in traffic.
That is the number 1 car. Brendan can't afford that.
25.6 last time around for Brendan.
4 to go for Brendan before his last stop.
And it's a 26.9. That did hold him up.
Yes, massively. Duval, 25.2. Oh my goodness me. And now he's only 11 seconds behind Kobayashi.
Who, of course, still has to pit. No, he doesn't.
No,
sorry,
it's Nakajima that has to pit.
Apologies.
Yeah, it's all right. So that's a real battle. Kobayashi and Duval is a real battle with 11 seconds, 10 and a half, 11 seconds between them. Nakajima, 30 seconds further up the road, he's got a pit stop to make, he will drop down. The key thing there is he will get in front of Neil Jani with his pit stop. He should be able to get ahead of Neil Jani, and that's not good news for the championship leaders as far as the Drivers' Championship is concerned.
Absolutely not. We'll come back to that one towards the end of the race.
Brendan Hartley now, he's I reckon staying until the end of the race, and it's down to Porsche how long his last stop is, because they will time his fuel and they will decide whether he needs tyres or not.
Correct. The longer we go,
the less fuel he needs, and the less time he has to be out there on worn tyres.
Correct.
Right, now, LMP2, this is not over yet either.
In comes the 45 car again. That's the delayed car from earlier. That's out of it.
Bruno Senna leading at the moment, but we're waiting for his last pit stop, as with Will Stevens. And as with Nico Lapierre, Stevens and Lapierre have done their last pit stops, excuse me. 2.6 seconds between those, so Bruno is going to have to give up that lead. Or is he? Because he's quite a decent amount of time ahead, so that could, if that's a splash.
No, he will. No, he will. If
he's got a minute plus, mate.
He was close, wasn't he?
He's got a minute plus, yeah. Lewis Williamson, 32 seconds further back. If he can go at the end, he might yet be on a podium for Straka. Here is the number 5 in the pit lane for Kaz Nakajima.
And what will they do with this car? Tyres are ready.
Which is the better placed Toyota in terms of the Drivers' Championship?
It's the 6, I think.
Yeah, okay. So that's working for Toyota in terms of which car is in the right position.
Absolutely.
Audi only have the 1, but it happens to be the right one.
Here comes Kobayashi.
Kobayashi passes us now and goes into second place.
Duval is how far back?
Andy Davidson getting into the 5. Here's Duval. He'll get down to the first corner before Andy Davison, as it will be, rolls in the 6 car.
Takes another second out of the number 6 car.
Yeah, but only 4/10 out of Hartley. Wow, this is going to be close when that Porsche stops, mate. I reckon Duval, the problem for Duval is going to be Kobayashi. The problem for Duval is going to be Kobayashi, not Hartley.
It's all going to be about
But all
track
three of them
position.
are going to be really, really close together.
Hartley needs a clean run to his final stop.
Stanaway has just put the fastest lap of the race in for the 97 Aston Martin, 39.4. That's not hanging around.
And is continuing to go quicker.
Yes.
Sunburn, meanwhile, has pitted and has emerged in 5th position with Nicky Team still owing us a stop.
Yes, but Nicky Team's not got enough. Not quite got enough in hand. Can he split? Can he split the Ferraris? Maybe. Kaz Nakajima out. Let's have a listen to Loic Duval.
Okay, look, 11 seconds. 11 seconds. The Porsche is just about to stop.
Yeah, he is. Well, this is a battle royale here. A battle royale.
Sun is beginning to go down behind the mountains behind us, John. Painting very pretty pictures on the mountains beyond. And will that add another factor? Temperature will tumble here.
Now, what do you reckon? I don't think Porsche have got any new tyres left. Six sets, remember, from the start of qualifying to the end of the race.
Here comes the Porsche.
Has to come now.
Down the pit lane.
This is it then. Here's the race right here. 35 minutes to go. Round 7, FIA World Endurance Championship. Fuji, Brendan Hartley. Going to take a little drink. Oh no, he's getting out.
Getting out the car.
Hartley's getting out. Well, that would suggest to me they're going to put tyres on it, Graham.
Yes.
Hartley is getting out.
It's Mark Webber.
Mark Webber is going to be given the job of bringing the car home.
Tyres are ready.
Now, so have they got new tyres left for the 1?
The 6 and the 8 are in the final sector.
8 seconds only between Kobayashi and Duval. Mark Webber is going to be set on full attack mode.
This is going to go out.
Yes, but is he going to get new tyres?
They're not new tyres, they're scrubbed.
Are they? Hard to see from that one. Need to see the one that comes over this side. He might have 2 scrubbed and 2 news there, but I think they look like new. Going across the line, there is the Toyota. And in the background, the Audi is coming through past us now. The Porsche leads, it's going to drop in a second. It's going to be very close indeed. Where's the Audi? Still coming down. The Audi's got the pace. Just goes through now. Stays on the racing line. And Mark Webber coming out. Luis is down there in the pits. Was that 2 scrubbed and 2 new or 4 new onto Mark Webber's car, Lou?
I am afraid I can't tell you. I saw the new ones going on at the end of that pit stop. I didn't see the first 2.
Yeah, definitely new on the left-hand side.
I think it's scrubbed on the right. I think they were scrubbed.
Okay.
So, 33 minutes to go. 6-hour race. All sorts of things up in the offing here, John.
Completely different strategies.
Absolutely.
Again, all the way to the end.
Magnificent stuff. We'll call this when we clear. The 3 cars have cleared the next sector. Kobayashi leads the race.
It's going to be by about 8 seconds.
It's 8.5 seconds from Loic Duval.
And about 4.5 seconds further back.
And it's 4.4 seckons back for Mark Webber. 12.9 seconds separate the top 3. 25 seconds separate the top 4. But 4th at the moment is Yanni, because he's not stopped.
Yeah, he's going to drop back.
So Davidson is 47 seconds behind because they did take tyres.
Yeah.
So this is all about who got it right. Put the tyres on for the Audi. Don't put the tyres for the Toyota.
Kobayashi's gone through past us. Here comes Webber, Duval. Where's Duval? Duval 8.9. There's no change. In fact, actually, lost a couple of tenths.
There's a bit of traffic for the Audi in sector 3.
And Webber closes in a couple of tenths on the Audi. This is all going to be about traffic.
32 minutes remain.
Oh my goodness, Toyota could be stealing this one. Toyota could be stealing it. They've got track position and that's what counts right now.
Bruno Senna, meanwhile, continues to lead the race. In comes Yanni now from 4th.
So he's going to drop out of contention.
He'll certainly drop behind Davidson.
Yes.
Which is
now,
important.
where's he going to come out on the track?
But it's important in terms of the Drivers' Championship. Then you're right, it's then about where does he come out on track. He should, depending on what they do now, if they're sensible in terms of track position, they'll leave the tyres on. Because he might make it out before the leader.
No. Yes, he might make it out before the leader. No, there's tyres going on. They can't afford to take chance and have a puncture, although he'd be classified at this point.
Still waiting, by the way, for the final LP2 stop for the leader.
Yeah.
It's 54 seconds is the gap to Will Stevens.
But 4 seconds between second and third, which will become first and second. or will it? Because how quickly can they turn that Ligier around in RGR? Oh, heavens. One slip, one mistake.
This is the team game, 31 minutes.
16 seconds between the two Fords, by the way. Andy Priault, MBE, and Harry Tinknell, Stefan Mucker, and Ollie Pla. Just 7 seconds ahead of Nicky Team. And Sam Bird finding pace in the Ferrari, a 38.9 from Sam. That's that car's fastest lap of the race.
Absolutely, they're trying to fend off the potential threat from Aston Martin.
Yes, they are, because Nicky Team's going to do a splash and go.
Here comes one of the Aston Martins. That is the 95 car.
That's the 95 car. It's the last stop with 30 minutes to go.
To call the pit entry aggressive would be another statement. It was like being mugged outside a pub on a Saturday night.
Right.
Driver change. Marcus Sorensen will get aboard the car.
Kobayashi goes through. 26.3. Duval, 25.6, under 7 seconds. In comes the RGR Sport team, and here's their pit lane.
Pit this lap for fuel only. Pit this lap for fuel only will be quite short.
And Bruno Senna has been given the job to bring this home. And they've got tyres there in case, and they are new tyres.
He said fuel only.
But they're having a good look. The Dunlop technician gives the thumbs up, he's happy with the tyres.
There goes the leader, meanwhile.
Like, watch for the P2 cars coming through. You're looking for the 26 and the 36. They're only 4 seconds behind them. The bright orange has not come into sight. I've not seen it yet. I've still not seen it. They might get this 43 car turned around. Now. It's on the straight now. Senna's going to be down towards the first corner.
Senna is going to be in the lead of this race.
Oh my goodness, what a tactical piece of genius from RGR. Look to the right-hand side. It's going to be tight, Graham. But he's done it.
That's the lead.
He's done it. Senna's got warm tyres. He should be able to defend here.
There's less than
First
a second.
and second.
Wow.
First and second in LMP2.
30 minutes to go, and it's seconds for the overall top
look
three.
at how much
Absolutely.
that means. The top three are separated by 6 seconds. 6 seconds. And the top three in LMP2, 11 seconds in the top three in LMP1.
What a magnificent sports car race
this is what happens when you go green flag. People get the long runs. People get the tactics to have to play out.
In comes the Stracker car.
That'll take them out of a potential podium.
Caught the wrong side of strategy, I'm afraid. But a great run from them. As Will Stevens looks for away by Bruno Senna. Look at the intensity on display here. Absolutely gripped to it.
That is the battle for first and second. Bruno Senna and Will Stevens. There, I mean, you could not wish for two better drivers, to be battling this out. And if you look a little bit further back, you might just see the blue of the Alpine.
The Alpine is not out of this.
Of Nico Lap. Well, certainly not. In fact, there's the Alpine just coming out the final corner now.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Ligier versus Orica versus Alpine. Top three. And here comes the battle for the lead. He forces him off the circuit. Pushes him right off the circuit. There's nearly a touch. Aggressive driving from both these young chargers. Will Stevens wouldn't allow himself to be intimidated. And he goes through. Well, that is amazing stuff.
Just held the Ligier in that turn. Did it early.
Oh, he's got really dirty tyres from being on the rubbish offline. Senna pushed him right towards the wall. Don't like to see that.
This is potentially a first win of the season, astonishingly, for the G-Drive team. A third for the RGR Sport team.
Look at that low sun as well, Graham. That's an issue as well.
Nico Lapierre will be... Look, there he is. There's the third place car as well.
Nico Lapierre is the blue car with the headlights behind. It does seem as though that Orica has something on the straights over the Ligier. But can Senna get close enough to use the drag?
Lead gap, by the way, while we're watching this, I'll keep calling that for you, John. 7.1 seconds now, Loic Duval, Mark Webber, a further 4.7 seconds back.
Philip Lane, multi-class racing at its best. Can we have another 6 hours?
Magnificent.
Patrick, says the fastest 6 hours of my life. Well, what about the next 26 minutes, Patrick? You better take a deep breath now. Oh, G-drive. Well, tactically absolutely perfect for Senna's team. There's not a chance, is there, that Ligier can hold on to the Oreca in a straight line. Massive advantage for that car.
It has been at times, hasn't it? But goes deep into the braking area. But here comes Nico Lapierre.
Lapierre, actually, the quickest of those cars by some margin last time around. Over a second quicker.
They've both got filthy tyres.
Yeah, good point.
And behind him is the number 5 Toyota.
Yeah, that's Davidson, who's 37 seconds away from a podium, and Ant Davidson doesn't need any more encouragement than that.
Yeah, Nico Lapierre, ex-Toyota factory driver, of course.
Loic Duval took 0.8 of a second out the leader. I think, I'm not sure that's enough. I really am. It's through the speed trap, 303 kilometres an hour for Kobayashi, 291 for Duval, but this time when he's held up, well, you know.
About 188 miles an hour, 303.
Yeah, by the way, we have had a 200 mile an hour run from the Rebellion. They've been peppering that 314, 318, 320 clicks. It's this bit here I don't like. There.
Well.
I don't like seeing people. That's off the track, that is.
Yeah,
that white line is off the track.
I do wonder whether or not there might have been a warning there. Either way.
Thank goodness no one was coming out the pit lane.
Should say, by the way,
that's why that white line's there.
I've heard that the tech system has actually had a message from the race director to say it's fine, the radio is working, he's just got nothing he wants to tell them.
He said, I can't think he said anything until he said, start the formation laps.
24 minutes to go, 9.5 seconds. Loic Duval has lost some time on that lap.
The RGR Sport tyres are gone, playing with the traction control on the steering wheel.
At this moment, it's advantage Kamui Kobayashi.
Absolutely is. But just at this moment, Graham, that could change. It could swing back. One dozy back marker. Two drivers having their own battle. There you go, the 26. Overtaking outside the track limits. He's all four wheels off the track at that point. And he runs into the pit lane. Now, you could, rightly, and if I'm G-Drive's team manager, I'm going, hang on a minute, he was pushed there by Senna.
Yeah.
But he's off the track.
Yep.
And you can't advance your position when you're off the track.
That's why I'm glad I'm not a race director.
Yep.
26 from 43 from 36 from 4th position. Richard Bradley pits the 44 Manor. Giovinazzi goes ahead.
Again. He goes there, he stays there, he's on the hatching, he's in the pit lane at that point because he's on the right-hand side.
Now, tellingly, it's car 26 that's under investigation only.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I thought they might have looked at both of those.
Well,
Alex Brundle trying not to give anything away. Roman Rusinov has gone away and come back. Yeah, and that's good. Exactly what they need to do for the cameras. Yes, we were pushed there. And what we needed was a message from Will Stevens saying, I've been pushed off the track, I've been pushed off the track.
Being told, by the way, from Slade Perrins, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whichever it is in Australia, the 43 hit the bollard on pit entry when it came in for that, pretty hard.
Really?
So I thought it was an aggressive entry, very aggressive. Meanwhile, Loic Duval back down to business, the gap back down to 8.1 seconds, 1:25.6 against 1:26.8, takes a second out of Kobayashi again, 22 minutes to go, and it's not done, 11.1 seconds. Car 26
reverse the position.
Give the position back to car 43.
Reverse the position.
If you were going to give a penalty, that's the right one to do
absolutely,
here right now.
Absolutely, no drive-through, it's redress, do it and do it now. And give us 20 minutes of racing.
Thank you, race director, for that.
Hang on, here we go. 26, tell your driver to give the position back to car 43. Team manager, car 26, tell your driver to give the position back to car 43.
Yeah, okay. If that's the decision you've made, then I think that's the right decision.
So what's going to happen here? Where are we? He is 2.5 seconds up the road from them. He's going to have to lift off and let that go. Now, is this going to be advantage Nico Lapierre?
Of course it is. He's going to keep his foot down and say, he can't catch me. He's just going to need to stand this up at some stage. He's going to stay on the racing line. If you're the 26 car, you stay on the racing line, keep your tyres clean. Let him have to go round you and go off the racing line. Nico Lapierre has been told at this very moment they're going to have to swap around, so get your foot down, son, because you might be able to take advantage of this.
21 minutes, gap is down for the lead of the race overall, 6.3 seconds. Quick lap from Duval, a slower lap, 27 from Kimiko Kobayashi. Slower, what am I talking?
Yeah,
but it's a
I wish I could lap round even a 27.0, mate. In anything.
Not make 3 minutes 27.
Couldn't do it in an hour and 27, I wouldn't have thought. Lapierre, look how cool, calm and collected he is. The relaxed look of a man just doing his job, going about his work, and a lack of movement, not throwing the car around, not moving his head around.
It's conservative,
yeah,
and that's what it needs to be here.
Brilliant stuff.
He doesn't want to get involved in what's going to be a wheel-banging finish.
Kobayashi badly held up there, but Duval's caught some traffic behind him as well. 6.6 seconds the leader. How long are they going to give them to give that back? 3 laps?
I'd have said so.
Oh, there's somebody else off the track. Who's that? That's the 31 going past us in the pit lane entry. Now that is really a no-no.
That was for position. That was Durrani going past Williamson.
Durrani going past Williamson for position, and he was in the pit lane entry and ran across the red and white.
Big lock for number 8.
I thought I saw that behind the leader. Big flash of the lights as they go across the line this time. Kobayashi has gone through, 6 seconds dead.
That was a 27 from all 3 of the leading cars last time around.
Andy Davison's still trying, you know.
Mark Webber just dropping back a little, 10th by 10th by 10th from this battle. It's equidistant now, first to second, second to third, but 5.9, 5.8 seconds. So it goes by the Rebellion. Still running in 6th position, by the way. Matteo Tuscher at the wheel of 13 cars. It's been a very good run from those guys.
Error-free, incident-free.
6 laps ahead of the LMP2 leader.
And they are 14 laps off the lead. 13 laps off the lead. So still waiting for that. That's the World Endurance Manufacturers Championship as it stands right now. Porsche 263, Audi 212, Toyota 174. As it stands right now.
It's still a 2.5 second gap between first and second cars in LMP2. That has not closed. That will not amuse the race director.
No. Will Stevens is going to have to. He'll get black flag for a drive-through if he doesn't do it, and that will lose him a podium. If he gets a drive-through, it will lose him a podium.
Just to point out, that is Oliver Jarvis sitting down. Alan Milic is standing up there next to him.
Very good. 5.7. Well, I wonder if they're going to leave him out there and fight this out afterwards.
Well, we can see into race control from there, can't we? Actually, no, we can't. We've got the blinds closed.
Probably just as well.
I did see a chair being thrown.
No, absolutely not. There's the 13. Just being passed by Mark Webber.
I think we can say at this stage it is a fight between the top 2. Mark Webber is not responding to the pace of the 2 ahead of him at the moment. He's dropping back a little. Now
Bruno Senna's gone through. Bruno Senna's gone through, and there is the confirmation visually.
Here comes the leader behind this pair. There's got to be the second place car behind this pair needs to get through this pair very quickly indeed. Deals with the G-Drive car.
Nicely done, and fair play to Will Stevens there. Oh my goodness. There it was, the pass round the outside of the 100R. Did have to put them offline. That's exactly the right thing to do.
lost about half a second for Duval at that point. He was under 6 seconds, but now powers off down the road, and that, I think, has allowed a little bit of a close-in from that side. Sorry, it's the 2 car, isn't it?
It's Neil Janney, who's actually got a bit of pace in that car now.
Yeah.
And he might be able to unlap himself, and that would actually, maybe not. He doesn't want to, you don't want, if you're Duval, you do not want that Porsche sniffing around your rear aerofoil.
Right, 16 minutes to go, 5.8 seconds, Kobayashi to Duval.
Who wins LMP2? Because I'm going to say Lapierre or Giovinazzi if they're still
Giovinazzi's too far back, but it's about a fired-up Will Stevens, a fired-up G-Drive squad. Bruno Senna really will want to win this one. A 3rd win in prospect for the 43 crew. It's a 1st win for the G-Drive crew, and they'll be gutted if they miss out like this. It's certainly not one I think Lou's going to want to get on air from Roman Rusinov if this one goes down like this. It's 1.1 seconds. Lapierre not challenging at the moment, but was quicker last time around because of that overtake. He's catching Will Stevens, not catching Bruno Senna. Stevens back up to speed now, though, and pacing, and that's a very unimpressed Roman Rusinov. 15 minutes, 6 seconds dead now. It's ebbing and flowing by a 10th here and a 10th there.
I don't think, unless, did Kobayashi get tyres?
Kobayashi didn't get tyres. And a bit of an off as well there for the 26 car, pushing very hard indeed, Will Stevens. But
watch out for track limits there as well. Oh, look at the tyre debris being thrown around. I'll come back to the leaders in just a second.
16 minutes to go, Bruno. 16 minutes to go. We are in a good position. We need to avoid any contact, and we need to finish in front of the Alpine. That's the main goal.
Yeah, that basically says no contact. I read that as if you risk losing the lead,
give him it.
Give him it.
Yeah. What I'm going to say about Kobayashi is he's all right at the moment, and I think he's got enough in hand if his tyres are okay.
They seem to be 26s, 25s. It's tenths at the moment. It's not chunks of time anymore.
No, because Duval's tyres will have now flattened out into the middle of their run, and they're not new anymore. But the worry is if Kobayashi's tyres fall off a cliff. Typically, Michelin's don't do that. The added help for Toyota and for Kobayashi at the moment is the sun's gone, and it's getting cooler.
14 minutes. And nerves jangling. If anybody looks more relaxed at the moment, it's almost like Felipe Albuquerque is sitting there with some popcorn, isn't it? But he's not. He's listening to the radio very intensely. Still 6 seconds dead is the gap. Mark Webber, a little way back from the battle. 28s last time around.
Alex Skubis, Lounsey's car, and many others talking about the redress there. Well, much better executed than Jamie Whincup.
Just a touch.
Yeah.
Here comes Stevens, by the way. Now, I wonder if
this is on.
They've heard what they've got. That front has been told.
Put some pressure on him, and he'll give you the place. Except it's Bruno Senna.
And he's not going to want to do that. Don't risk the contact, is what he said. The main aim is to do with the 3rd place car, which is the car in championship contention.
But it's got to be clean from Will. It's got to be clean, given what we've seen already.
And we've seen how tough it is between these two very different cars.
Yeah.
Felice in front, the Orica second. Beginning to lose daylight rapidly now.
Yeah, the headlights just beginning to stand out in the gloaming, as you were calling it earlier.
Sky is painting pretty pictures.
4.6 seconds at the front of the field.
Now that's come down.
And like Duval, is going to catch up some more here because Kobayashi's just hit traffic. 4.4.
Big gain that time. Second and a half, more than a second and a half. 4.4 seconds, 12 minutes to go. This is potential to be nose to tail.
Half a second a lap is what he's got to do.
You get a camera angle across to the Mount Fuji and you're going to see something quite magnificent. Look at that. Fabulous.
Just look to the right there of the screen.
It's Fuji-san.
Right, now, are those headlights going to get bigger? They are. Here it is.
That's the 51. It's the 51. That's the 51.
Here is the leaders coming, but that G-Drive was closing in there. I tell you what, that's great news for Bruno Senna, because he got a drag from the Ferrari there. Fastest first sector by Duval. Stand by your beds, everybody. Where are you in the world?
Wakey, wakey.
It's time. Get that pot of coffee on, because that mountain has once again presided over a fantastic motor race, and it's not over. 11 minutes to go. There's 18 seconds between the top three in LMP1 and less than 5 between the top two. In LMP2 there's 11 seconds between the top three and 1.2 seconds between the top two.
1:26.4 for Kamui Kobayashi, lap 236. 1:26.2 for
and that was
Duval.
and that was a traffic lap. He lost a bit of time in the middle section.
4.2 seconds. 10 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Meantime,
I don't know.
LMP2, it's a second dead.
Graham, we call these races, we're part of the WEC family. We try to be impartial. Let's have a listen to the team radio, and then I'll go back to my point.
8 laps to go, can we? 8 laps, yeah, 4.3.
Half a second a lap, exactly what I said.
Absolutely.
It's impossible to be impartial. We know these guys, we know the teams, we know the drivers. I can make a very good case for either of those cars, Willie.
Look, absolutely. Look, Toyota, anybody that watched Le Mans would be delighted if they came away from their home race with a win.
Yeah.
But the bitter gall of awful luck and some bad execution, it has to be said, from Audi over the last couple of races. The stuff we've been seeing going through the press room over the last 24 and 48 hours, they've had their backs to the wall. Bad luck, the 7 car here again, and they're fighting. That's what you want to see, a real dogfight. That's what we've got. 4.6 seconds is the gap, 9.5 minutes left.
I was told by all the teams this week at various times, please don't tip us to win. So I am the kiss of death. I am the angel
It's a
of doom.
viable business model.
Yes. Yes, good point. Well made. Nice. I shall suggest that for the final round if it comes down to it. Yes, good idea, Mr.
Who would you like us to tip this time?
Yes, exactly right. All right, let's hear what Loic Duval has been told.
I got a massive cut in the last corner. Look, multi-10 position, -2 for left liftoff.
Right, so he's starting to lose grip through the last corner.
And that's critical about launching down the pit straight. It's not stopping him from actually blitzing it on top speed. 305.9 kilometres an hour last time around. They're delivering that power very effectively, but not as well as he'd like to. And he's lost time. He's lost time in traffic. It's gone over 5.5 seconds, 8.5 minutes to go. He's looking now, to be honest with you, John, for Kobayashi to be held up. It's getting into the league of he can't do this on pace.
No. And what can Mark Webber do? He's 13 seconds further back. I don't think there's a chance of anything better than third.
Stevens, meanwhile, is still a second. It's even Stevens, and that wasn't meant to be a pun, but it's not a bad one.
Punched to the floor. Senna, Stevens, Lapierre. 20 seconds between those three.
Lapierre is not going to challenge.
No, he's
pace.
dropped back. He's dropped back now.
He's racing for championship.
Correct.
Stage.
And I think that's very, very smart. But of course, the other reason that Bruno would like to keep Will Stevens behind is it's more points in their chase of the 36 car.
Correct.
Yes, they want to finish in front of the 36, but they can have somebody between them. Unbelievable.
A clean run for the flag will be exactly what's required. Bruno Senna concentrating on the task, looking for the apex, finding it.
Oh my goodness, how evocative is that?
Oh, that's not a happy bunny, is it?
No, well they're just gonna look back at the redress, and that's gonna be their story, which I understand.
Well, that's a more happy person, but yeah, okay.
There is a certain amount of karma to having a black and orange car trying to chase down somebody.
However, They've battled hard.
No, and they've all driven well today. They've all driven well.
I have to tell you, I think this has probably been the best LMP2 race ever in the FIA WEC. It's been an absolute corker.
Let's round up the GT classes. Pedro Lamy has lots in hand in the 98 Aston over Rui Agrash, who has settled himself into second place with the 83 Ferrari. Wolf Hensler for Porsche in third, taking advantage of the, again, awful look that Labra competition have had here. That car has not reappeared. Oh, yes, it has reappeared.
Yes,
it's going back around.
Yes.
But they've dropped some 40 laps on the leaders. In GTE Pro, Andy Priaulx is 13.5 seconds ahead of his teammate Stefan Mucker, who is 30 seconds ahead of James Collado in the 51 Ferrari. Important result for the 51 crew, that. Ahead by 9 seconds of Sam Bird, who is chasing down his teammate. The two Astons not in the game today, not in the game.
Larry Holt
with the shades on.
Glasses, looking very rock star, and Harry Tinknell.
He always does.
Always looks rock star.
Larry Holt.
Larry Holt's the most rock star man in this paddock.
He is rock and roll.
Down.
In LMP2, Bruno Senna by 0.3 of a second last time, and here it is again, going down towards the first corner, this time staying well out of the way, across the line. Who had it? Bruno Senna by 0.002 of a second, but Will Stevens goes through and immediately cuts across to try and defend on the inside. It's a nice move. The 45 is not in that fight. Can Senna put some pressure on? Down towards turn 3. Flash of the lights. Is that a flash of the lights from Bruno to say it's yours, mate? Or was he trying to distract the guy ahead?
Into the pits come the 35.
Last pit stop for them.
But
that's done. The G-drive is done. He's gone.
That could only have been traffic coming into the final turn.
Well, they were pretty close to previous lap, Graham.
It was a second and a half.
Right. And there were 3/10 coming through the final sector.
So must have been a mighty hold-up for Bruno Senna. Sticking with him.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, oh look, it's a happy boy. Alex Brundle being rather more the kind of, how can I put this, balancing factor there. It's not done yet, says Alex. 4 minutes.
No. Many a slip twixt. Last 2 laps and checkered flag. I think
4 seconds back, and now look, Duval coming back again. Is he running out of time here, John?
He's run out of time, unfortunately, Graham. He has run out of time. Unless Kobayashi has a major issue now.
I have to say, hats off to Kobayashi. He has been a driver of very high quality indeed all day today. 3.8 seconds as they clear the next sector, though. Coming down, but probably not quick enough at this stage. Kobayashi still at pace, just not quite as much pace as the chasing Audi. .241 laps complete.
So that's more than we expected.
I will say at this point, John, it is the first time to this point since Spa last year we've had a race go fully green.
Yeah. The 24-hour race at Brno this weekend, there was over 9 hours of it.
Another half a second out of the first sector. Now what's happened there? Kobayashi all of a sudden loses a chunk of time.
As we see the pass for the lead in LMP2.
And a clean pass it was.
No, that's fine.
Dave Clark in the back of the carriage there enjoyed that one.
It's not over though when you've got traffic around like this. Oh,
2.5 seconds the gap now for the lead. It's not done. It's not done.
27-0. And it's all on again at the head of the field.
Oh dear, and all of a sudden they're looking concerned.
No, not again. Never give up, it says on the back. There's, it's just a huge bunch of traffic. Huge bunch of traffic. And the Audi's got to hit it. Actually, the Audi might hit it on the start-finish line.
The Audi's got 2 cars between. It hits it perfectly for the Audi.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to be under 2.5 seconds. It's 1.9 seconds as they come into the start-finish straight. What is the gap going to be with 2 minutes on the clock? They cross the line.
There's going to be another lap after
it's
this one.
1.4 seconds.
There's going to be another lap after this one, Graham, and the Audi knows he's got to get through. He's got a couple of GT cars ahead of him. One of them is the Aston. There's debris being thrown up. It's not bad. It's not bad, but he's got to be very, very aggressive, and is.
1.1 seconds.
Now through past the leader in LMP2, and there's nothing between them. Just that gap, and that gap is visual. This is remarkable. It's come down to this. 6 hours of racing, and we're going to go over 6 hours of racing because the checkered flag is not coming out next time around. We've got another 4.5 kilometres at the end of this lap.
It's going to have to be fought or defended at all 1.9 of a second is the gap between first and second for the overall win. 1.7 is the gap in LMP2. This is magnificent stuff.
Don't care which way it goes now. I really don't. This has been brilliant from both. Absolutely brilliant from all three of the manufacturer teams. The closest
Rebellion belts out of that one.
Record,
well done.
Closest on record between the three teams in qualifying. The second closest between first and second. The second closest between the top 6 in the current system of WEC qualifying. And it's come down to this.
This is brilliant stuff. This matters probably more than any other 6-hour race that I can remember for all sorts of reasons.
This is lap 243 completed. We go on to lap 244. There's a shake of the head from Ollie Jarvis. They need help from traffic. The Toyota goes long into the first corner. It's going to be all about where the traffic is hit. Like Duval, it's like a video game for him now. There is his target. Time is running out. Time has elapsed. It's over. Now it's the chase to the line. We promised you 6 hours of action. We're going to give you a little bit more here. Duval was actually slower that time around by half a second, but now he's got the bit between his teeth. Oh,
traffic,
look at the traffic! Look at the traffic in front of the leaders.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Anything could happen here. Duval's going to be right on the back of the Toyota as they come into the accelerator. It's quite a long run to the finishing line here. Who's got the energy left? And I don't mean physically, I mean electrically. It's going to be who's got the boost out of the final corner.
Look at this!
Watch this! This is the end of the race. This is who is going to win the 6 hours. This is not necessarily great for Toyota. He's been caught
picked the right line. He's picked the right line.
Brilliant stuff from Kobayashi. The crowd in front of us rises one in the 6 hours. Oh, Fuji goes to Toyota on home grounds. And at the line, it's a second and a half. The crowd literally go wild.
Absolutely, everybody on their feet for that one.
Payback from Le Mans. It's not as sweet as the big race, but my goodness me, Ollie Jarvis is robbed of another victory. He's probably the least happy in that Audi pit, but Audi continue to pressure Porsche in both the manufacturer and the Drivers' Championship with the
Neil Janney has come home fifth
position for the current leaders of the championship, waiting for Ant Davison to come through. It'll be 1-4 for Toyota. Who would have bet that Toyota would have the only 2 cars in the top 4?
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Absolutely brilliant result for this group of people. Fighters, the lot of them.
Will Stevens beats Bruno Senna by 1.3 seconds. I think that was fair enough.
First win of the season for Toyota. Look at that. First win of the season for the G-Drive team in the WEC. First win of the season for the Ford UK team. The 67 car has come home. Andy Brio and Harry Ticknell. And a win again for the number 98 Aston Martin team. What a fantastic 6 hours of entertainment, John. Absolutely magnificent.
What can you say after that?
That's a happy man.
Audi again controlled that race and still couldn't win it. Did nothing wrong there.
Yeah, awesome drive, Kevin. Awesome drive. Well done. Well done. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you also for when you're there. Thank you, man. Well done, Kelly.
Now that's going to be a man that will be very proud indeed from this day forward to put on his business card, Toyota Gazoo Racing sports car driver.
Yep.
Fantastic stuff. What a great result.
G-Drive, I think that's a reasonable result for G-Drive, and I think that's the right result. I didn't like them being pushed up against the wall by Bruno. Said that last year when it was their driver doing it to someone else, and to be consistent, as I said, I think you could have argued that he was pushed there.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to the next 12 hours of racing. Because if this is the way we can finish, if this is the way we can finish the World Championship, then someone's opened the box of pigeons and put a cat in it.
We've got to cut this down to 52 minutes overnight and then do a voice on it tomorrow.
Good luck with that.
Yes.
I'm going to the pub.
First win for the Ford UK concern in the 6-hour format. And that has been a long time. They might do that again. I'm going to tip Ford again right now at Shanghai, by the way.
It's a very similar sort of circuit, isn't it? Wow.
I don't know what to say after that, mate. That was extraordinary. Mark Webber comes home on the podium.
All
on the
three
event.
factory teams on the podium.
Yeah, separated by 17 seconds at the end, the top three. And that was genuine racing, no interventions by safety cars, full course yellows, 6 hours and a bit of racing.
Well done to all the teams, all the drivers. Great clean race.
And to race control, because they gave the collars time to fire up and keep moving.
And they did the right thing in my mind, John. I think you think so too. The way they dealt with the LMP2 spat at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Magnificent stuff. A race truly worthy of the World Championship moniker.
Absolutely. Let's just recap then for you. Aston Martin 98 beat Ferrari and Porsche 83 and 78 in Armors. The two Ford 67 and 66 ahead of the 51 Ferrari. And LMP2 third for Alpine, the 36 championship leading car, continue to lead the championship. Their lead is cut back tiny bit by the 43 car. They keep the championship alive for RJR Sport, and the first win of the season following their pole position for the 26G drive.
The first win by the Tota WEC team since Bahrain, 7th round in 2014 when they became the world champions.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. A
Wow.
very, very hard-working group of people.
And like Duval in second place, Mark Webber in third, or 8 and 1 in third place. There will be at Weissach some questions asked about the pace of that number 2 car.
Yeah.
They went the wrong way somewhere very early this weekend and never recovered. Arigato gozaimasu. Yes. Thank you, everybody.
See you in Shanghai. Well, before then, this crowd is sticking around for it's going to be a very emotional
gathering
podium.
underneath the podium from the pits lane, and people moving down the pit lane area. Oh, yes, there is a big screen. That was it, see it.
First win, of course, for Tota for this man, Kamui Kobayashi. But back to the podium, and they'll have missed it. Stefan Sarrazin and Mike Conway. And we saw Alexander Wirtz there. He was aboard the car when they last won.
Yes, he was. Good call. Jacob Muller, among others, saying 6 hours of racing.
But it was 6 hours of racing. It wasn't a 6 hour race, it was 6 hours of racing.
6 hours of racing. Brilliant. Slade Perrin, no words. First and second separated 1.3 seconds. This is the best racing on the planet. Hard to disagree with you there.
Magnificent driving, magnificent scenes.
It's still as full as it was.
Fantastic, fantastic cars. Wonderful, wonderful stuff.
Great fans, fantastic officiation here. Everybody from the guys who have checked our passes at the gate and everywhere that they've needed checking, who've done it with a smile on their face. Like Duval, I'm sorry, boss.
That's the kind of moment that matters too.
That's why Audi's not leaving this sport, mate. That means too much to them. Kamui Kobayashi, the man of the moment at Fuji, is with Louise Beckett.
Well, that was some race here in Japan, and it was a hard fight for you.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. But first of all, I have to really thanks to all my fans. Yeah, this is my home race, and I think team had a great job. I think we had really good performance through the week, and of course we had really a lot of support and the sponsor as well, and I really appreciate. and it was really great to be here. And of course, I think a winning race, it's hard, but I think we did our best, and thank you very much.
Too quick.
After the season that Toyota have had so far, and particularly Le Mans, what does this win mean?
Well, I think it is my first race, but of course, in the Le Mans, it's for us, it's really hard. But at least we want to win our home race, and we are really confident to after qualify to win today's. But it was really hard, more than we expected. So we did our best, and finally we achieved it, which is really great. I'm really happy to be here.
Well done. I'm going to let you get to your podium.
皆さんありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
Well, we came with high hopes for racing at Fuji for the 7th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and the weather certainly was playing ball in front of a big crowd. Ollie Jarvis led the world-class field as the red lights went out. He had timed it perfectly and led into the first corner. The scrap began then behind him. Little were we to know that it was going to carry on beyond the whole of the 6-hour time limit. A little bit of contact between the privateers, the CLM and the Rebellion early on, and behind the leading cars, the start in the LMP2 category was a little untidy, with the championship leaders going wide, causing a bit of a stack up that went all the way back through the GT field. In the first hour, all of the manufacturers took a turn at the head of the field. Audi led from pole position, but when they pitted, first Toyota and then Porsche came through. Then, after just 17 laps, the first big story of the race, Ben Trellieu's number 7 Audi out of the race with a hybrid problem. It did come back out, but the technical officials said it was outside of homologation and Audi withdrew the car. The LMP2 battle was hard fought right to the end of the race. At one time we had second all the way down to 6th, line astern and sometimes side by side. Khaled El Khabazi making a slight misjudgment at turn 1, but fortunately everyone managed to miss the spinning Porsche, including one of the leading Toyotas and the top cars in LMGT Pro. Richard Bradley and Gustavo Menezes give us plenty of excitement, battling for position in the Manor and the Alpine respectively. The blue Alpine going off the track. Audi threw everything at this race, including a brand new set of tyres right at the end of the race, trying to pull back the lead that they'd given up to the number 6 Toyota. Loic Duval was asked by his teammates if he was the man to bring it to the end. He was the quickest, and therefore he did get the vote. In LMP2, Will Stevens took the lead, controversially going off the circuit down the pit road, and was told to give that position back, leaving the
team manager, car 26, tell your driver to give the position back to car 43.
Which was done a couple of laps later, around the 100R. Bruno Senna, though, could not hold off a charged up Will Stevens. Championship in the mind of the 43 cars. They're trying to close down on the 36 Alpine. A dominating day for Aston Martin and the 98 team in GTE. GT Pro was bossed by Ford, and they came home 1-2 after starting 1 and 2. G-Drive fought back and took LMP2, and at the end it was 1.4 seconds between Toyota taking their first win since Bahrain 2014 and the Audi number 8, Loic Duval, charging but coming up a second and a half short. Mark Webber and the number 1 in third.
Well, losing daylight, and it's always a magical podium,
doesn't it?
It looks fantastic, and the crowd are here waiting patiently till we see the drivers. Here comes the number 13 Rebellion crew, take what eventually was an unchallenged after the retirement of the CLM, but a nonetheless impressive run from the Rebellion guys. Dominic Pryhammer, Alexander Imperatore, Matteo Tuscia. From our left to right, third position, a man who's had something of a weekend for all sorts of reasons, Mark Webber. led out, though, the number 1 Porsche crew by Timo Bernhard, with Brendan Hartley pushed very hard indeed, all 3 of them. Ultimately did not have an answer this weekend for the other 2 lead cars in the factory teams. Probably the most disappointed crew of the lot, the number 8 Audi crew.
That was another time when I'm going to say that was their race, mate.
Yeah, but I think they did all they could this weekend. Lucas de Grassi, Oliver Jarvis, fantastic start of the race by Oliver, and Loic Duval, epic stuff from him. But local heroes.
Listen to this.
The number 6 Toyota TS050 crew.
Toyota Gazoo Racing win on home ground. Toyota turned this track around in the early 2000s. A truly multinational team, Japanese manufacturer, a lot of French on the team, and they're based in Germany.
One thing I've not mentioned so far.
Victory, of course, gives that crew second in the Drivers' Championship.
They were half a point behind the Audi 8 crew, so it mattered more than just the result on the road. They move up to second in the Drivers' Championship, and with the number 2 Porsche finishing 5th on the road, that tightens things up to, well, a pretty remarkable degree. It's not close enough yet to say that the number 2 are under threat, but they're certainly under rather more pressure than they were this time yesterday. Fantastic, fantastic race. Trophies there for the Rebellion Racing guys, and as I say, I believe that seals the championship for them. They move to LMP2 next year. Third place trophies for the number 1 Porsche crew. Does that mark the end of their hopes and aspirations of a potential run to
holding
repeat?
On.
Certainly lose ground to the top. Well, sorry, the second and third place teams make up a bit of ground, of course, on the leaders. Cups up for a disappointed, rightly so, number 8 Audi team. They're unlucky enough that when they hit their form, came back.
Listen to the crowd.
It wasn't quite enough.
Listen to the crowd for the winners.
Delighted Alex Wirtz, team ambassador, of course, here. Trophies being handed now. Kobayashi and Mike Conway. Being no doubt that is the result this crowd came to see.
Long time since Toyota have sprayed the champagne, and they do it on home ground. It will taste all the sweeter for that and for the nightmare that befell them in the dying moments of the Le Mans 24-hour 2016. And with that victory, their first since Bahrain, the final round of 2014, when they took the World Championship, they put their drivers into second place in the Drivers' World Championship. And with Porsche and Audi still battling for the Manufacturers' Championship, there's still an opportunity for ground to be made up there. That is the scenario that we are looking at. Confirmation then of the top 4 separated by under a minute, and the top 2 by a second and a half. G-Drive winning by just 1.3 seconds as well in LMP2. Ford, Chip Ganassi, Team UK take their first victories in the FIA WEC. First and second, started first and second on the grid from Ferrari in third. And Aston Martin Racing in the AM class once again. Next, it's Shanghai.
A red dragon is dancing and jumping. A place where grandstands are skyscrapers and corners looking like snakes.
World Endurance Championship, international event.
In the mood for racing. Stronger.
6 hours of Shanghai on 5th and 6th November. The spirit of Le Mans is coming to Shanghai.
5th and 6th of November, fireworks aplenty. There's the World Endurance Manufacturers Championship. Porsche ease away from Audi, but it's not over yet. We've seen what can happen with cars not scoring points, and that is still only a perfect race against 2 non-finishers.
And can win it in Shanghai with the right result, Porsche, at this point. GTE Pro, it's a Ferrari third position finish for the number 51 Ferrari. They of course a squad, but it's the top 2 steps of the podium for an absolutely delighted Ford GT UK, Chip Ganassi Racing UK, Stefan Muka and Olivier Pla in second position. George Howard Chapel, it is George Howard Chapel as the
as
team
it should be.
Absolutely, but the winners of course entered, of course, as Chip Ganassi Racing Team UK, the US national anthem for the US registered team. But Harry Tinknell and Andy Prio.
Yeah, proud Channel Islander, Andy Prio, MBE.
And that, I think, is Andy's first win in the WEC. Got a funny feeling Tinks has done it before for Jota at Spa.
Correct.
That's the best the Ferrari boys were hoping for today, without issues for others that they certainly wouldn't wish on them. But actually, that was imperious from Ford.
Well, and you know, it's the same thing that we said at Le Mans. When you design a car to be fast down the long straights and good in fast corners, then it's going to be good at Le Mans. And they drove away from everybody bar Risi at Le Mans, and this is a very similar circuit. Shanghai, Shanghai have got another chance barring. I think it'll be too hot for them.
Now get a screen grab here, because that's a picture there of George Howard Chapel smiling.
No, sure. Does he have indigestion?
It might be wind.
His very funny better half says George Howard Chapel is not a man who was made to smile that much.
God bless him. It's been an excellent effort.
It has
this
been.
weekend. Well done, George. Well done, everybody, to Ford, and in particular, well done to the victorious 67 crew. Had to do that despite a bit of a clash with...
George is a bit slow on the cork, and he's being mocked by the team.
Lack of preparation there.
Terrible lack of preparation by the boss.
They love that, the boss getting a bit soaked.
That's the confirmation. And again, Graham, only 40 seconds between the top three. In fairness, that was a bigger gap for Ford, because although Sam Bird closed down on his teammate towards the end, they dominated that race. And there is the confirmation that Kamui Kobayashi, Mike Conway and Stefan Sarazan go into second place.
23 points, the gap.
Yeah, that's doable, isn't it?
It's getting there.
It's doable. The GT drivers has Marco Sorensen and Nicky Thiem ahead of Davide Rigon and Sam Bird. No wonder Sam was pushing so hard.
Absolutely, that was important for them. That was really battling away for that very important 4th and 5th position.
And Ferrari by just 3 points from Aston Martin.
Take the lead.
And that's why that was important for them to be ahead. And that's why Aston Martin were trying a few different strategies there to get ahead at the end.
Outscored Aston Martin by 9 points here. And that's enough for the Ferrari guys to take the lead in the championship.
Still a huge crowd here, Grim. 1 or 2 cars leaving now. This was reaction, the two teams looking at each other on the split screen, which I thought was a really good way of doing that. Nicely done by Olivier and the guys down in the truck.
Stand by my conclusion. I think this was the best LMP2 race we've ever seen in the WEC this afternoon. Had its moments.
That was the controversial moment. Now, did he drive there or was he pushed there? And that's what the argument would have been. There was a redress. They went wild on that. And then, of course, they'd had to be given back because he was deemed to have gone all 4 wheels across the line. He certainly did, there was no doubt about that, Will Stevens. But then when he made the decisive pass for the lead, it was clean going down into turn 1. Bruno Senna battled as hard as he could. Roman Rusinov as restrained as ever. Pardon the language there, I'm afraid, from Roman. Let's move on to LMP2. This was a hard-fought battle. The championship leaders on the podium again for Alpine, the number 36 crew. Probably just a bit short today. Could have been struggling at the end as well for fuel. RGR Sport, Albuquerque, Senna and Gonzalez, and then Roman Rusinov, Will Stevens back with G Drive, and Alex Brundle.
Closes the gap in the championship between the Syndertech crew and the 43 RGR crew.
And the national anthem of the winning entrant, which is G Drive for the Russian Federation.
It's really your first time that you win, huh?
Gary Holland, team manager of the WEC squad for G-Drive. Of course, winners already in the LMS, their first win in the WEC.
This season.
This season. With the Orica. Gustavo Menezes, he's got something to look forward to as a end-of-season present with an LMP1 test drive in Bahrain. Stefan McElmy and the delighted Nico Lapierre. They did the job that needed to be done. Bruno Senna, Ricardo Gonzalez, and in the centre, Felipe Albuquerque. Close the gap just a little. One might still go to the wire. It's winners, Roman Rusinov, Will Stevens, and Alex Brundle. And Will Stevens' first win in the WEC. And I think a standout driver in sports cars. I think both he and Kamui Kobayashi laid down a marker. They have something to say about the future career in what is becoming an increasingly competitive part of the sport. Delight. And of course, a sea of yellow all Dunlop this weekend.
Some more fizzy being shamelessly wasted.
Gary Holland, another one there. He's going to go revert to the teeth.
Dear.
Oh dear, oh dear. No, it's not going to work.
Just walk away. Just walk away with the bottle. Why doesn't anybody at that point just walk away with the bottle?
No, that's what he's done there. He wasn't well prepared, but he has saved the best of the last.
Yeah, okay.
And he's still got some to play with. They've worked hard for that one.
Yeah, and I think that was smart from the guys at RGR on the wall to give the kind of information they did. Top three within half a minute, under a second and a half for the top two. 223 laps completed. So that was a long race. It just goes to show, doesn't it, how things have come on down through the years.
That's 171 points now to the good for the number 36 crew, 133 for the number 43 crew. And we're boosting off way back now at 112. It really is down to whether or not the 36 car can run clean for the last two races of this season. Should they be able to do that, they can drive effectively, as they did this afternoon, a conservative race to the flag. Excellent run as well, by the way, from the Straka team. Didn't get the podium this time, and good news too for the number 30 squad.
1113k covered by the winners in LMP1.
34 points now the gap in the team's classification. Again, it's not big enough that you can afford a DNF if you're leading that, Signatec Alpine, but it's a comfortable margin.
And 1,063 kilometres in 6 hours by the P2 cars.
That's astounding, isn't it? Remember, we used to run Le Mans Series races to 1,000 kilometres. And that's well over 5% more than you would expected from a P1 winner. Thank you, Japan. This has been magnificent.
In GTE Pro, by the way, they covered 967 kilometres in 6 hours. And the guys coming out now, 949 for the AM cars.
Astounding. So here we go, final podium of the evening. It's GT AM, third position. Went to the number 78 KCMG Porsche crew, run by Proton Competition. Joel Camathias, the tall guy on the left-hand side there. Christian Reed, the team principal, in the centre. Wolf Hensler, Porsche factory driver, on the left-hand side. Second position to the number 83 crew, the championship-leading AF Corsa Ferrari.
And the winners, Aston Martin number 98 in the UK national anthem. Short but sweet.
4 anthems, all very different anthems. 3 continents represented in Terada-san. Tiro Terada, serial competitor in the Le Mans 24 Hours down through, well, frankly, most of my racing life, John.
Yeah.
We'll present the trophies. Aston Martin extend their lead in the standings of the manufacturer that's won most class wins in the WEC. By another one with this result. The 83 crew will have to do this, the sums on this one are moving very close to that championship.
Applause Freak saying he's fairly certain, as am I, that the race lap records all went today, finally. I'm fairly certain you're right on that. I haven't got a full breakdown.
Aguash, Emmanuel Collard and Francois Perotto, I believe, will go into Shanghai with a 31-point lead in the class championship.
Oh, hey, not just quick on the track for Paul Dallalana, but fastest fingers first. Well, brilliant stuff from Fuji. It's been a place down through the years that we've always enjoyed visiting. We've not always had the result in terms of the action on the track because of interruptions by weather. But when it shines here, my goodness, does it shine. And even at this time of the evening, the full moon out on the far side of the circuit, Aston Martin Racing winning the GTE classification from AF Corse. And it was actually by a full lap in the end because of where they were when the winners came around. KCMG taking third position. Some thoughts going to the 50 crew. They've had a tough week this week and a tough week on the track. And it is indeed the gap between Collard, Perotto and Aguash closed down there by Paul Dallalana, Pedro Lamy and Matthias Lauda.
That was the bit I mistook. Of course, they've gone back into second position.
Yeah. So the next challenge for the teams and drivers of the FIA World Endurance Championship is the penultimate round. We're off to Shanghai, China. Similar characteristics. Will we see the same result? You know, you wouldn't put a bet against it, but then again, it could be all different. Thank you to our crew, to everyone here at Fuji, to Louise Beckett and to Graham Goodwin. I'm John Hindorf. That was all right, wasn't it? Hope you enjoyed our coverage and you'll join us again when we're live for qualifying and for the whole race from the 6 hours of Shanghai. Just 12 hours of racing left in the 2016 season. We got our money's worth at Fuji. Thanks for joining us. And AF Corse ahead of Aston Martin Racing and Proton in the Teams Trophy. Fuji has done us proud. We'll reconvene on the 5th and 6th of November in China. Join us then.
A red dragon is dancing and jumping. A place where grandstands are skyscrapers and corners looking like snakes.
Oh, he's lost it again!
World Endurance Championship international event.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
In the mood for racing.
And he's gone round, and he's in the middle of the track.
Stronger. Faster.
6 hours of Shanghai on 5th and 6th November. The Spirit of Le Mans is coming to Shanghai. Follow us on social media